The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The race to challenge the world champion is heating up at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. Reeling players look to regroup while the leaders press their advantage. A confident Ian Nepomniachtchi maintained his hold of the lead, deftly defeating Polish prodigy Jan Krzysztof Duda. However, fellow former challenger, American superstar Fabiano Caruana is in hot pursuit after decimating a struggling Alireza Firouzja. Round 7 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Good morning, everybody. It is time to finish the first half of the 2022 candidates being held in Madrid, Spain to determine the challenger to Magnus Carlsen. To bring you all of the action of today's round, we are in our studio in St. Louis. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with my good friend Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be here with you and Christian in studio to call all the action. What a needed rest day, though.
Absolutely. I think we needed it. The players needed it. But it might already be slightly too late for some of the players in this tournament. Only 6 rounds have been played, but it is clear that 2 players are head and shoulders above everyone else.
Absolutely. That's exactly the way it is. There's only been 3 players out of the whole 8 that have actually won games. Hikaru Nakamura being one, Fabi being the other, and Nepo being the third. Actually, it's become a two-horse race, and it's almost a 90% chance that one of those two players are going to be our new challenger. Let's take a look at the current standings. Alejandro, please do the honors.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi sitting pretty with a +3 score, 4.5 out of 6. Definitely a commanding lead, but there's still one person that is keeping up pace, still on his heels. 4 points for Fabiano Caruana after a crushing win against Alireza Firouzja, who really sent the Frenchman down and away from any real chances of winning this tournament.
Absolutely. Two players, Richie and Hikaru, at 50%. And then, of course, let's take a look at our schedule.
Our schedule is quite...
Pardon me, I meant the format.
Our format first, then. It's an 8-player double round robin, and that's why I said that we're finishing up our first half. It's a 14-round tournament, and today is round number 7. We have a classical time control, the most classical of classicals, a very long one. 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, 60 minutes for the next 20, and once you reach move 60, you get an extra 15 minutes, and your 30-second increment starts ticking.
Nice. No draws before the 40th move, €500,000. And now let's take a look at our pace, the schedule.
Our pace is 3 rounds on a rest day, 3 rounds on a rest day. We just had one yesterday, which means that we are in store for 3 in a row. And you see highlighted there today, round 7, Saturday, June 25th. Our next rest day will be on Tuesday.
Absolutely. And Cristian in studio with us to drill down and bring us new info, new insights. What's going on, Cristian? Nice
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Alejandro, and good morning to every chess fan around the world watching this spectacular event. But let's take a look first at how the top players got to where they are today. And we're going to start off with the All-American. That is Hikaru Nakamura. Started off slowly with a defeat in round number 1 against his compatriot, Fabiano Caruana, but bounced back immediately with a crushing victory against the struggling Timur Radjabov. After that, 4 draws, and right now he stands at 50% in 4th place. And Richie Rapport, the young Hungarian superstar, well, a topsy-turvy event for him, but no decisive results whatsoever. He had chances to take the full point home. His opponents had chances to take the full point home, but 6 draws up to this point, and 1 Fabiano Caruana, the young American superstar, sitting in the 2nd position, closely behind the leader right now. Well, quite a nice leaderboard right there. In round number 1, he started off with a bang, beating Hikaru Nakamura. After that, 4 draws, and a couple of days ago with the black pieces, a big surprise, huge victory against the struggling Alireza Firouzja. And let's take a look at his road ahead. Well, today a big opportunity with the white pieces against Timur Radjabov. This one we're definitely going to have our eyes on. In round number 8, he will be having the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. And that big clash between the leaders in round number 9 with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And speaking of Jan Nepomniachtchi, the perfect lineup doesn't exist. Well, it does. In round number 1, huge victory with the black pieces against Ding Liren. Another big victory in round number 4. And a couple of days, a crushing defeat he inflicted on Jan Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces. And let's take a look at his road ahead as well. Well, today, very, very difficult game against Richie Rapport with the black pieces. White against Ding in round number 8. And of course, the big clash against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces in round number 9. Guys, every single day, mouth-watering matchups.
Thank you, Cristian. That round 9 date with destiny looms large. But Alejandro set the table for our viewers today. What can they expect from today's pairings?
As Cristian was mentioning, a huge game today between very creative players, a stylistic match made in heaven. Richard Rapport will be playing against Nepomniachtchi, and Richard is under pressure. We had a question from the viewer, how can people recover?
Yep.
Well, this one is where it's at. If Richard wins, at least the tournament keeps going for him. He loses, he's out.
Absolutely.
Yasser Seirawan will be playing against Hikaru Nakamura in a very similar situation. Both of these people are desperate for full points. And in the third match of the day, if you asked me before the tournament started, here, have a pencil and circle what will definitely be the key matchup of round 7. No questions asked.
Number 1 versus number 2.
Number 1 versus number 2, and 2 of the surging and favorite players of the event. Ding Liren is playing Alireza Firouzja for not very much.
Avoiding last place.
Pretty much at this point, that's not what we thought from them.
Nope.
But the huge battle would be between Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, a hungry player chasing Nepomniachtchi. He's currently with white against a weakened Radjabov who missed his chances against Rapport, who lost to Hikaru. I'm sure that Team Fabi has prepared something spicy for today.
Opportunity knocking potentially there for Fabi. And of course, lots of great fighting. What are they all fighting for?
It's a handsome prize pool of 500,000 euros. 48,000 goes to first, 36 to second, and 24 for third. You also
Very
get
nice.
It's not bad. You get $7,000 per every point that you score. Sorry, euros.
Yep.
But that doesn't really matter.
Right.
What everybody is playing for is this: a date with Magnus Carlsen at the 2023 World Chess Championship for the crown jewel of chess. Still don't know where the tournament will be or when exactly, but we know it will not be this year, it'll be next year.
Very good, to be determined. Now, what you're saying is, of these 8 players, we're trying to get a challenger.
Yes.
Everybody wants to win first. Why is it so hard to win? 5 players haven't won out of the 8.
It's kind of a mystery at the moment, especially when you consider some of the players that haven't won. And
Richard
the reputation.
Rapport. Hello. That guy is amazing.
I mean, he's such a crazy player.
A great fighter. I mean, he doesn't draw. He loses. He wins, but he doesn't draw.
And here we have 6 in a row. It's almost unheard of, honestly.
Right?
I mean, when you think about Krzysztof Duda only having 1 loss and 5 draws.
No way.
No way, right?
I mean, just look at his tournament record over, I don't care, the last 24 months. I mean, it's unbelievable how many wins and losses these guys pile up. And Ding Liren, I mean, the precision that he brings to the chess table, his victories have been scorching, wonderful.
Absolutely.
How does he not win a single game?
But guys, if you would have asked me before the beginning of the event, after 6 rounds, who's going to make all the draws up to that point? It wouldn't have been Richie Rapport.
No way.
He probably would have been the last one, my last
Right,
pick, because he's such an explosive player, and every single day he brings new ideas to the table, also sharp ideas to the table, especially with the black pieces. He's essaying these Sicilians, very intriguing Sicilians, allowing his opponents to get chances, but he gets chances as well. And yet, he made only draws up to this point. Quite spectacular.
It is something to behold as the games are underway. Again, I'm thinking that from Fabi's point of view...
Is this a relay?
I don't think so. I'm thinking from Fabi's point of view, he's white against Timur. Timur has not won, neither of other players, but we're seeing we're seeing a Sicilian with the early A7, A6.
What?
And I remember...
Wait, what?
Christian is like, what?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
I
mean, like, this is just trash.
I see. Trash.
I mean, this is not...
I thought that lots of top players have actually tried.
The O'Kelly Sicilian?
Yeah, on occasion.
What is that? It's a big surprise.
Really?
Okay.
What is this?
And I even remember some crazy... No, I think it actually went C2, Queen, C3, Queen A5.
Okay, so what's the best move actually against O'Kelly? Is it C4?
And there's the O'Kelly. I think both C4 and C3 are guaranteed advantages.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was C3. I didn't even realize that C4 is considered
C4 is definitely a move, yes.
Yeah.
Because after C4, Knight C6, Knight C6, D4, presumably,
Yeah.
right? Isn't this a try for black with E5?
With E5?
Well, once the knight is already on C6, I thought you're not supposed to play D4 because of this E5, but with the knight on C6, perhaps maybe I can take on c6 at that point. Also, in fact, now that I played c4, I have the extra square c2 for
You
my
also
knight,
have
so
knight f5.
maybe I can jump around.
Because the trick of d5 doesn't work. I mean, there's d5, you take, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight d4. It's a line, but it's not theoretically sound.
And I don't even have to go knight f5.
Okay, I believe you. I'm just saying a7, a6, a very rare bird at the top in candidates never seen. I mean, so that's
a surprise as early as move 2, guys.
Exactly.
That's impressive.
Oh, Kelly Sicilian.
I mean, hello, Richard Rapport, white against Jan, and a Petrov. We'll wait and see how that one develops. And then we do have this English, Dingler in, back to the English. Remember in round 1, this catastrophic start that he had versus Nepo. And a bishop c5, d2, d3. Okay, that's a bit subdued to my taste. Knight c3, knight c6, and knight f3. And I'm assuming
something that's been played before, but only a few times. This is not a very popular position, but Dingler did play this against Wang Hao not that long ago, I think.
Okay.
So a known position, I think, for both players.
Sure. That's actually a question. What is this line of the English, Christian? What is this line of the English called with bishop c5, this early bishop c5 in this moment?
According to my database, it's called the King's English variation.
Say what?
The what?
King's English variation.
The King's English.
According to my database. I don't know the names.
We'll get you a new database.
This is the King's English.
The King's English. I mean, okay. Wow. Did not know.
Me neither.
I'd always associated it with Anatoly Karpov because he liked to play the system as black. I just didn't realize it. The King's English.
Well,
not to be confused.
There is a big game in this position just played in June last year between Wesley and Fabiano. So Fabiano has tried this idea with bishop c5. We know that he likes to place the bishop on c5 in this type of English situations.
Right.
He's played it against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship as well. And this is quite an intriguing way of doing it because you don't have the knight on c6. So we see it very often, this bishop to c5 sortie, with the knight on c6. With the knight on ba, that's a completely different situation. And the question is, where is that knight going? Probably what I'm seeing is a rerouting of the knight to f8 and then g6 or e6, try to get to the d4 square, or potentially d5 at one point, and then if we see the exchange of the c-pawns, then the knight comes back to c6. Let's see how this game develops. And yeah, we're definitely going to keep a close eye on this one.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm still reeling.
No other way to say it, right?
Darn. And whatever the O'Kelly variation has done, it's put Fabi into a think. In fact, I'm just wondering, has he ever faced this line as white?
I don't know if he's faced it, but we talked about it once.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of an offhand conversation. We didn't actually sit down and analyze it because who analyzes this?
Right.
But we did talk about it once, like if c3 or c4 was more accurate against a6, and we both came to the conclusion that
Either one is just strong.
Either one is strong. I mean, there are some tries for black. It's not that white instantly has an advantage. But basically what white is trying to do is play a Sicilian, in which the move a6 is not very useful. And the one thing you shouldn't do for our viewers is play an open Sicilian.
Yeah, that was my question. Why can't I just say, well, I'm not that sophisticated.
Right.
Great, you got a6, I go d4, let's transpose.
Yeah, this is the best version of, let's say, a Najdorf that you could get, because you play knight f6 in this position, specifically the move knight f6.
You're attacking my pawn, I defend my pawn.
You take advantage of the fact that there is no e5 in that last position because of the trick of queen a5.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, it took me like maybe 3 tries. I lost the pawn on 3 different occasions, you know. But boy, I really liked attacking with, again, a tempo, that knight on f6. And Yeah, well, that's how you lose a pawn. But that's fine. I want to play knight c3, and now I'm anticipating you playing the knight off, and I'll transpose. You want to play a dragon, or I don't know, but what's the problem?
The problem is the move e5.
Oh, so you're attacking my knight.
Right.
Knight's got to go. Knight could go back here, but I like to go here.
And there is where black setup all comes together. You play the move d5, and the move a6 becomes incredibly useful. You don't have the resource of bishop b5 check, which is normally the main line of this position. When the pawn is exactly on a7, you could play this position with d7, d6, and d6 to d5. But you don't do that because of this.
I see. And now you're ready to either capture or capture. I see. So you can't just blithely blunder forwards with a d4 and get an open Sicilian. You've got to be sophisticated. But now that you mention it, the move c2, c3, intending to get a pawn duo in the center.
Yes.
Doesn't that exploit the fact you've played a6 and not maybe a better move like knight c6 or so?
That is why the move c3 is considered to be one of the more dangerous variations against the O'Kelly Sicilian, because no matter which version of the c3 Sicilian you play now, the move a6, let's put it this way, it's okay, but you would have rather made another one.
Yeah, it's questionable how useful it might be. Well, again, I still haven't seen a response from Fabi, so he's really mulling things over.
Well, guys, I have been looking at the database, and I've been trying to gauge the interest of the top players in this line. And one player that plays this with the black pieces consistently is Vladislav Artemiev. Artemiev has played this game, in fact, against Fabiano Caruana. And Fabi decided to go with c3. So right now, and he lost that game, by the way, with white pieces. Whoa. Maybe this is what Radjabov looked at. He looked at Fabi's losses with the white pieces. He saw this loss against the O'Kelly against Vladislav Artemiev. He started to analyze the position and perhaps got to the conclusion that it's not as dangerous for black and that it's a try that needs to be essayed in this crucial game, because if Radjabov wants to have a chance of catching up with the leaders, he probably needs to start winning some games very soon. And specifically in the last game, he had a huge chance with the white pieces against Richie Rapport. I'm pretty sure he was devastated after seeing the engines bishop to h2 that would have killed the game on the spot. And right now he wants to get this victory with the black pieces. Essaying as early on as second move a6 is just an incredible decision by him and his team as well. And let's take a look at what happened in this game between Vladislav Artemiev and Fabiano Caruana. e5, knight to c6, d4. To be honest, I'm looking at the position and I'm already seeing a better position for white. Like, why did you play this move a6? This move a6 doesn't really help you too much. Bishop to g4. So it's almost a French with the bishop out. That's
pretty nice.
That's a plus for black, right?
Yeah.
Bishop to e2, e6, knight to d2, bishop to b4, and then knight to e7. And we get a very complex middle game, which probably Timur Radjabov and his team have analyzed thoroughly, and Fabiano hasn't. So that's a plus in my book for black.
My question for you, though, is the c2, c3 Alapin. White opens.
Yes.
e4, yeah, let me put this on the board. Pardon me. White opens up e4, c5, and white often plays the move c2, c3 here with the idea of getting d4. And there are two main ways for black to counter. One is d7, d5, what you just showed as Christian, as well as knight f6. If I play c3 and you play a6 and I play knight f3, I'm really happy. I figure as white, I've got in a very useful move, knight f3, which is always played on the white side of a lap. And then after d7, d5, why don't I just go into those usual lines of the Alapin? And e5 looks to me
like a terrible move.
Well, terrible is strong.
I'll say it.
It's
a terrible move.
I'm trying to get terrible out of my mind. I've been infected. D7, D5, queen takes D5, D4. We're in an Alapin with a very useful knight F3 versus a less than useful A7, A6. And I don't know, why isn't that good for white. Christian.
That is a good question. Well, I'm looking at a lot of games, and once again, Artemiev wins this position with the black pieces. I'm seeing this game against Wesley So he's beating elite level competition.
Now, just to point out, those are all blitz games.
Blitz games, of course.
But
yes.
still,
yes,
but
they are, but still.
He's getting decent positions against the world's best players.
And let's take a look at how that plays out. Generally, he leaves the knight on b8, so he doesn't hurry with a move knight to c6. This is the usual difference. We see the knight on c6 instead of the pawn on a6. And now that kind of helps him right now. For example, if you do want to delay the move knight to c6, later on you could potentially get the knight to d7 and control e5 as well as b6. So quite a multitasking knight. Let's take a look at what happened in this one. Knight to d7 as we see, bishop to e7. Now, the queen on d5 left in the figure like this could be prone to the attacks of the knight on c4, knight to e3. Nevertheless, it does seem like, with careful analysis, this position is quite safe for black. So let's take a look and wait and see how this game is going to develop.
Well,
Still,
we have an answer.
We have an answer.
We do have an answer. Okay. C4 was played.
And I wanted to ask you, since you have the database and your engine there, the only move here for an advantage is d4, and d4 played. If you don't play d4 here, black replies e5, and that was the end of theory.
And this is the main line.
This is what I think we're going for, right?
Yeah.
And what is the theoretical, let's say, evaluation and follow-up from here?
Knight to f5, d5, exactly the line that you guys mentioned at the beginning of the show. Take on the d5, take on f5, knight to d4, and we get this position in which whoever has the deeper preparation, it does seem like objectively it is white to be preferred right now. Nevertheless, a very powerful knight on d4. I'm always going to be able to corral this pawn on d5, and most likely I will be able to capture it and regain the pawn and restore the material balance in the position. But this is the type of position that we're going to see, and we're going straight into that line.
Yeah,
e5 was
we
played.
have to, right?
Knight to f5. Now I'm wondering whether he's going to go for something a bit more tame with the move knight to c2, because you know your opponent has great preparation in knight to f5. So why not just tame the game a little bit, play a more quiet approach with the move knight to c2, a more strategical approach as well, because this knight is still going to land on d5 after the move knight to c2. To be honest, at this point, if I would be in Fabiano's shoes, I would stop, think, assess knight to f5, and probably go for knight c2.
Wow, sorry, breaking news for me at least.
Yeah,
I mean,
we have to go there.
Yeah, exactly. It is the game between Richard Rapport and Nepo, as both players seem to be playing what appears to be an incredible theoretical duel in a Petrov after c4, c6, queen b3, bishop g4, both players blitzing their move up to this point. Bishop e7, knight takes e4, queen takes d4, and then a question we all have to ask ourselves, can't I take the pawn?
Well, he did.
He did.
He did, but Nepo said back, can I not take your knight?
And now
Richard
we have
has
queen
taken...
takes, and what the heck are we looking at?
I can see your database, Yasser. There's two names that I do not recognize, which means it's a correspondence game.
Okay.
It ended in a draw, which makes me think that this is a worked out perpetual, because Nepo just blitzed out the move bishop h3.
What a visual move that is. It's sort of
So
like,
you
okay, you're
have to
threatening
take-
mate on g2.
You have to take or you get literally mated, right?
Exactly.
And then, I guess, queen g6?
Queen g6
yes.
check.
King h1, and where's my draw?
Queen d3, actually.
Queen d, not queen e4 check.
No, queen to d3. Such a strange move,
What a
right?
strange move. It even encourages the move knight d2.
Okay,
Knight to d2,
you're
and then
attacking
queen
my rook.
d7.
Pardon me?
Queen d7 traps the
Queen d7. And we get that endgame. So you're not actually going for a perpetual right now. Queen to d7, try to trap the queen on a8 and get into this imbalanced endgame.
It's just a bit, wow.
Where there's the pawn shield has been destroyed, but at the end, okay, let's say great, you trap my queen. I'll just put some pieces on the board. You go here. I'll take a rook. You'll take. I'll put my bishop out or bring my bishop out. I've got 2 rooks and a pawn, although my king side's a little flaky.
I have to say that if I took on h3 right now, after bishop e3...
sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
At the end.
Yeah. If you took on h3 right now, and I have to play f3, I have to stop this guy.
You have to stop this.
Yeah.
Is your first instinct that white's better here? I feel that I have plenty of counterplay as black. I can go f5, I can go bishop d6 very soon.
Sorry. I don't think that white's better.
No,
No,
right?
I think that because of my compromised king, the queen can fight effectively against the 2 rooks.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that this was a slam dunk. I've out-prepared you in the opening or something like that. We all went there very, very fast. Sorry about this. Cristian, if I can turn it over to you, tell us what the theoretical evaluations
There's no
are.
theory. As you guys were mentioning, this is a game between 2 correspondence players. But it comes...
No, we were guessing.
They are 2 correspondence players. But
Yeah.
it comes back to the same topic. The fact that Nepo is so strong right now because of the residual knowledge that he has from the match. He played the Petrov in the match. He's essaying it once again, and he knows his stuff because he spent months on analyzing and trying to gain as much experience before the World Championship match in the Petrov, which was more or less novel for him. So this is exactly what we're seeing right now in this tournament, and that's why we can never count out a player such as Nepo before the event. Not a lot of people chose him to win this one and qualify once again for the World Championship match. But right now, he's showing that he's one of the best prepared players on the planet, and he just blitzed out this long variation, which does seem to have surprised right now. Richie, we have g takes h3, queen to g6. I'm looking at ways in which this could end in a perpetual, an immediate perpetual, and I'm not actually finding that. Well, there's one way. Probably king to g1. If you play king to g1
is also a draw.
I was about to say rook g1 might threaten bishop h6 in some circumstance, and
rook to
kind of
g1.
encouraging you to make a perpetual.
Yes, rook to g1 is a potential perpetual as
Right.
well. Let's see if Richie bites the bullet.
And then, Cristian, I had a question
Yes.
for you while I have you there. We went through a variation where we won white's queen, and we thought black was doing
So how
fine.
is it? Like this, queen
Yeah.
to
Queen
d7,
d7, and we put the knight on e4.
knight to
you went
e4, knight to
knight
and you went knight
a6.
a6. I want to
Already
know-
decisive advantage for black.
A decisive advantage for black.
Yeah, -2 right now. So
I
don't
thought
go
he
there.
could compete.
I thought he was doing okay. I didn't think he was
Decisive
winning.
advantage for black. Incredible.
Wow, this is a head-to-head. Also a little bit of a surprise to me when you think of Richard Rapport and Nepomniachtchi playing each other. They have 8 draws and 1 decisive game.
Right. But look at this, 1 win, 6 draws. Ooh.
And Nepo surprising us still. He didn't play the move queen d3. He actually threw in the check queen e4.
Sorry. When we were back,
Go
we were back
on.
here. Take,
Check, king, and then immediately check, encouraging f3.
which was the first move I actually gravitated towards. Later, you were pointing out at the queen d3 to d7. So this encourages f3, and I'm assuming you're playing queen e4 now.
Queen d3.
Queen.
I like this. I like this by Nepo.
Oh, yeah? Like the inclusion.
This is really powerful preparation. Why the inclusion? Because it invites white to make a mistake, and that is to go for f3. F3 has to be played if you want to continue the game,
Right.
obviously.
Clear.
Queen to d3. Now, once again, knight to d2 is going to be met with queen to d7, and it does seem that imbalance favors black. Now, you can also go king to g2. Check. And now the only way to continue, if you don't want to get checkmated after king to f2, is to go bishop to g5.
I wouldn't consider
A
that.
nice invitation by Nepo. You want to continue the game? Let's continue the game like such. Nevertheless, it does feel like after, at the beginning of the line, the computer was saying that white is slightly better. Right now, it's already 0-0-0, and we know that Nepo has used much stronger computers than this one, and we know that he has a better understanding and a deeper understanding of what's the assessment and what's going to happen in the next few moves. So this is exactly what we're seeing right now, an invitation go f3, and let's play. Let's see whether Richie decides to go for it.
Great stuff.
Right.
But Richie does seem surprised, right?
But okay,
But why, right? You're asking why.
Forgive me, but if you get to this position where you went queen,
Which is a very
B3.
rare move. Let's remind people that this is actually a very rare move, this move queen b3.
Right.
We analyzed it recently, I think. There was some Dominguez Mamedyarov game where he went queen b3 immediately.
Okay.
Normally you play either rook e1, queen c2, knight c3, cd5. They're all well-known moves.
Exactly.
Queen b3 is a rarity.
And you have to be aware of this whole queen b7. Why did you play queen b3? Well, it's not because you're threatening to capture twice on d5. That would only expose your queen to a discovered check. You play queen b3 with the purpose of stopping this bishop from developing. You're going to snag the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what happens if the guy challenges you? You have to be ready for the move bishop g4. You're going to take the pawn right away? No, it turns out that this is all theory. So none of this should have really been that
Shocking,
surprising whatsoever to Richard. He captures the rook, and now bishop h3 seems to have stopped him.
Yeah,
So, excuse me, but I'm confused now. This strikes me as a position that
He should know.
he should know.
Yeah, especially because he took on b7 so quickly, right? I think that you don't have to take on b7. You could have played rook e1 or knight bc3.
I'm sure it's not required.
I'm sure it's not required.
Right.
I know that we
Right
have this
here.
association, which he might get kicked out of, but
Yeah, but still,
But-
I mean, knight c3, rook e1,
they're moves, right?
There are alternatives.
so you don't play queen b7 automatically if you have alternatives. This
Right.
is what I think that he must have known the position,
Sure.
and then he takes,
Right.
and then Nepo plays the only move according to the engines.
Right. That has been seen. That has been seen.
In all fairness, guys,
Yes.
it does seem that, first of all, I think that with queen b3, he expected that he's going to surprise his opponent. Now, at the same time, bishop to g4 is not the main move. It's actually the last move in the database. Knight to a6 seems to be the main line. D takes c4 is another way to continue. Bishop to g4 has only been seen at the top level in a game all the way in 2007 between Short and Hare Krishna. So after that, the latest game is the one between Jones and Holland, 2300s. So definitely not one of the topical approaches in this line. And I also think that with the move queen to b3, he expected to surprise Nepo. He did not, and right now he's facing a big decision whether he wants to continue the game with f3 and throw that bishop to g5 in the position, or just call it a day and make a draw.
I agree with what Christian is saying. He was trying to surprise his opponent. I still don't find it excusable.
Right, me either. So you're saying that, well, queen b3 is a rare bird, knight a6 has become more or less topical, and this is where Richard might have made his preparation. I'm sitting there saying, okay, but for me, the move bishop g4 is by far and away the most aggressive, and it puts immediate question on you.
Yeah.
Why did you play queen b3 if not to play queen b7? And we get this position.
Kind of by force.
Very much so. And now Richie's finding himself facing a very awkward question. Do you want to avoid the perpetual? If you don't avoid the perpetual, if you allow the perpetual, everybody says, well, why did you play this variation?
I mean, you could have played anything, right?
Yeah, that forces your opponent to make a draw against you. I wasn't prepared for
You
bishop
had a rest day.
G4.
Yeah, that's another point, Christian. We just had the entire rest day to prepare this. It's not one day to another.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's going to take the draw.
Lots of confusion going on. Let's just jump to the game of Hikaru for a second.
Yes.
Where are you, Hikaru? Come on.
Look at that, a normal position. Yes.
Oh, boy, a normal position. Okay, here we go. Normal position, yay.
Yay.
Let's see how they got here. A normal position. A Nimzo Indian with e3, a Rubinstein Nimzo Indian, by the way.
Making a comeback.
Yeah,
The Rubinstein,
nice. C5, D5. I remember at one time in the 90s, this was really considered the great heavy theoretical battles. This is where all of the players focus. I don't even know how many thousands of hours were spent, trying to figure out these isolated queen pawn positions. But okay,
Well,
great.
high-waisted jeans and the Rubinstein Nimzo Indian. The 90s are back, Yasser.
Right.
I also analyzed this like early 2000s or something like that. This has been a while since I saw this position.
Exactly. Queen D3 setting up for this battery. Sometimes this queen actually also slides over to H3, bishop to D7. And again, this is a great theoretical battle going on here. It's still early days, and we'll see who is the better prepared player. Again, we talked about this at the opening of the show. Coming into the tournament, the #1 ranked player was Ding Liren. He's playing the #2 ranked player. You would have circled this on your score sheet and said, this is a key round. It's extraordinary to us that this game doesn't have an impact on our standings. In fact, they're trying to avoid last place.
Yeah,
two of them.
It really is a surprise when Gary goes up on stage and says that out of the players in this tournament, Alireza, Favi are two of his headliners.
Right.
And you think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
The way that Alireza's plummeted in this tournament is really surprising, especially the way that he lost to Favi.
And round 6.
Round 6. You really do think that at some point that was a nothing position, that he kept misplaying and misplaying and misplaying until it really became untenable.
Right. With the white pieces.
With the white
of that.
pieces, right.
Yeah, and also what we're seeing so far, I mean, this has not been a great tournament, so, I mean, not to jump on flog a dead horse, but his time management has also been less than impressive, as he's finding himself in awkward situations with little time on the clock.
Absolutely, and I think that is something that actually helped him a lot in his road to the candidates when he was winning, qualifying. When he won that Grand Swiss, one of the great things that he did was time management. He actually saved a completely lost position against Dariusz Schwirtz in that tournament because he had the better usage of the clock. When it came down to pure calculation, objectively White was winning, but Firouzja had the time and Dariusz didn't.
Right.
And now we see completely the opposite.
Yeah, it really, well, what to say? It's not that the wheels fell off in this event for Alireza. They just never really were on.
Yeah.
You know.
And this was a big question mark that we had about Alireza. We didn't know how he reacts against the best chess players on the planet because he has very limited experience against them. He only played Tata Steel, then Superbet Romania and entered the Grand Chess Tour. But before that, he hasn't faced this type of elite competition. And in that tournament that you were mentioning, Alejandro, the Grand Swiss, yes, he did have a great time expenditure against the low-rated players. But against Fabiano, he lost that game because of his time expenditure and because the fact that he got in time trouble, huge time trouble, that was unable to save an objectively equal position. So this is what we're seeing right now. It seems like whenever he's facing top-level preparation and then top-level competition all throughout the game, he does fall behind on the clock. This is a trend that might hurt him.
Okay, you have his position of Ding Liren there, Christian.
Well, actually,
and D4.
I have a different game, and this is the game between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. It's from this position, the only game in this position. And let's take a look at how this one.
They've transposed to the game.
Yes. So let's see. After Rook to B1, we still don't have a move.
Rook E8.
Rook E8, Rook E8 was played in the game between Wesley So and Fabiano. So Fabiano played this move, Rook to E8. And then at this point, after Bishop to G4, by the way, great move, F3, he made this mistake, Bishop to H5. Bishop to C8 would actually already give Black an advantage. So I really like this idea of Bishop to G4, try to create some weaknesses, prepare in anticipation to attack the pawn on E3 by placing the Rook on E8. I like this plan, but it does seem that Ali Reza right now is not familiar with the position, and let's see how he reacts, because Ding definitely knows what he's doing. He's analyzed this. He did spend 20 minutes of his time up to this point. Ali Reza with 1 hour and 47 minutes and counting right now, thinking about his next decision and how to develop the game. What is his plan? Queen to a5 is one of the moves available. Rook to e8 immediately is another move available. Let's see how this one develops.
All righty, we will indeed. We'll wait and
by the way,
see the
it does
outcome.
seem like Fabiano has decided to go for knight f5, so perhaps we can go back to that one.
All right.
All right.
Just a second. I was seeing that Richard, by the way, was still thinking how to deal with that move, Queen e4 check, to allow the perpet. So when we left it here in this O'Kelly variation, it was the knight f5, a d5, and funnily enough, they've taken some time to get to this position that we had actually looked at.
Fabi's taken some time. Radjabov is playing, he spent 2 minutes, so that's pretty much walking around.
So yeah, so Fabi's the guilty one.
Fabi's the guilty one today, yes.
In terms of slow play.
Yeah, and then we're probably going to rush into that position. I don't know if knight c3 is forced, but
No.
the rest does kind of seem forced because we already took on f5. Pawn takes f5 is the only logical move I can think of.
Right.
And then knight d4.
Yeah.
After the move knight c3, let's say,
All right. Knight.
you go knight f6.
Right.
I develop my bishop. Most people seem to play bishop d3 from the database that you have.
Okay. Defending the pawn makes perfect sense.
Most
Bishop e7 or taking?
Most people take, but I don't know what objectively is
Okay.
correct. And you castle.
Now I've got ideas.
If we just stop and think about this position, isn't white just obviously better?
He's got the two bishops. He's got a better lead in development, and for the moment, he has the initiative in terms of getting quickly attacking the pawn on e5. The problem might be that these positions might give black some way of being forcing. You know, you get forced into some type of an ending that may or may not be great.
Because of the knights.
Right.
Some way for the knights to...
Yeah. I mean, the knight on d4 is still there. But what you said just made perfect sense in the sense that why isn't white better? I mean, he's the one who's been developing his game concretely,
yeah.
you know, made opening moves. And he's the one who's saying, like, I've still got to show you that your early a7, a6 was a wasted tempo, and I'm better. But again, what's the theoretical percentages? Does black score
Christian,
decently, Christian?
Yes, black scores quite well, actually, in fact. I was looking at this position. By the way, knight takes d5 does seem to be the main move. Nevertheless, I do think that bishop d7 is probably objectively the better decision right now. So just wait and take later on d5. There is no way that white can improve the defense of the pawn on d5. So bishop e7, castle, castle. This is the stem position, rook to e1. And by the way, out of 4 games right now, 3 draws, and Artemiev beating Wesley So with the black pieces. So this is the position that we're going to see, and I have to say,
New Tabia.
but guys, I'm really surprised by the fact that Fabiano decided to go knight to f5. You come to this position and you start looking at it, you know that knight f5 has been prepared in and out by your opponent. You don't know exactly with precision what the right moves are, right? Unless you've studied the O'Kelly, which nobody does. But you look at the position and then you have the choice of playing knight to c2, tame the game, play a more strategical game. Why wouldn't you go for that? Why wouldn't you go knight to c2? You know you're playing against a struggling opponent right now. Why enter his preparation? I don't think this is the right practical decision by Fabiano, even though knight f5 maybe objectively is the better move in the position. Nevertheless, knight c2 offers white an advantage as well.
Well, I think Fabio is a very principled player. I think that he is the type of player that doesn't shy away from complications just because complications are coming his way. He is, out of all players in this tournament, one of the ones that will definitely call your bluff. You bluff him, he'll say, I don't believe you. And I think that's what he's doing today.
Well, one of the things about Anatoly Karpov in the 1975 to 85 period was he was Mr. Informator. You know, this encyclopedia of chess openings knowledge, this ECO, and you know he went directly down the fairway. If this was the main line, you could count on him playing the main line through and through. And knight f5 might be one of those moves. But Cristian, you're making an awfully good point. One of the problems when you're playing somebody who is doing a specialty opening like the O'Kelly, they have their script, and it's really rather long.
Right.
And you go, no, I'm going to play knight c2, and let's just play a game. That may be even, but I'm not going to give you your opportunity of playing your 25 moves of script.
Yeah.
But it's not even. That's the thing. It's not even. And you know that it's not even. You allow me to get the knight on c2. That knight is going to land on a d5. I am going to have a strategical bind in the position as white long term. And the difference between knight to f5, which you know probably that is the most critical move in the position, and you know that it probably creates the biggest problems for black. Nevertheless, as you mentioned, he has the script. He knows exactly what he's going to do. Knight to c2, avoid theoretical discussions and just play a game. I think this was the practical decision that Fabiano had to take. Nevertheless, I mean, Fabiano is Fabiano. He is the candidate right now, and he made his decision. Let's see whether he's going to get rewarded for his courage.
All right. A quick question for you, Cristian. I noticed that Richie is really struggling with this decision of whether or not to allow a perpetual check. Could I ask you what the engine thinks his best decision should be at this moment?
Well, actually, the engine right now is saying that, yeah, take the draw. Take the draw. Take the draw.
That's
King
not very
G1, King
encouraging.
H1. King G1, Queen G6, King H1. Now, still, the big question is this position, right? Bishop takes G5. Now, the engine is saying that white has an advantage. At this point, 0-0. After Bishop G5, it seems like white has an advantage. Nevertheless, I'm not 100% sure because after King to H1 plus 0-7, and now after Queen D3, the engine is saying minus 0.2. So it always changes. It always flips the switch. The engine that is, knight to C3, queen to D7, and this queen is going to get trapped in the next few moves. You can attack the queen, rook to D1, I'll side away from you, and then knight to A6 is coming no matter what you do. 20-minute thing for Richard Rapport right now after queen to
He's
E4.
struggling.
Definitely struggling.
Well, look, at least you're thinking about, okay, do I finish the game in 5 minutes? Or do I spend half an hour and pretend that I'm actually thinking about taking the draw or not? At least make a better impression. The interviewer will ask me, okay, it lasted an hour at least, right? Not 5 minutes. I think this is what he's looking at right now. But I have to say, the practical decision right now is to take the draw.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing. You're at the board and you're thinking to yourself, they're going to interview me after their game. And I desperately didn't want to make a draw. I was struggling. I looked at everything. But I very, reluctant hero.
Yeah.
What can I say? Okay, that would be confusing. And if the game was to finish so very quickly. The game of Hikaru, we left it just around these points. As far as I'm concerned, this is all still theory. But then again, I haven't been up to date on the latest and greatest. F7, F5, one of those moves that just absolutely shuts down this diagonal, does the move F7, F5. So this move really, for me, is a very sensible move. The bishop no longer so good on B1, H7. Well, why not pop out to a much more friendly diagonal, A2 to G8? And what is the theoretical results from these positions, Cristian?
Well, actually, there's only one game that has been played. Yes, only one game in this position after bishop to B3, and this is a game.
What's going on today?
From 2010. Two players that I don't recognize their names. It seems like perhaps Icelandic players. Nordic players, that is. Queen to b6 was played in that one. They did follow the computer recommendations, so perhaps this was a correspondence game as well. It does seem like Jan Krzysztof Duda is well prepared, is well aware of where he has to place his pieces right now. And let's wait and see whether Hikaru has the same amount of knowledge about the position. Now, the battle revolves around the weaknesses, the structural weaknesses that Black created with this move f5. Sure, you close this long diagonal, there is no checkmates that you have to worry in the future, but you are leaving this backwards pawn on e6. That will be a problem later on in the game, and with the rook on e1 already eyeing that weakness, this is what the discussion is going to be. This knight on d5 is not moving anytime soon. You're going to have to keep the plug there on d5, because if this diagonal opens up, you're going to have huge problems on the pawn e6, the weakness in the position. I see White's position as easier to play. Right. This is why I'm concerned about Hikaru's chances right now, because queen to b6, I understand that's a good move, but later on, with that queen on b6, knight to a4 might become an idea for White, right? Knight to a4, get the knight to c5, remaneuver and try to refurbish the knight on c3. That right now it's not doing anything. The big question also is, what is the knight on e2 doing at the moment? I would love to put it on f4,
right?
But you cannot do that right now, so you will have to find a different spot for it. It's going to be an interesting one.
I have a strategical question for you, Christian, while we have you there. You mentioned the move queen b6.
Queen to b6.
And my understanding as a player is that one of the reasons you don't want to play the move f5 is that in the cases that I take twice on d5, like I could do it right now,
sure,
and then I go bishop f4, your dark squares are suffering.
Yes,
and I've always thought of these positions as an advantage White.
They are.
Full stop.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But the question is whether you will be able to get the knight to e5 or not. Right?
One
and
day.
Let's say
there's very little you can do about it.
We'll see.
I will try to create my own counter chances.
Okay.
With the move f4. f4, I will hint at the fact that I want to play f3 and weaken the light squares around your king, and then you will probably have to respond with f3, which in fact will give me some weaknesses that I can try to take advantage of as well, especially this square e3. So what do you do right now?
No, that answered a lot of questions.
Yeah. No, just the question of bishop f4.
And it does seem like the best move, if we do get to this position, is to go g3. And once again, try to stop f4, but also get ready to jump with knight to f4 and transition that knight to e5.
Wow, G3 is one of those I'd be very reluctant to...
light squares around the king, right? Yeah.
But for me, the position that Hikaru currently has, I'm thinking that as Black, I might, beside the move queen b6, I always thought of this as a fight for the control over the d5 square, and therefore the move bishop c6 would strike me as kind of an optimal move.
But that's the problem, the pawn on e6.
Okay.
Okay, but can you exploit it?
I'm going to go bishop to g5 first. And by the way, bishop to c6, and this creates an immediate threat, right? To take on d5 and take advantage of this pin. So you have to deal with that quickly.
So bishop g5, queen d7.
Queen to d7, probably the best move. And now I take on e7.
Simple chess.
You cannot take with the knight, because knight to f4 is coming, and you're going to have some problems.
Knight f4, and I have to take with the bishop, and then we're right back.
You actually have to take with the queen.
With the queen,
yes.
Sorry.
If you do take with the bishop after knight takes d5, you're most likely going to get very similar position to what we discussed previously.
With light square bishop.
But my knight is coming to f4. There's no g3 in the position. Your light squares are just in shambles.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. And by the way, Richie,
first repetition, we're still not there.
Very reluctantly has agreed to a repetition. This could be our shortest game, not only of the round, the tournament. I mean, it never got off the ground.
It really didn't. It seems that Jan came in just to show his prep. It's like, hey, Richie, this is what my book says. Thank you for the half point. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Boy, against a dangerous opponent like Richie, making a draw.
It's a great success for Nepo.
That's his World Championship preparation, right
there. Great prep from Nepo. There's no other way to put it.
Tip of the hat.
Tip of the hat to Nepo, but kind of like the Alirez prep against Duda.
Yeah.
It does leave questions to be asked.
All kinds of questions.
This is the candidates, guys.
Exactly, and to throw around a White.
And is he gonna...
If you were to ask him right now, you want to draw your way to the end of the tournament?
I think it'd be yes.
Yeah, baby.
Pretty solid yes, a +3.
+3.
I think it's a comfortable score.
And still, these two rounds coming up, round 8 and round 9. We've been talking about round 9, a date with destiny.
Yeah.
But round 8 tomorrow against Ding Liren. Fortunately for Nepo fans, he's going to be actually with the white pieces against the number 1 seed. And let's talk about the number 1 seed. We haven't had so much to talk about with Ding Liren. When we left it, we just got to this point. D4 takes, knight takes, A4, rook B1, a very standard move in these old Indian type of positions. Oftentimes you aspire for B2, B4, and you want to be able to meet the en passant AB3 with AB3. Queen A5, tickling the knight on C3 so that B3 doesn't come too soon. And now we caught up with the players after knight C2. Normally speaking, that move knight C2 runs into an issue here, doesn't it? How is white dealing with bishop to E6? You can't play B3. Or is my queen trapped? Maybe my queen's trapped? No.
No, you have E5.
Well, yeah. So,
Hold on. we got this. Yasser, we're grandmasters.
Exactly. We have the technology. Bishop E6. What am I missing? Help me. I'm sinking.
Christian, I'm done.
There we go, yes. Bishop to D2.
Bishop to D.
Bishop to D2. You cannot take on C4 because of B4 or B3. And you're actually losing a piece. So indirectly, with the move bishop to D2, defending.
Oh, that's
bishop
pretty.
takes C4. B4, forking your queen.
Or B3.
And your
I think
bishop.
B3 works also.
And then you go en passant, happily saying, ha, 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 there's no double attack against my queen. But now you take and you hit the bishop with a tempo, and you do win a piece.
Next bishop. Next bishop in line.
That is very pretty.
Yes.
Yeah, because unless you see that, my gosh, we just came to a full screeching halt.
And Alireza played bishop f5, which does seem to be the better move, in fact.
Well, an indication at least he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing.
Well, I'm actually wondering, if you force E4, which is a natural move, I think, right? Bishop F5, E4. And then you go back to E6.
I was about to say bishop to G4, but go on. You've got me curious. Where are you going?
Well, the line doesn't work anymore for white, right? Because your rook on F1 is
now hanging. Oh, nice. So after B4, AB, AB, you get to capture rook because the pawn is no longer on E2. Clever.
Perhaps that's the idea.
Got me convinced.
Looks very nice. And if you don't meet bishop F5 with E4,
well, still that move bishop D2 may be discombobulating, right, or disconcerting. I am threatening to leap, jump somewhere with a gain of a tempo against the queen. Bishop to D2 will tickle the queen. This is a very strange-looking position for us. We don't really have the zen of it ourselves, Christian. Could you just tell us what the theoretical conclusion?
Oh, we're out of theoretical knowledge.
Oh, we are?
Yes,
okay.
yes. We are for quite a while.
What
that was
the
game, Wesley So versus Caruana, right? With the move rook to E8. Queen to A5 does seem to be the novel move in the position. Now, it all ties together because after rook to E8, in that game as well, Fabiano did play the move queen to A5 next. He started off, Alireza that is, with the move queen to A5, and that invited knight to C2, bishop to F5. This is the position we currently have on the board. We're expecting bishop to D2, right? E4, as you mentioned, Alejandro, very nicely pointing out the fact that now the pawn on C4 is actually a weakness because it comes with an attack on the rook. So bishop to E6 has to be met by queen to D3, which looks a bit awkward, especially this queen on D3 with a potential knight coming to E5. you have to take some chances as white, and unfortunately it doesn't seem like you're in time. If this king would be on h1 after queen to d3, knight d7 and f4, that would look quite promising, right, for white. Unfortunately,
so, because if your king's on
not
h1, I go knight g4.
Then you have different problems. Yes. Knight to g4, queen to e2, and then we discuss that position.
Right.
So quite promising right now start, I have to say, for Ali Reza, but the position remains very complex, and there's a lot of pieces still left on the board. There's nothing being changed, a couple of pawns, that is, but it's a very different story than the game that we have between Richie, Rapport, and Jan, right? Because, well, everything got chopped off the board, and now we got a perpetual in that one. He's still thinking, by the way. It seems like Richie is still pondering his last moment to potentially play f3 and continue the game. I don't think he should do it. He should not.
I don't know if I want to lose this early with white. One game that's still theoretically still popping is the game between Fabi and Timur, because when we left it after takes, knight d4, bishop d3, and we were expecting the move knight f6.
We were actually considering knight c3 first
instead of bishop to d3. That is true. Knight c3, knight f6, and only in that case bishop d3. And Fabi just said, okay, I'm going to play bishop to d3 right away. Queen takes d5, and once again, sorry, Christian, just to help us out, because this is a
knight c3 played.
This is not exactly my most topical book.
So it was knight c3 first instead of bishop to d3, which was the main line before. Now so he allowed taking on d5 directly with the move bishop to d3, which, according at least to the theory as well as the engine, doesn't give white too much of an edge in the position. Knight to c3, queen to d7, this is what we're expecting to see in the position. And I was seeing moves such as long castle proposed by the engine. We're going to get some spicy chess, but I don't believe in this long castle. Long castle, yeah. This is the top engine move, at least this engine that we have right now. Who knows what Timur is preparing these positions with, right? So long castle, still a potential in this position. I don't see Timur going for it because it leads to some spiciness, right, in the position, and I'm not sure he wants that. Queen to d7, and by the way, this hasn't been played, so perhaps this move bishop to d3 allowing Timur to take on d5 surprised the young Azeri, right? Knight to c3, maybe. Can you take on g2? Likely after bishop e4, you might regret that decision. In fact, yes, you do regret that decision. White is completely winning.
Took a while, but yep, it took a while for the computer to agree that queen g2 was taboo.
Yeah. Queen g2 is not possible.
But could I look, I mean, because you really rocked our boat. I mean, it's early morning here in St. Louis. I get that.
With the castle, right?
With the castle. I mean, I've seen that in Scandinavian kind of games where you castle long. But in this case,
you have
the pawn on c7 gone.
There's no pawn on the c file, right?
Like, look, ma, no hands, no protection.
Yeah, I'm just going to run away, and now we get some wild stuff. You know, I understand the long castle. You are developing the rook on the best square in the position. You are hiding the king for the moment. You do have a beautiful knight on d4 that I will have to address soon.
Right.
But you're also lacking the light square bishop as black. So that might
it's such a big deal in my view.
But sorry, just this position. I take the knight on d4. I can't countenance that knight. And then I put my knight on e4.
I was even going to put it on a4 actually.
On a4. Okay,
you let me take this pawn? You let me munch on that pawn?
I don't know. I was going to go queen b3. But Alejandro is inspired. He woke up today feeling vim and vigor. He went knight a4.
b5. Get out of here.
Well, maybe he didn't wake up so early.
Get out of here.
b5.
b4.
Well, I mean,
b5, take that.
If you go to b6, you're going to lose that knight. And actually, you are going to lose that knight no matter what you do, it seems like.
I'm going to lose that knight, and I have the eyesight to see that it says minus 0.2.
Right. So
What?
the position remains complicated. Yes.
Wow. And if you had gone knight e4 and
I'm very curious to see. Well, it does seem like queen to d7 is not within his preparation, within Timur's preparation. Perhaps he did not consider this move, bishop to d3, as much.
Well, he
That
took on d5
surprises
instantly.
me.
He did. He didn't
played
think about
that.
knight f6.
By the way, he did play. Finally, he played the move queen to d7.
Okay.
So let's see if he goes for long castle after castle. Because castle, we think, is going to come pretty much natural. Right. At this
That's
point.
a very natural looking move.
Do you want, is there any point of considering bishop to e3 first? Still long castle.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
And again, coming into today's game, looking on paper the matchups, you have to say, okay, Fabi is looking at this. He says, I got to get close to Nepo. I'm white against the lowest rated player in the field who hasn't been playing that great, not that bad.
Not that bad, yeah.
But opportunity, maybe. Castle's long. That will be quite the remarkable game. Hikaru Nakamura, once again, the only other player in the field who has managed to, I want to say, win a game, has played queen b6 after some thought.
That was the expected move by Cristian, and well, as if Duda
quickly.
listened to the commentary, he took on d5 very, very quickly.
Exactly. And
I don't think you have a choice. You have to take with a knight.
Exactly. Your game would not be a positional. It'd be a positional house of cards. Bishop takes d5. I like what you were suggesting there. With the move bishop f4, Alejandro. I like the idea of playing against the light squared bishop and to try to maneuver the pieces around. That's still a heavy strategic game. We're going to keep an eye on that. Richie, has it already finished? That was my question.
Nope.
Nope, not yet.
And who's doing all the thinking?
Yeah.
Still Richie.
What's
Still
going on
Richie.
through your minds? What do you play? Do you go on? What am I going to say in the press conference? Which second do I fire?
Right. You know, yeah, do we still get snacks in case do we get kicked out of the playing hall? Do I have my, 3 o'clock tea? Nepo's winning chances at the moment.
They're pretty good. These are our percentages based on Chess by the Numbers. Shout out to this work that they're doing. It's a statistical model based on ratings, colors, etc. And I think they're actually going to be joining us on the show.
Ty will be on the show. That's wonderful.
Great,
yeah.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is a 54.1%
Wow.
favorite.
So Jan versus the field, you
Take
should get
Jan.
some money.
Yeah. And
wow.
And Fabi's really the only one that's keeping this alive. I mean, you take a look at the rest. I mean, this statistical model doesn't give them.
Both players.
Hikaru's at 2.9%.
Seems a bit low.
Yeah, because they're drawing their way out. But what's remarkable about this is both Fabi and Jan did win their games in Game 6.
Right.
Jan won with the white pieces. Fabi
With
won
the
with the
black
black pieces.
Yes.
That's why.
Fabi's went
ooh.
up a little bit, and you can see
And the odds of winning, the magic of television. There it is.
really surging players here.
But Nepo.
Wow, there's Nepo putting a masterclass in the tournament so far, and today is no exception. I'm sure his odds will go up a little bit further if the results don't change. We have 4 more draws that favors
Absolutely.
him.
No question about it. I mean, with the black pieces too. Wow, it's all. We've been saying this for some time already. Pinch me. This tournament's going so superbly well. I mean, oftentimes you prepare yourself for success. But I don't think even in his wildest dreams, Nepo had this in his mind. Anyway, as we prepare for our first commercial break, you have a special commercial for us from Cube Boutique.
Absolutely. We have an athletic jacket from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our sister organization across the street that we love very dearly. It's a track-style zip-up jacket, and it features the World Chess Hall of Fame logo. It's available in both men's and women's styles, and it is sold exclusively at QBoutiqueSTL.com. So help us out and look good while you do it.
Nice.
we are going to leave you with a special, you and Maurice.
Oh yeah, we went to the park together some time ago. It was
That's
fun.
right. We're going to keep our eye on the games. It is possible that one of them finishes while we are on break. That would be Jan against Rapport, but that would just mean that it's a draw. We'll see you on the other side of this small break.
Hey, man.
Well, I tell you, Maurice, I got really strong feelings about the topic of how chess, the generation of today versus our generation.
Old school versus new school you're talking about?
Old school versus new
Yeah,
school.
man, these youngins don't know anything about the old school stuff.
But, you know, this is it. This is where I got the strong feelings, but mixed feelings. Like, I love the fact that I had a Germans. I learned so much through analysis and studying and doing it myself. Chess was a mystery, right?
It was a mystery.
It was great.
A lot of times we didn't know what was really going on.
We didn't. We had to press ourselves and really dig deep into the position. And I missed having an opponent. I really did. I was 12, 13 when I got started. Nobody wanted to beat up on me, but nobody wanted to lose either. So I was like always sitting watching from afar because I couldn't get a game, right? Now you got an opponent 24 hours a day, anytime not just an opponent.
Somebody strong.
3,600 opponent, you got a
can play
computer
engines,
any time you want. Man, getting the games, the data, like the bulletins of the Soviet championship, that was like gold.
3 months later. 3 months later, you found out about
Gold.
some game.
Right.
That was played somewhere in Moscow or Nikšić or someplace in the world.
Right.
And nowadays, it's automatic. It's live when you get it.
6 million database of games.
You mean 6 million? It's like 8, 9 million now. Yeah,
It's
where you been?
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I'm insanely jealous of the kids of today, the generations today, all the tools they have, the internet. Chess was different, Maurice. Chess was different. Garry Kasparov said it well the other day. Blitz chess was 5-zip. 3-zip if you were a maniac. You're 3
You mean
nothing.
no increments?
No
The
increment.
time was the time. The hands were like this, shaking.
Right.
You were banging clocks.
Yep.
Fix your clock. Wait a minute, fix the pieces.
Right.
What are you doing on your time?
And you didn't know how much time you had left.
Oh, no.
Today,
Them damn
the
flags.
digital,
How much time I got? How much time I got? Like
right.
this. You were
And then you made the time control. And the flag never fell. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You had been bashing the clock like nothing, and like you had more time than you thought.
No,
Like,
nowadays
nothing.
they know to the
Second.
tenth of a second
Right.
how much time they had left. And the thing is, even just the idea of studying books.
Right?
Books.
Books.
What are books?
Caro doesn't look at books.
Look at books.
What?
They got the databases. They got the engines. That's it. You just
it.
ask the engine, what's the right move here?
Exactly.
You don't need somebody to tell you that the principle in this position is to control the center,
Right.
a break in the middle. No, the
Right.
computer says, screw your break in the
Bam,
middle.
bam, bam.
It's mate in 6.
Right.
This wins.
That's it.
You're talking nonsense.
That's what Levon had said in an interview. He says, I don't want to spend 20 hours studying an open. I want to hit my space bar
Where's the space bar?
and
And that's
just
all
give me
you
the
need to
answer. Like, people spent, I want to say lives, but that's like studying, what I'm talking about, the Sicilian dragon. That was their pet. They couldn't play the Sicilian dragon, they weren't interested in playing chess.
Nope.
And they put everything, their heart and soul, into an opening, and today they drop those openings like nothing.
Man.
I got no commitment to you. If you're not producing the result, go.
And back in the day, you stuck to like three or four openings.
That was a lot.
That was a lot. Like
That
this
was
is
a
what
lot.
this is what you play. You know, if you play the Caruana
That's
and
what
you play
we
the
do.
French, that's what you do.
That's it.
Now you see these guys play 6 or 7 different things
It's
and
amazing.
know them well.
That's
like
crazy.
this is like I can
Deep.
play the Sicilian, I could play the Caruana, I could play the French, I might throw a modern at you.
Right.
You never know. Toss out an Alecan and do something crazy.
Right.
You say, how are these guys playing all these things? And they know the theory. They'll even quote the game, even if the game was played a week ago.
Right.
Got it, yeah, this was just played. It's
Yeah.
incredible, just a touch of the button. And the thing, though, that's got to scare you, or maybe it frustrates me, is when they start looking at the classics and saying, the classics.
Like, why?
Who cares?
Those guys didn't know what they were
They didn't know what they were
You
doing.
know, like, they made all of these mistakes. The engine shows Alekine's combination was unsound.
Oh,
even
even though it took years for people to really analyze the combination. Was it sound? Was it unsound? Quick story.
Two guys, Viktor Korchnoi, Tigran Petrosian, hated each other. I mean, intense. This was like the rivalry to end rivalries. And I was Viktor Korchnoi's coach. And they got together for a candidate match. Couple of draws, an adjournment, and they got to this crazy position. Korchnoi thought he was winning, and I said, Victor, you got to play G4. No. Ain't playing G4. Ain't happening. No. G4's terrible. We looked, Petrosian took a timeout. We spent 24 hours. Seriously. Michael Steen, myself, Victor, we worked hard, intensely on this adjourned position. I said, Victor, you got to play G4. I caught him in a moment of weakness. Horrible move. Rook C8. Bang, you lose. Okay, he played the right move, H6, H4. He made the wrong move. Bang, you lose. Finally, he plays all the right moves, and it's a draw. He said, see, it's a draw. I go, yeah, but I think the position's a draw. It was a queen versus 2 bishops and a protected pass pawn on C3. We go to the playing hall. I said, Victor, you're going to play G4? I go sit down in the audience. Packed, playing hall, dark. And Victor gets to the position, instantly plays G4. Hits the clock. I want to stand up and cheer. Yeah, that's my move, everybody. Applaud me. That's what I did. Sit down. Petrosian writes down a move. 10 minutes passes. Petrosian doesn't make a move. Another 10 minutes pass. Petrosian doesn't make a move. 35 minutes pass before Petrosian makes a move. And during that 35 minutes, I went through hell. Torment. Stone cold, absolute fear. What if I had made a mistake in my analysis and Korchnoi loses to his most hated rival? This would be terrible, right? So I'm in, after 35 minutes, I'm in a trembling panic. Petrosian plays Rook C8, the first move that Victor played against me. Bang. Victor won. I was so relieved. Today,
That move
there's
would
no
have been insane
mystery.
instantly.
Yeah.
Instantly would have been the best move or the worst move or the right answer. That's why adjournments had to get booted out.
Right.
Just because of engines now. And you look at openings that used to be garbage back in the day.
Right.
Rehab.
For sure.
All of a sudden, White had all these advantages back in the day,
Right,
evaporating in smoke.
Right.
How do you think that has taken something away from modern chess? Has it made it
Absolutely.
less rich, less interesting, or do the players just simply have to be more creative?
Yes and yes, that's the crazy part. It seems to me that chess evolves with these new tools, whatever they are, the internet, increment, chess evolves. Yeah, for me, I love the mystery of chess. Okay, that's taken away, but look what has come in its place. These guys play chess more accurately today than ever.
That's the truth.
The quality of the games are remarkable, incredible.
They are. You know what? Let's play like the old school days.
Yeah, baby, move it. Come on, hit.
I'm gonna follow Yasser
Hit.
Seirawan's advice.
Oh, yeah.
You know you're scared of this. This
English.
This is what you play.
Yeah,
English?
yeah.
Okay. fine, let's go.
Karpov,
did this.
baby.
You remember them days playing Karpov?
Oh, it was so much fun.
It was sweet. It was
Look
sweet.
at this, building a fortress.
I'm building
I
a
haven't
fort-
even come over to
I
get
even
you.
I'm gonna kick your rear end
I
right now. Let me
haven't
do one of your
even- Oh,
favorite
no, no,
moves.
no,
Look
no,
at that.
no,
You know
no,
you
no.
like that move.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here, round number 7 of the candidates, and what an hour of chess we've had because it has been very unpredictable. And these are our current standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi at the top. He is currently playing against Richard Rapport. Let's jump straight into that game.
Got it for you.
As after an hour of thought, Richard say, you know what? Let me try this F3 move first before I just concede a draw.
Well, I have my pride. I'm white. I don't want to make a draw that soon. And after F3, by the way, Nepo has been playing a la tempo. Queen D3 on the board.
Forget about pride. Pride is what kills you in this position. I mean, go King G2, Queen G6, Bishop G5. Are you going to play that move? No, I think what he's doing right now is just prolonging the game one more move. King G2, Queen G6, King H1. He can still take the repetition and pride will not kill him. If he does indeed go for Bishop G5, I think he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Does he get invited to a lot of parties?
Not really.
Not really, yeah.
Why would white be in a lot of trouble, Christian, in that
Not
case?
objectively. No. Objectively is fine. The position is more or less balanced, but you're facing Jan's preparation. So why would you want to do that? Why would you go for Bishop to G5? Just repeat the position, go home, save some energy. I get it. You're a proud man, young Hungarian, and you want to get a fight. But this is not happening in this game. Just accept it, go home, get some rest, and that's it. Call it a day.
Yeah. One of the things I must say that for myself, especially at the board, I oftentimes got this very strong impression that I was falling into my opponent's preparation.
Yeah.
And whenever I got that feeling of unease, like, no, I pulled the parachute. I said, I'm not going to, just let my opponent, display his homework and kill me.
Now, Yasser, was there a point that you would consider, I know that it happened to me on my earlier years as a grandmaster and trying to get to the title, that I wouldn't be afraid of trying to refute something over the board.
Yeah.
That engines were already existent, but they weren't the engines that we have today. And that I did feel that if I had enough concept of a position, that there would be some positions where I'll be comfortable saying, you know what, your preparation is trash. I'm going to refute it over the board.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Especially in my day where engines weren't strong. And I enjoyed those moments where my opponent would come and say, okay, I've got a trap for you. I go, really? In my favorite variation, you think you're going to trap me? Well, show me, right? So yeah, I mean, especially in those variations where I had a great deal of confidence, then it's sort of like, yeah, no, I don't believe that you've got something that was going to throw me off, and I'll try to refute it at the board, and oftentimes I did. Today, I must say though, I'm intimidated. I see somebody sacrificing a pawn in one of my favorite variations of a super sharp Karo Khan. I back out. I back down.
Or a knight. Kamsky.
Or a knight. Yeah, I mean, hello. I back down. I'm like, oh boy, I'm facing Ripka or Stockfish or. That's not much fun.
It's not much fun, and this is kind of what's going through Richard's mind, right? That what are you refuting here? You're refuting a super engine.
I know, right? What's up with that? Now, in the position on the board, in case of King G2, the move Queen G6 check has been played more or less routinely. Why is it that Black should not be playing the move Queen D7, trapping the white queen and prepping Knight A6?
Are you trapping the queen here?
That's my question.
If I go bishop E3 specifically.
That might be the problem, is that you get to go bishop E3, and then suddenly the queen emerges on the A7 square, which is why we've been focused on the move Queen G6 check. And again, King H1, that's a repetition. And Bishop G5 keeps the game alive, but maybe maybe too dangerous. Can we just take a look at this, by the way? Why?
Right.
Okay, what happens?
I would
you
say,
take with the bishop?
I
Sorry.
think I take with the bishop.
Fair?
It seems a little more logical to me, but
Okay.
I can't explain to you right now why.
Okay.
I have a couple of direct threats, right? Bishop C1 is just winning, so you got to do
Because-
something.
Okay, I will, let's say, sidestep the discover check. Oops, excuse me. I'm sidestepping the discover check.
And now we have to think, because Queen D3 is still on top, and the difference is that now that you no longer have this bishop, I assume
I get to play Knight C3
Knight
without
C3.
any Queen D7 move. Is it probably going to get hit by Rook D1 or something?
And I think it's okay. Queen D7 anyway.
Okay, Knight C3, Queen D7.
You go one of the rooks to D1. I kind of assume the A rook.
Okay.
And I think I just put my queen on C7, and I still...
Okay, and now you're threatening to move your knight, but now that your queen doesn't cover E7, I could, for example, play Rook E1 and block the attack to my queen
That's a very good point.
with the move Rook E8.
Now, in this variation, however, I am not down as much, right?
An exchange.
I'm exchange instead of a rook. And a pawn.
No, it's even on the pawns. 3 and a pawn.
Yes, and a pawn. So after the move Queen C7, Rook E1, maybe, since your queen's not getting out anytime soon,
Exactly. I'm not threatening B5 or something, right, to liberate my queen.
Maybe this is the time to find something, right? Whether it's something like Queen F4 and you start attacking the pawn on F3. Actually, maybe it is.
Yeah, it looks like a very decent move to me. Okay, still, I mean, the desirable Queen B7 is being met by Queen F3. Queen takes A7, not completely ridiculous.
No.
But I will play King G2 just because I love a good pawn shield. Everybody does. Everybody should love a good pawn shield.
Yeah, perhaps I'm overplaying my hand a little bit. I should keep my queen on C7 just to keep the queen on A8 ensnared.
Yes, fair. That is fair. And I will go for Rook F1 to E1. Well, certainly something for both players to
But you can actually
be
continue
much-
that, right?
Sorry,
you can
Christian?
continue trying to trap the queen with bishop to E7. So the problem is whenever you go knight A6, rook to E8. So why don't we just like plug that file? The
Well,
E file with
because
bishop E7?
I would think that the moment I play knight A6 here, I'm going to get hit with rook takes E7,
Me too.
distracting the queen from the defense of C6 and allowing my queen to make an exit.
Which is super annoying.
And
by
how
the way.
is that position, right? Once we
Okay,
get
so
that.
we make a pass. We make a pass. We go A2, A3, and we say, go ahead and
Do your work.
execute your threat. And the problem, what Alejandro just mentioned, is the move knight A6, attacking the queen.
So let's go knight D7.
We go munch.
So let's go knight D7.
So let's go knight D7.
What a
and
tricky.
now, if we go...
No, but that's not
If
enough.
you go rook E7, I
material.
take on
That's
A8.
That's not enough
I was about
material.
to say.
I keep my rook.
Right.
nice.
You keep your rook. Oh, dear.
And if
Wait
you
a
do
minute.
take
By the
on
way, I
F8,
lost a bishop, too.
I
Yeah,
can
that's
take
the
either
thing,
with the
because
bishop,
we-
either with the knight.
We already lost a bishop in the process, right?
True.
So you actually don't have enough material for the queen here. You'll have to do something crazy like knight d5 or whatever, but at that point, black is playing for the advantage.
Yeah, with the two pieces. Just to be clear, we're rejecting this line where it looks nice that we have 2 rooks on the 7th rank.
But your king is still so weak. That's the
But
problem.
our king is weak, and this move, Queen F4,
And if
defends.
I take with the other rook,
Sorry?
you go rook takes 8, and I go rook e takes d7. I guess it's a little ugly, but just putting the queen on the 8th rank is sufficient?
Just to stop.
Just to stop rook d8, right?
Yeah.
Because queen b6 actually loses.
But queen a5 also is a move.
queen
right?
a5, b4, and then
G5.
queen g5. Yeah, I like
Let's go on
that.
the other side.
Okay, but don't forget that in this case, I do have a pawn,
That's
a
fine.
rook, and a knight.
By the way, he played knight d2. No draw, guys. But now he's worse, actually. After knight d2, queen d7, which came instantaneously
What?
on the board by Nepo,
Not
he's
bishop
worse.
g5, which we were considering. Let's go back
Pride
to
is
our
going to
position.
kill Richie, guys. That's the thing.
That is crazy. I have never done that in the sense of purposefully taking a worse position to keep a game.
I don't think
wait,
he
wait.
knows it's worse. He doesn't know that it's worse.
Okay, so knight d2, queen d7. This is the current position on the
Right.
board. I'll pick up this queen pretty soon.
Knight
That's
A-
okay. Knight a6.
Right.
And then we have to evaluate this. And Richie spent a lot of time evaluating and came to the conclusion that he's not worse.
Guys,
And
but
he's wrong.
And he's
if
wrong.
Nepo wins with the black pieces again,
Should we
he
ask
won against Ding with the black pieces.
We've already seen the odds are 90%.
He's winning against
That
Richie. I mean,
2 people.
you know
will-
that he's still within his preparation right now. He is still within his preparation. And
is
Richie is
crazy.
down to his last, what, 47 minutes against 1 hour and 50?
We
What-
do have
good luck.
94 on the board,
We have 94
too.
on the board. Christian, I wanted to ask you because we actually saw this, but slightly different. We saw this with the pawn on f2 when we asked you last. There was
Yes.
like an hour ago.
Yes.
What is the numerical evaluation for the engine?
Minus 1.2.
That's a lot, actually.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
And
So-
you know that, once again, maybe a better engine gives more of an advantage to black. Nepo is in cloud 9 right now.
Oh,
He knows
definitely.
he's better. He knows he has a devastating time advantage right
An
now.
hour.
An hour on the clock. To the good. He knows what he's doing in the position. And his opponent seems to be not objectively lost, but borderline in a losing situation.
And again, the line is very, very forcing. Knight to e4,
Knight
to
A6.
a6, queen takes, bishop takes. You got to develop and get your rooks into the game. So,
Maybe I don't even have to take with the bishop. I can take with the king as well. But let's say bishop takes. Sure.
Okay, bishop
Are you going to
e-
try to preserve the pawn on h3? Probably not, right?
No, I was trying to get the pieces out as fast as I possibly could. Bishop to e3, and I just wanted to ask you why the one plus for black.
Well, it's just
Christian.
a long-term advantage. I just have the better structure. And in general, when we see this type of imbalances, 2 rooks versus queen, it's very important that for the side with the queen, that they have targets. And this is exactly what the queen has in this position. A weak king, targets all over the place on the king side, as well as on the queen side. This pawn on c4 a bit
Right.
too advanced. I'm going to be able to target it with queen to e6 later on. If you do defend it with b3, well, sure, that's okay. I'm going to go jump with the knight to b4 and then the target on a2 as well. I'm going to be able to combine my forces to create weaknesses in the position. Not only that, but okay, you have a beautiful outpost for the knight on e4. Nevertheless, I can target that knight with f5 as well later on. So queen to e6, in fact, if you do place the bishop on e3, queen to e6 is going to come with 2 threats. That is queen takes e4 as well as f5 later on, and taking advantage of the fact that you have too many pieces on the e-file. So I have targets for the queen, and this is extremely, extremely important when we do assess this type of imbalances.
I've been told that a very concerned Fabi has been kind of circulating that table and going,
He should be.
Richie, let me reach in there and make a draw for you. You know, like,
It's funny that the players always do that. In the previous round, Nepo had already got into this destruction position against
Right.
Duda. He went
He
to
was
circle
really
around
nice.
the Fabi game against Alireza,
Yeah.
he actually went to the board and saw that Fabi was up in exchange and just went like,
Ooh, sorry to see that. Sorry to see that. Not surprising for me, at least. Timur did not castle long against Fabi. Instead, what he did after white castled short, Timur said, "You know what? My king might be best served on the king side." Played knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e. Yeah, right. I mean, where it's nice and safe. Tidy things up over there. On the other hand, two bishops, but I'm looking at his knight on d4, and I've got to say, that knight on d4 just feels great. I think Timur is looking back and he's saying, why didn't I play the O'Kelly?
well, I'm going to ask you a question that
Please.
I've been looking at this for a little bit and I couldn't find a concrete answer. What do you do against rook e1?
Rook e1. Okay.
Long castle. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Well, the point is, of course, it's. Oh, excuse me. I understand the joke. Very, very funny. The idea is that the rook is desired on this file. I guess you get to.
Rook e3?
To do things like this, and maybe it's nasty, maybe not. Bishop here? Where am I driving the rook? What am I doing?
Well, that's the question.
I mean, the rook's fine on like h3 or whatever. Right?
Yeah, right? It's not like it's going to be tickled off the d3.
The d3. It's
also, maybe
fine.
I can take on f6 and go rook d5 in that position. Is that an option? So here.
Yeah, worst case scenario, right? Maybe.
You have a number of bailouts.
We can take on e5 also. So we do have to consider that. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen takes d3. The king is kind of stuck on the c file, so maybe queen c1 might be a bit problematic. But
Queen c1 might actually
or queen
be
g4.
Queen g4, queen c1, they look pretty dangerous, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a missing c7 pawn, things could happen. Rook e1. Okay, I haven't found that easy an answer. If I hit you with h6, that's you could take an f4. Would that be ridiculous?
I could take on f4. I could
Why
take
not?
and go knight e4.
Take a knight e4.
You can also go bishop h4, right?
You could also just go back and ask you, how did h6 really help you, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's why we have Christian. Christian, what is the answer to rook e1? We're not finding
There's
it.
no immediate answer. Actually, after rook to e1, you're just supposed to give up the pawn. Rook to
What?
e1, either rook to d8 or just simply castle. But it does seem like rook to d8, rook takes e5, and just castle and try to find some sort of compensation in this position. Knight to c6 is a threat, more or less. So you do have to kind of gauge
Deal with
that move around.
Let
And
me get this straight.
how do you play?
Let me get this straight. White has a pair of bishops.
Right.
And is up a pawn.
As up a pawn.
And you have a threat that
You
realistically
still
I can
have
take care
one
of,
piece
right?
that is kind of unclear of how to develop
Okay,
it.
queen f1.
So,
Queen f1.
Queen to f1.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Don't I have some? No, I don't have knight f3 right now.
E7 is
Because
hanging.
the e7 bishop is hanging at the
Yes.
end.
And if you go knight c6
So
and
let's
we
go back?
drop back with the rook, I mean,
Yes, I'm getting some ideas, some trickies in the position.
Bishop takes
Because
c7,
of,
knight
the
takes
bishop on
c3, hits the
g5.
queen.
okay, so
So
knight
you have to take on
d5.
d5,
Yeah,
right?
knight
But your
d5.
bishop
right.
g5
Take
also hits the
g5.
rook.
Then you have to go f4,
Okay.
bishop e7.
Tricky, I guess.
Yeah, it does seem like, in fact, this position is more or less equal.
Wow.
Because you're going to take on e7, I'm going to take back, and then I'm going to recapture on f5.
I would have always thought that white retains something.
At least something, right?
Not in that case. Queen
Right.
to f1,
Okay.
I think, allowed me this knight to c6 and knight d5 ideas.
Some tricks.
You do
So-
have better ways of trying to keep the pawn on the board. So rook takes e5, castle, maybe queen to e1 is the computer's recommendation. Knight to
the knight doesn't
c6,
hit, yeah.
rook to e3, but the queen on e1 right now is much better placed. So this is the discussion that we're going to see between these two players right now, but it does seem at least there's a positive for
confused.
Fabiano, and that is not only that he has a slightly better position, but also Timur has started thinking. So that's definitely an encouraging sign for Fabiano.
That
Thank you,
final
Chris.
position has
Yeah.
me absolutely tasered. Somebody yelled something in my ear, and I have no idea what it was, because I cannot believe that you have the pair of bishops, equal development, you're up a pawn, and we're just going to play chess.
Just play chess
What is
after
this?
rook d8, and you're saying, look, I'm a chess coach for the world champions, and I don't get why white isn't better. You've got the two bishops, as you've been mentioning.
That's pretty nice when you put it that way. I like that.
Okay.
It's true, too.
It's true. I've got an extra pawn. I don't have issues with my king, so it's not like there's obvious compensation. And the engine is saying, we play. By the way, let's invite you, our audience, to join with us in studio, ask us questions, and we do have social media.
Absolutely. Join us on Twitch, join us on Twitter, join us on our live chats. We are scouring the internet for the best questions.
Yes,
and
sir.
we already have one. Let's take a look. From Twitter, whoa, the old Rapport is back. But is that a wise choice against Nepo? Well,
That's the $1 million question, right? And we think before the fall goes the pride. This was not a good choice by Richard. He's really pushing the envelope, we think.
let's try to understand what's going on through his mind. And
Right.
I feel that pressure,
Yeah.
the pressure to score today.
Right.
A lot of people were asking, when are games going to be decisive? And I think one of the points I made a couple of rounds ago is that the more the tournament goes on, the more the players that are not at the top
Right.
will feel this need to win.
Yeah, the anxiety factor just grows and grows. For Richie, 6 draws in a row, it's like some Anish talcum powder
Right.
is around. And this man is used to these really double-edged fights where both sides can slip and fall. And to draw 6 in a row, that's not who he's about. And he's challenging, he's taking the risk.
I would have thought
Today.
that Richard, by this point in the tournament, either would be surging or would have fallen apart.
Exactly.
I would never have thought he's there at 50% in the middle of the pack. And I feel that right now he looks at the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm sure that he is not completely oblivious to the percentages that are being given to him qualifying to the World
Sure.
Championship match right now, and they're dismal.
Well, again, if you had told me he was 50%, I would say, yeah.
He won 3 and
two. He won 2, he lost 2, you know. I mean, you know, he gave up something, but yeah. And what he's done is he eschewed this repetition, and we're catching up with the players now. He did capture the queen, and this is the position we've gotten. And we think that after a move like bishop e3, it's one of those queen versus 2 rooks imbalances where for the queen to be effective, the opponent's king needs to be at risk, and or there's targets. Well, black has both.
Yeah,
After queen takes h3, the white king is at risk.
It's a permanent weakness.
Yeah.
It's a real permanent
He
weakness.
played bishop f4, actually.
He played bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 instead of bishop e3, and then
Okay.
this is the current position we have on the board.
And I know what Yasser wants to play.
I know what Yasser wants to play too. The reason I didn't like this bishop f4, in some ways, it but then that would be walking into a pin, right? So it encourages black to want to take that knight and teleport it to the d3 square where the bishop will be attacked. I don't know, bishop f4 versus bishop e3. Bishop f4 looks a little loose, but I don't see it at the moment.
I don't see a tactical issue with it, but I also don't see why you can't take on h3 and then figure it out.
Yeah, true. Queen takes h3, and we're thinking, like the viewer's question, that black is actually the one who's having more fun than white. Not to say that the tables can't be turned, but again, I'm with Cristian on this one. This still feels like we're in Nepo's prep. I don't know if bishop f4
I think
studied it.
It might be ending. It's a natural
Right.
point to end, right? The
Yeah,
end,
I
engine
like
says,
this.
I like this. We play on.
Right.
This is where we stop. And it's landed him in such a great position because I am confident that Nepo knows he's better. And the reason that I'm saying that is because he must have analyzed this with an engine. The engine told him White has to take the draw, otherwise he's worse. And what happened? Richard didn't take the draw, ergo.
He's worse. Let's jump for a moment to the game of Hikaru because we've seen a number of themes that you and Christian were talking about. You like this idea of bishop f4 and rook to e8 was played, g2, g3. And I was saying, you know, golly, but that would be a move that I would be so reluctant to play. I mean, my opponent has a light square bishop and I'm making squares around my king. The light square is a little bit weak. Takes, rook e4, and we've caught up with the players. Presuming that the move knight takes d5 is taboo, you're opening up the light squares around your king, something that maybe Duda doesn't want to do, but should we look at it? Is this a... shall we refute knight takes d5?
I would just take on d4, I guess.
Oh, you're not...
I can
I'm
also take
thinking
that,
queen
yeah.
d6 all the way, and d4 is hanging.
What's wrong with you today?
Good morning, St. Louis. I don't know what's happening. Queen takes d4. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's a very good answer.
And I think that's just equal.
That's just it.
Right?
So rook e4.
Also, can I take on b2?
I'm sorry, what did Christian say?
You want to
Knight
take
takes
on b2
d5,
after knight
maybe
takes d5.
black can be more ambitious and take on b2, he's saying.
Just to be more ambitious, but... I mean, queen takes d4 looks like an easy equality for black. Queen takes b2, maybe.
Wow.
Well,
Get to try.
It makes a sense, right? d4 still hanging.
Why not?
And the more you open up this position, the more this bishop on d7.
You
It's
know,
a yummy.
yeah, there's some nice diagonals there for that.
But how good are these players, guys? Because we were looking at the
Pretty good.
position with the engines, right? And all the way after this move bishop to b3, which seemed like it surprised Hikaru. It was a novel position for him as well. And then he spent a lot of time and he found the best, by far, the best path forward. We were looking at moves such as bishop to c6. And if I would be playing this position, probably I would try to reinforce the knight on d5, play bishop to c6, and then be worse, right? But they find, somehow they find directionally the best path forward. And this is exactly what we're seeing. Queen to b6, great move by Hikaru. And after that, bishop to f4, rook a8, instantaneously played, by the way, which was the best move once again by the engine. g3, bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, rook to e4, again the best move by the engine. They're just so good, all of them.
Well, that's why they're candidates.
And it brings me the question of Ding Liren, because in the game of Ding Liren, after this move, bishop f5, tickling this knight on c2, bishop d2, black said, hey, look, man, let me just develop the pieces. And I thought that White's whole setup was based on the idea that he wanted to play b3.
Which means that you can play b3 now. You
Yeah.
set yourself up for it.
Right. I mean, I've got this pawn on c4, kind of sits out there like a sore thumb. A weakness that I can easily cover, no doubt, but I should do it now and play the move b2, b3. And suddenly I saw this move rook c1 and I got completely confused. In other words, what you were just saying, I'm with you 100%, Christian. The accuracy of the players is marvelous,
Super
something
high,
to behold. Then I see this move rook c1 and I'm saying, is that accurate? Why did I play rook b1?
Well, Yasser, I'll tell you this.
Yes.
It's clear that there's two players in this tournament that are playing
Outside, out of their minds. They're fantastic. 2,900 TPRs, by the way, on these guys.
from the others.
Yeah. Nobody's standing out.
Only Hikaru, in my
Who's
opinion.
1-1.
I think Hikaru's played the best out of everybody else. He hasn't gone in the opening positions that he really wanted. It felt that in some cases he was just solving problems.
With the exception of his game with Nepo.
Exactly.
He comes out of that opening with something to work on.
But I think he played very well against Alireza. I'm still really impressed by that game where he got out-prepared and is able to just calculate his way out of trouble. But from the other candidates,
They're not impressive.
But guys, if Fabiano wins this, Nepo wins this today and everybody else draws, this tournament is pretty much over for everybody but Fabiano and Jan.
We think it's 90%.
We think it's
even
already
before
more
today.
than that, even
It's going to be
today.
95%. I mean, a miracle would have to intervene for some other player to win this one.
It's true.
It really
it's true.
is. I mean, if
And
Richard...
also, those guys at the top are beating those guys in the midway, the halfway, and in the bottom. So they're just pushing them
down, further down, and down
further
and down.
Right, exactly.
It would be Hikaru if he draws this game, and he would be a point and a half away from Fabiano, from the second place.
A point and a half from
And 2 points behind Jan.
And
With only what, 7 games left?
7 games left. We will only have one round left. If
Nepo wins,
Yeah.
we think the
We
magic
think.
numbers could be 8.5 and 9.
8.5 or 9, we think wins the candidates.
Right.
It might at least force a playoff.
If he wins, he would go to 5.5
Yeah.
points.
The current. This is not the current score. The current
Yeah.
score is 4.5. We were jumping the gun a little bit.
Just
Our
to
production team is very excited about their
enthusiastic.
position.
Very
About the position here.
Well, I would be excited about his position as well because the computer is giving him already a decisive advantage.
What?
What?
A
What did we
decisive
do?
advantage. Minus 2.3
Queen
in the position
takes
right now after
H3.
Rook 81. Queen takes H3 came on the board.
Right.
Gift me the pawn.
Yep.
Rook 81. And right now, after the move H5, which to my eyes is not a very natural move.
Yeah,
He played
H6, which I was
makes much more
expecting.
A little bit
yeah.
more natural.
Much more sense, absolutely. It seems like
That controls the
H5,
knight.
he was trying to get
Why not?
actually the pawn all the way to H3 and try to create some problems that way for the white king. That was the computer's estimation about the position. H6 was played much more of a human's approach.
Yes, of course.
The position still remains extremely difficult for a white from a
Once you-
practical perspective, but also from an objective point of view.
Wow. Could you put H5 on the board once
Yes.
more? Because if you
Yes.
played H5, you're saying the computer's anticipating getting that H5 pawn to H3.
Yes.
That's not intuitively obvious
later on in the game. So
how it gets there.
it does feel like you're going to try to use all of your pieces. So reroute this knight from A6, C7 to E6, get the queen back to F5, and then push the pawn and try to squeeze white's king like that.
So let me put a move out there. I understand your plans. I see the knight currently corralled on A6. Let me
Yes.
go A3.
A3, yes, that's okay. I'll go knight C7 or knight C6.
Well,
Whoa,
well,
whoa, whoa. Knight C7, I will be very happy to take that
I'm
one.
always looking at the position with the bishop on E3. This bishop F4 just didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Through-
tasered us, yeah.
Through
So
us
knight
off.
C5 and you trade.
Trade, yes.
And this is a decisive advantage for black. See, I would never guess that.
Yeah. Decisive advantage.
vulnerable
well, queen to F5,
king.
H4, H3 is coming. So how do you stop that?
I understand. I would guess that black is better. If you gave me as a human,
It's -3 almost.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed. If you had said
-1.
minus 0.7, I would be
-3
there.
almost.
Yeah, I would reject going to this position if I had a draw in hand.
Right.
Just
But
instinctive.
not feeling
Not
that I was
feeling that I'm
pieced
lost,
down.
yeah.
The thing is, your pieces, or at least one of your
Wow.
most important pieces, the rook on F1, is pretty much paralyzed.
That is a good
You
point.
have to keep the rook on F1 to defend the pawn on F3. And you cannot play this position with only one rook and the bishop. The bishops kind of cancel each other, and you cannot play the position with a rook versus the queen. You're not going to be able to create any sort of chances, any sort of targets in my position with only one rook. And this is the idea. Whenever we see this type of imbalances, both sides need targets. As white, you don't have any targets.
Very
And you
true.
cannot run. The rooks need to stay connected so that they defend each other. But the problem is the rook on F1 is tasked with the defense of the pawn on F3.
When
and
you look
cannot
at
move that away.
when you make that compelling argument that you're making that the rook on F1 is tethered to the rook on D1, you play a move like B4 and I play bishop D4.
Then it's just
you kind of
exactly-
go, oh.
Yep.
Oh, I was trying to chase your bishop into
A worse square,
A
yeah.
worse square, and I've actually made it even worse. By the way, we do have, after the move H7, H6, we do have the move bishop on F4, drop back to G3
-3.
minus
-3.
It's the same idea, right? You just
same
go
idea.
knight C5.
I like that move, knight C5.
I mean, the spirit of the position really never changes.
No, the rook on F1 can't move.
Can't move.
How lost is this position right now? And how bad was Richie's decision to keep going, keep playing this position?
Right. Well, join the conversation, and let's pile up on Richie today. Again, I can't stop saying this. Richie's 6 draws is really confounding. It's not what made him...
Because he does this.
Yes.
Yes,
because he does this.
Right.
But then because he can beat a Firouzja too,
right,
and outplay anybody in
really.
the field. I'm playing knight c5 -3. Holy cow. I mean, that didn't expect. In the game, by the way, once again, his line score, 6 consecutive draw. Just can't win again.
Oh, on the other
Have
hand,
you
he hasn't
had
lost.
those tournaments where you just feel like everything you try, you're -3, you're +3, you're -3, you're +3, and you're drawing all your games, and you just can't figure out what's going on?
It's very frustrating.
It truly is.
It really is. Somehow it's even more frustrating than winning and losing.
Having
Having the wave, right? Like,
right?
Yeah. It feels that
the roller coaster.
The roller coasters, but you think it's part of chess. I played a
Right.
strong player. I was black, and then I took my chances with white, or
Right.
like I had a miracle with black. You're happy because you feel like you're playing a tournament. Sometimes you feel like you show up.
There's nothing you can do. It's preordained. All the games are drawn. Can't get out of it. That's it. Go away.
Go away, right? Go away. Why are you even in the tournament? But I have felt like that a lot.
Exactly.
In some events.
And
Well,
conversely, too, you get on the roller coaster ride and you say, oh my God, this is driving me nuts. I'm going to make a safe, solid draw. Not even close. You get even a worse emotional ride. By the way, Duda, after the move rook e4, he kind of backed down. He said, you know what? You guys are right. Pawn on d4 is hanging. Let me just deal with that. Probably you don't want to touch my pawn on b2. That will invite the rook dropping in.
I think you play the other rook.
Or the other rook. Because d4?
Oh, d4 is hanging. Never mind. Somehow I trapped your queen in my lines.
Okay, so queen takes b2.
Actually, can I throw in f3?
Yes, that might be
the move, right?
right. Well,
it's not over.
wait a minute. Is that completely true?
Queen b1? Queen b1 is nice.
Sweet. Okay, that's styling. Okay, very good. Still, something's going on here.
But I agree. Taking on b2, I don't think is in many people's agenda.
No.
I was more curious. I assume that the reason that he plays the e rook instead of the a rook amongst defending b2 is that I can meet bishop a4 with rook d2, and I can't in the other variation.
Bishop a4, tickling the rook. Rook d2 meets an issue, whereas in the game variation, what you're mentioning is bishop a4 can be met by rook d2 without hanging something on e1.
Even though once I said all of this, I'm still not very convinced. What's my rook doing on d2?
I worked so hard to put my rook on d2. Why am I doing this? I was thinking that this bishop might actually
go to b5.
Park itself on c4.
Well, I wanted to park it on b3.
Fair. I mean, you achieved the wondrous, odorous rook b2. I achieved the wonderful bishop b3, defending the pawn on d5 and going for the e-file. We'll keep an eye on this one because Hikaru, again with the black pieces, one of the only 3 players to win a game. Okay, he's keeping this one alive.
Yes.
Dingler in, once again. Is this move, I didn't get my question answered, is this move rook c1 accurate? Christian.
Seems to be, yeah. Rook
It
c1
is.
is just a fine move.
It's pretty good.
I mean, there are options. At this point, it's not like you're coerced to do anything like massive, right? You can play e3 if you want.
We saw b3.
b4 is a move as well to change the character of the position, but rook to c1 just maintains the character of the position as it is. Also frees up the knight on c2 from this pin. So knight to e3 now is starting to become an alternative for white. So rook to c1 makes a lot of sense to me.
But doesn't knight e5 force b3 in some ways?
Or
no?
Well, first of all, you have to get off this diagonal, right? Because knight e4 is going to capture the bishop on c5. You don't want to lose the two bishops.
That is true. So if I went,
this
for
creates, indeed, at least an immediate threat. Knight to e4, potentially even knight to d5 in certain cases. You have to be careful. So what do you do now?
Okay, I can see that the computer wants to play rook e8, which is a fine move anyway.
Yes, but this allows me to go knight to e4, right? How do we assess this position after I capture on c5?
Say queen c7 just for a moment.
Queen c7, I take.
Take.
What do you take?
With the knight.
With the knight, okay, with the knight. Yeah, and then bishop c3, bishop to f4.
I don't feel black has any problems here.
Yeah, the position remains complicated.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
So very good.
But Ali Reza on a huge thing right now. It's been about 30.
That's what he does.
It's been about 35 minutes, I think.
It's not a critical position. It's not the time to spend all of your clock allowance, right?
I think that's a very fair point, Christian.
Yeah.
It's not the moment, right? This is not that critical.
No, this is what happened a couple of days ago. He spent 40 minutes on that decision of playing knight to d2 or knight to c3, which was a very natural move. And then he had to blitz out whenever he was lost.
Yeah. Yeah, in the first dozen moves, it was the knight c3, knight d2, and I think there was even a third choice. And he just spent an enormous amount of time played knight d2 against Fabiano. Then knight f3. He didn't even go to e4.
Right.
And then it was even, and with no time, he started making mistakes.
And by the way, guys,
speaking of a long thing, right?
Jan did play the move knight to c5. This is turning into a no contest at this point. I mean, knight to c5, the moves are easy.
Easy.
That's the thing. The moves are easy for black, right?
Right.
But I don't have to worry about anything. You're not creating any threats.
That's another important part of playing chess, is this idea that your move, it's like your hand is guided to the move. I mean, you slot this piece in over here, I mean, everything flows. It's easy. You're having an easy decision. Queen versus the two rooks, you've got to coordinate the rooks, whether you get the rooks on the 8th rank, the 7th rank, on the open file. It's incumbent upon you to coordinate the rooks. When you're playing with the queen inherently is powerful wherever she is. So it's just easier as black, and especially when you have this vulnerable king. Volunteering, going into this type of position on his own accord, bad decision, bad judgment by Richie. I don't think he really feels or understands
the position,
the difficulty. Yeah,
the difficulty. I have to agree with you, because risk management in chess, it's a very real thing. You show up to the game, you get surprised, and you have to make a choice. You sometimes, as a chess player, are capable of taking a worse position and saying, you know what, it's complicated, I can outplay my opponent, the complications.
I like it,
let's go.
Right.
But the more you look at the particular position that Richie has, and he did spend an hour on this decision.
Right.
Man, the more I look at this position,
why would you embrace this?
Why would you embrace this for white, right?
Right. We do, by the way, Richie is suddenly waking up to the idea that this rook on f1 is really misplaced. It's intolerable that this queen constantly attacks the rook. It stops you from playing the desirable rook d8, and he has played the move rook e1, and I'm looking at that move, the first move that comes to my mind,
this one,
was
96, of course.
I want to stop the rook from coming in, and furthermore, because white's king is vulnerable, I want to keep the pieces on the board. I want to, now I like queen
f5,
and
h5, right.
Now that's all starting to percolate with me. I get to play h5, h4, drive this bishop on g3, which, well, let's face it, is a pretty good defensive piece of white's king, right? Suddenly the idea of h4 takes on a new desire that you want to do it. If you could drive the knight, if you could drive the bishop away, drop a knight in on f4, oh my God, it would be positional overkill.
It all comes together so easily for black.
For black. And again, White's positions are awkward, difficult making them. Trying to coordinate the rooks isn't easy. Jan is just having a stellar first half. Hard to believe. So much has gone so well for Nepo in the first half. Again, I remember Veselin Topalov in San Luis, Argentina, where the first half was unbelievable. It was like 6 out of 7, something ridiculous.
Guys.
But since that time, Nepo.
Breaking news, though.
Sir.
Radjabov, after a very long thing, he played long castle.
Whoa.
We have a game, guys.
Wait.
We have a game. After rook to e1, he played long
He
castle.
developed all his king side.
Pieces.
And then so he could have castle long immediately.
Exactly.
But first,
And then put the bishop on c5,
C5
or
or like
somewhere
whatever,
over
right?
there, right?
Long castle now. Do not allow this bishop to come to g5, attack the knight on f6.
Right.
This is the worst version.
Of course.
well, I explained it in like 2 seconds.
Why did you put the bishop on e7? No.
Now rook takes e5 comes with almost a tempo, right? So how do you continue in this position?
Yeah, 'cause you don't even-
You still have to lose some tempos to hide your king away, because if the king
course.
gets stuck on c8, you're going to have huge problems. This is starting to look really good for Fabiano, and once again, Fabiano, both him and Jan are in prime positions right now to win today. That's going to create an immense separation between them and the rest of the field.
There already
It
is.
is. It just becomes accentuated that much more so.
And 1.3 I was seeing in 1.3 is a lot.
It is a lot.
And again, coming into today's round, these two players have separated themselves from the rest of the field. They both win again. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That would really, really be amazing. Which again, yes, it's a double round robin. Yes, they're going to face each other in round 9. That's the date of destiny. That
Unmissable.
game
Unmissable day.
could clearly define the challenger.
It really could.
Because what they're doing to the rest of the field is just so bad. I mean, they might be lapping last place.
I think he already is, right? Well, the rest is on 2 and Nepo's on 4.5.
They're lapping last place.
And this is the round 9 pairings that we are talking about, because check out, I mean, nobody cares about the other games. Check out this match between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's it.
That's it.
That's the tournament.
Wow. The winner of that game.
Yeah.
That's it.
Guys, with 7 games to go, the third position will be 2.5 points behind the leader if they want to win outright. 2 points
if they want to point outright,
if they want to force a tiebreak. Only to force a tiebreak, 2 points away with 7 games to go.
Unless Hikaru wins today.
Unless
Right.
Hikaru wins.
Unless
yes.
Hikaru wins today, right?
He can
disturb
the geometry.
disturb the geometry a little bit there,
Right.
because he would still have chances, especially an important win against Duda with black. I think puts him back in somewhat of the conversation.
But at least up to this point, we don't really see that happening. He's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
in any sort of like imbalanced position.
it's not like he's
There are not
better,
a lot
right?
of. I'm not 100% sure whether he's better.
On the other hand, guys, I have to say that I really do like these candidate tournaments and Sinkfield Cup tournaments where you have, 2-horse race, and it's thrilling.
right?
Right? I mean, instead of just Fabi going 7-0 at the start of a tournament and putting it to rest, right? But to see these two players who coincidentally happen to be the last 2 challengers
I mean,
as well. It's nice.
It really is nice, and they're showing their stuff. It feels that the rest of the field doesn't show the prep I would have expected for candidates. I don't see the opening ideas. Alireza here and there, but his play hasn't been.
Wait, what about the O'Kelly, Alejandro?
Yeah, I mean,
That's great preparation for the
but
candidates.
I don't understand. Radjabov is the one that proposes this variation, takes on d5
Right.
immediately. right?
Right.
So he knew up to queen takes d5, and you're telling me that 4 moves later, the position is
almost
plus 1.3.
Yeah, it's
Right.
incredible.
So one of the things to really bring our audience into what we're struggling with. So we've got this situation right here after White has made his 11th move castles, and we all kind of poo-pooed the idea of castling long. Now, should Black play the move castles long, then we can start to understand that, well, maybe this bishop would drop to c5, the king would go to b8. Maybe on a good day, this knight would even go to e7 and maybe to c6, reinforcing his colleague, protecting the king, etc., etc. What confuses us is if you're going to castle long, you do it now. You do not delay it with the moves knight f6 and bishop e7, where the bishop is passively placed on e7, and now you make the decision to castle when maybe these two moves that you've played are not the most incisive, and you're given, in this case, Fabi, a chance to really get a sizable advantage.
Well said.
Thank you very much. I prepared it all day before I came.
All right, we are going to take a small break to gather our strength.
Thoughts? Yes.
It has been a very confusing round so far. Everything to play for still. The games
Yes.
are not over.
No.
Don't count the players out just yet. Anything can happen in chess. We're going to be right back in a few minutes after this short commercial break. What a round, guys.
True, true. See you on the other side of the break.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at AscensionCharityClassic.com.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
It's my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in an important round 7 of the candidates. And why is it important? Take a look at those standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 4.5 points is followed closely only by Fabiano Caruana. And we think they both have between
fabulous positions.
Fabulous positions between great and decisive advantages, both.
Wow. And that's what it's all about, winning tournaments and becoming the challenger. And here are the pairings for today.
Richard Rapport playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, in which we think Jan has already a crushing initiative. Jan Krzysztof Duda is currently playing a more or less quiet Nimzo Indian against Hikaru Nakamura.
Right.
Daniel Loren is still in the midst of the middle game against Alireza Firouzja. And Fabiano Caruana, we also think, is just up a pawn against Timur Radjabov.
And cruising. And in this game of our tournament leader, easy for me to say, Richie, we saw the move knight at e6, and we really thought, holy smokes, things are going great for Nepo. And after the move a2, a3, guess what? This move h5, coming back to the idea of playing h4, moving the queen, going h3, and this king is going to really, really suffer with this pawn on h3. Rook to d3, and then for me, this move is a surprise, queen f5. It's a good move. Nothing's wrong with this move, but you just played A, h5, so you could play B, which is h4. Why on earth don't you play h4? You can't give up control of the f square. Knight f4 is just going to kill you. You can't play bishop f2, right?
Well,
because it's knight f4, right?
But what do you do against knight f2?
Knight f2 is the question. Okay, so there was, no, I had this blindness because I'm sitting there saying, I so want to play h4, knight f2.
Which he did, Yasser. Queen to f5, b4, and now h4. The b came on the board. A came first, now the b is on the board.
Good. That's what it's all about, right? You want to just play...
In a much better version, because right now, if you do take on h4, I follow it up with knight to f4. Where do you put the rook?
Doesn't matter. Queen h4 is going to...
Queen h3 is one thing. Queen h5 is another one.
Yeah, if I something like rook d2, you just get hit with queen h5 or queen h3. Queen h5 specifically.
Queen h5 is much stronger,
yeah,
right?
bishop g3 happens to be a defense.
But this
no
is
defense.
over. I mean, after h4, I think you're borderline just in resigning.
I totally agree. I mean, I've been...
You can go bishop to f2, but once again, knight to f4.
I just stick my knight on f4.
You allow the pawn to
I
get
think you actually have to go all the way down the board and just... I can't live with the knight on f4.
Yeah, I agree with you, Yasser. Actually, bishop on b8 is hard to hit.
Right, just get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way.
But
right.
I'm not saying that, no. I'm not happy at all as white here. I think it's, losing actually. But it's just one of those, I had missed knight f2, so thank you for clearing the cobwebs. The current position, h4, it's all day in Nepo. This is really great. Now, why is Fabi doing so well?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Very good. The training. Castle's long, and Fabi said, I don't know, but in my world, that e5 pawn is a very good pawn. Let me take it. Rook takes e5 on the board. Knight, drop back to c6. Now, I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with rook e3. He just chose bishop takes f6 as a better way, I think, of handling
the pawn, having an extra pawn, right?
Well, the fact that you had some initiative hitting the bishop on d3. What was the? Was it a knight d? No, knight d5. There's knight b6.
Yeah, at the end of the variation.
You don't get to hassle me because knight b6 hurts your feelings. Rook e3. I guess it's bishop c5.
Maybe it's just bishop c5, and perhaps your rook is a little uncomfortable on that side of the board.
I don't know. Maybe. In any case, bishop f6, rook d5,
and
queen e7. We're up to date with the players. I'm assuming queen b3.
Queen b3 looks very logical. You defend the rook. You don't give up the d file.
You prepare to bring the rook into the game. And maybe really discourage king b8 because of a bishop takes a6 as well.
So what if after queen to b3, what if I take on c3? How does this line go?
I'll take with the pawn, I think, right? I don't see any reason to give up the file.
So if you take with a pawn, I take on d5, follow it up with rook to d8.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, where did I put my queen?
This is an issue.
Yeah.
So you probably want to go to c4, right?
I can go to c4 because you're pinned.
Correct. Yeah, we're tickling us.
I
really want to drop my bishop back. You know?
I mean, but that's the thing. Like once you drop the bishop back,
right?
It's a pawn.
Right.
So after bishop takes c3, maybe you can start with rook takes d8, right? Rook takes d8, rook takes d8, queen takes c3.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep the structure
That's
intact.
also true, actually.
Yeah, that keeps the structure nicely.
But the question is, how is the endgame? Or are you going for the endgame after queen to e5? Is that such an easy endgame? I understand you're a pawn up, but I do have some activity.
True that. Queen takes e5, knight takes e5.
The computer says that white is doing really well, but from a practical perspective, I'm wondering whether this is that easy or not.
I think I'd need to be accurate for a couple of moves. Like my evaluation of this endgame would depend on the next couple of moves. Can black really establish the rook on the 7th for a while? Can I kick it out?
And by the way, you're not forced to enter this endgame. You can go queen to c2.
No. We're just having fun with it. I always like the bishop against the knight with pawns on both flanks. I like being a pawn up. Just looking at moves like rook c1 check and or f4 with the idea of challenging the rook on the second rank without getting mated on the back rank.
Knight d3, maybe.
I'm sorry, which move?
Knight d3.
Knight David 3, yeah. And
once again, the question is, how much better? We know it's better.
Clear. I
Just
mean,
how
I
much
am
better?
giving up the bishop is not that great.
Or king d7.
I just wanted to see. This
Rook
is not a.
d5.
This is a very funny
Endgame, right?
endgame.
Rook d5.
Sorry, which move?
Rook d5.
Rook David 5.
It feels like it helps me with just push
Aren't
my
I-
pawns, yeah.
Or
h5. Let's
H5,
vacuum a
H3.
couple.
Rook e5.
Also.
Rook e5, king d6, and I wasn't sure about this endgame. King d6, rook takes d5, king takes d5.
My first feeling is I should be
over.
winning.
Should
I
be
got-
Right,
completely
right. So
wrong,
I go f6.
You can go.
Okay.
That's okay. So
Okay,
I
and
stay.
it's
King
one
c4.
of those-
Let's just say king c4.
For the tempo. But in any case, it's two result game for sure. Queen e7. I am not forced to play queen b3. The other thing I was thinking about is in the current position, you kind of go to yourself, well, what I really want to do is I want to activate this light square bishop somehow. And what's the best diagonal that I could get on is maybe the long diagonal.
You want to play bishop e4 immediately?
Or bishop c4.
Sorry, bishop, yeah,
one of those
course.
two. But the idea was we've been looking at variations where you trade on d5. Maybe I should be trying to recapture with the bishop not necessarily the queen.
That's also compelling.
Did I hear crickets?
I mean,
usually everybody can't wait to get in there with a shout, right? Like, hey, man, look, your king is hanging. You can't do that. Everybody went,
So bishop takes c3.
Bishop takes c3.
I feel I need to get rid of that knight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
G takes c3, but now this is
So
a big
if I
difference.
take on d5, you take with a queen, right? Or do you take with a bishop?
I'm not even sure, but the queen does throw in a pawn.
Yeah, I did want to take with a bishop, but
And go c4 next, right?
Yeah, well,
cement the bishop.
and then get on with my business of queen g4, queen h5, or
Whatever.
So let's see that. Let's go through
But
the
I was
lines.
trying to get my bishop, which is currently on d3,
By the way,
vulnerable square.
By the way, Favi,
Please.
has listened to you.
No, one per broadcast, we get it in, but these guys are good.
Yes, yes, they're good.
He played bishop c4.
He played bishop c4, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get that bishop, again, strategical play, are my pieces are effective. The problem with the bishop on d3, as we've seen just a moment ago, is actually vulnerable there. On the other hand, put the bishop on this long diagonal, and suddenly it's turned into an aggressor, and it's really taking over the initiative. So I like the move bishop c4. I like the fact that Fabi is a pawn up. I like the fact he's in clear second and he's undefeated. I mean, you know, things have gone well for Nepo, but things have gone very well for Fabi too.
And we were mentioning that the only player that could potentially catch these two if they do go on to win is Hikaru.
Okay.
But right now I'm looking at Hikaru's position
Against
and
Duda?
I'm getting worried.
Uh-oh.
Because check this out. So knight takes f4, rook to e4, rook to d1. I think this is basically where we left it after rook to d1.
Yeah.
Bishop to c6, but we were looking at something else.
Bishop
a4.
There's a way
Bishop
to
A4.
defend this pawn on d5 from a more active position.
Right.
That is
right.
bishop to a4 followed by bishop to b3.
That's what we thought.
Also hinting at bishop c4 ideas. I have a lot of intriguing ideas. And after that, I can develop my own counterplay via the e file. He played the move bishop to c6, which strikes me a bit as a passive decision. By Hikaru, h4 came, rook to e8, queen to c3, and now g6. You have to make a decision. By the way, how are you going to create more space for your king? Luft with h6 or Luft with g6. The problem is both of them visually don't look very compelling. If you go h6, I can play the move h5, and then this knight coming to g6 at all times looks quite threatening, right? So he decided to go g6, but now it just feels like it's a game for two results. I don't see the activity for black, and I see that white can improve their position quite easily. Knight to d3 at some point if you don't pay too much attention, and this is exactly why the engine wants to play a4.
Kick out the queen and go
Kick the
knight
queen
d3.
away, and then go knight d3, knight d5.
Right.
If I manage to get knight to e5, I think strategically you're borderline lost.
Right.
So you have to stop me at all costs. You have to go a5. But now that's another weakness for my queen to look at. I can go b3, reinforce the structure on this side,
the bishop.
and then go rook c1, queen c5 at some point maybe, just develop my position. And what are you going to do as black? Where is your counterplay? Where are the counter chances?
I'm ready to jump in with some answers.
Yes.
For me, I really don't like the move g6. I don't like the move g6.
He spent a lot of time on it.
It's a very strange move, and if I can get in why, it's because when taught as master level players, I think, that you have a bishop and only one bishop.
Right.
You don't put
Your
all
pawn.
of your pawns on the same square, because then your bishop looks ridiculous.
That's point number one. Point number two is the very, very desirable move is rook takes f4, g takes f4. Now, if your queen was on d8, you get no rewards for wanting to play queen takes h4. The other thing is, when you have such a position, you're thinking about a rover. You put your pawn on g6, you're denying yourself this opportunity of potentially sacrificing an exchange. And you know, it's a real pity that this bishop, by the way, is on c6 and not anywhere, you know, like close to making a kingside entrance, if you will. Rook takes g4, g takes f4. Is this terrible what I'm doing? I mean, just help me out here. How bad would have been this? I'm assuming queen g3.
Yeah, I don't know if I would start with the move queen d8.
I'm assuming...
I feel here you're overplaying your hand, because as long as I have something like h5 and I stop you. But I think that if I like your move rook e4 first.
Okay.
I really like that idea of targeting the pawn and then figuring it out.
Going there after or
right,
something.
Because who defends this?
It's got to be the queen. It's not going to be the rook.
But from where?
d2, g3.
Once you go queen d2,
yeah,
I'll go your beloved queen d8. So
queen d8.
I dragged your queen to a worse square.
Right.
And now I'm munching on h4.
Okay, so here's the way I go about, in my mind, organizing attacks. Okay. The queen is the last person I worry about. The queen gets there. It just
gets there, right.
The piece I worry about is the bishop. Okay, I got to get that guy to f3. I don't know how I'm going to get the guy to f3, you know, but I got to get the queen might go to d8. It might go to G6. It might go to H6.
I'm opening a lot to this position. I like this exchange sacrifice.
Exactly. But any exchange sacrifice where you played the move G6 becomes less attractive to my eyes. The move G6 doesn't fit with these attacking ideas. He didn't do it. He did play the move G6. Let's see where this is taking him. G6 on the board, B4, and we've caught up with the players. Okay, isn't it knight D3, knight E5, Christmas time?
Most likely that's going to come, and we're going to come back to
this
one.
D4 keeps hanging. Sorry.
Guys, a lot of things are happening in the Nepo game.
Let's do it.
So a lot of changes. B4 was played H4, bishop to B8. This was the move that we were discussing. It made the most sense. You have to keep control of the F4 square. Knight to G5 came on the board, and now rook D to E3. But now we're entering a straight line of calculation, which just simply allows black to get a decisive advantage. And I think this is why Nepo played the move knight to G5. Anticipating this trade, you have to take back with the f-pawn, because if you take with the rook, queen takes f3, that's game over. And now queen to f2. If you drop with this rook, I'm going to get the check and then put the pawn on h3. That's going to paralyze your position. So this
F forever.
h3 forever. You're done. This is over. I'm going to go bishop e7, bishop to h4 next, and the game is going to be over.
Clear?
Yeah.
Oh.
You cannot kick my queen away with this rook, because that's a checkmate in one move. So how do you get to my queen? I am threatening to go h3, right?
Yes, you have to play h3
Bishop
yourself.
takes a7, sure, but once again I go h3, rook to g1, you have to defend against checkmate. Bishop to d6.
Threatening mate.
Threat after threat after threat. And after e5, take on e5, you actually cannot take on e5, because you get checkmated again.
Right.
Queen to f3. I'm not taking your bishop. I'm
That's
not
a
interested
lovely
in your
variation.
bishop. Queen to f3.
Chris.
So we're entering this straight line, and it does seem like after queen to f2, maybe h3 is the only way out. But what if I start threatening your rook now?
Develop
bishop to e7, followed by bishop to g5. You cannot take on a7 because you're pinned. After bishop g5 is resignation time. So what do you do next? It just seems like right now we're entering a straight line, very easy play for Nepo. And once my bishop lands on g5, that's going to come with more and more threats that you're just simply not going to be able to parry. This is what I'm seeing right now. If you have to drop to e2, allow me to go queen to f3 and get another pawn, the one on a3, start picking up those pawns on the queen side. This is just too easy. The king is unsafe. You're not able to create any counter chances as white. It just feels over.
One of the gentlemen of the world who could answer all of our questions is actually going to join us.
With us, we have Super Grandmaster, former World Blitz champion, Lenier Dominguez Perez. Welcome to the show, Lenier. It has been a confusing round for us. We need you to help us out. What is going on today?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was a bit surprised with the game of Rapport against Nepo.
Yep.
Because I think if you go for this line with white, I mean, you understand that it's this is a draw, and it was a bit surprising to me that he went for this position with 92. And
did you know it? Did you know it before the game happened? You are a Petrov expert.
I actually played this line once, this queen b3, in a rapid game, which didn't go so well for me, but I was aware that this is the best line for black, or at least one of the best lines. And but it's, of course, if you don't know that you have to play like this with black, then it's very difficult. But clearly Nepo knew the line well. He played all these moves very quickly. He knew bishop h3, of course. And then, yeah, I think it's, of course, white has to repeat moves. But, yeah, to go for this position, I didn't really understand why Richard went for this. Because it looks, I mean, not only the computer gives, of course, a big advantage to black, but also if you look from the human point of view, I mean, with such a king, it's clearly going to be very easy for black to play, and I mean, clearly white is going to be suffering here.
Lanier, first of all, good to see you, my friend. Is it as surprising for you as it is for ourselves that we're seeing a two-horse race exclusively? Everybody else is very, very, very slowly drifting away. And it's all about the Nepo and Fabi show. Surprising for you that Dinglerin, Alireza Firouzja, a number of other players haven't won a single game?
Yeah, a bit. I mean, I was thinking before the tournament that Fabiano and Ding are the favorites. I was actually thinking that Ding might do well because he's been very consistent the last few years, and he didn't have a great tournament, the last candidates, but I thought that maybe this is the one where he's going to play well, and he certainly has the level to win the tournament. So, and Fabiano, of course, is very experienced. He's very, very strong. So I thought that those two players are going to be the main favorites, which is not like a super revelation or something. But I think, yeah, from the rest, I kind of knew that Nepo. I mean, from the rest, if I had to pick one to let's say win the tournaments, I thought that Nepo could be maybe one of them, because first of all, already he won once, which shows that he has what it takes to win this tournament. And he's, you know, when he's in shape and things are going well for him, he plays very quickly. He can beat anyone easily, and he can win tournaments. So not really surprising for me, but I think what we have seen in the candidates traditionally is that the second half of the brings some surprises normally. So players who are, let's say, on the lower part of the table start to win some games against the people who are at the top, and then the tournament becomes more interesting. So let's hope that there are still some excitement.
Lanier, good to see you, my friend. First of all, what do you feel separates these two players right now, Jan and Fabiano, from the rest of the pack?
Well, I think Nepo clearly is in good shape. And as I was saying, I feel that when he's in good shape, when things are going his way, he can just be very, very strong, as he showed already in the last candidate. So this seems to be one of his tournaments, so it's going to be hard to fight with him. But I think, yeah, obviously Fabiano, because also, first of all, he's scoring pretty well in the tournament. He seems to be playing well. He's super well prepared and very experienced. So so far, I think those two obviously have been the most consistent, and they seem to be in shape. So the rest, yeah, they all seem to be a bit off shape. For example, Firouzja is clearly not playing at his best level, and the same for example, Duda and Rapport. You see games like the one today, or I think Richard was also losing against Radjabov at some point. Mm-hmm. Which shows that he's, probably not in his best shape. It's a similar story, I think, with the rest of the players.
It seems to be the consistency that you mentioned of these two players. Now, as we enter the second half of the event, the big question remains, how is Nepo going to play in the second half of the event? What is your prediction?
Yeah, I think he'll continue to do well. I mean, he might lose some game, of course. It can happen to anyone there, but I think that, I mean, if I had to predict something, I would say that he will do well. So it will be tough to keep pace with him for Fabiano and other players who might get close. So let's see.
Okay, before we let you go, a couple of things. First of all, give us your insights on the current position of Fabi and Timur, and then you got to tell us what's next on your schedule. I know you're going to the Olympiad, right? Fabi's just played the move Queen D3. How do you like the situation? Is extra pawn for white?
Yeah, it doesn't look so easy, of course, because opposite color bishops and black can hope for some simplification and some drawish endgame. But yeah, clearly white is calling the shots here. So,
but winning percentages, do you see it as a 2-result game?
yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that white should be, of course, the only player pushing here. But at the same time, it doesn't look so easy to me. It feels like black can just be fine if white doesn't play like super precise here.
Super precise.
If I go, I don't know, I can play knight b4.
Knight to d4.
B4, I think it's
Knight to b4.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Knight b4, you take on d8 and
Check first, right?
maybe queen g3. Yeah.
Queen g3 check first. I'm guessing the king.
Yeah, king a8.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Yeah, well, the traitor rook d1.
Yeah, d8, d8.
Yeah, smack, smack.
Maybe a3 or something. Yeah.
Right.
To play knight d5.
To play knight d5. Good stuff. And again, back to you, Lanier. Tell us what's coming up for you.
So I'm going to play the Olympiad, as you mentioned. But first, I'm going to play an online event, part of the Magnus Tour, starting on July 10. And then after that, I'll play the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, the Rapid and Blitz. And then I'll go from there to India to play the Olympiad. So I have 3 tournaments in a row now.
Nice. So you've got a busy summer coming up.
Now, Lanier, before we let you go, now talk to us about this decision of Ricci to continue the game at that point in which he got surprised in the opening. He knew that, but he spent an hour and decided to shy away from the repetition. Have you ever been in those type of situations, and what is usually your thought process?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In fact, I would be curious to see what was his thinking, because I don't think he was surprised. I mean, he played all these moves quickly, and when you do that, it's clear that you looked at this position, and you know what's the objective evaluation. So I don't know if he, let's say, just didn't want to make a draw, or if he thought that the position with the 2 rooks for the queen, although he knew that the computer estimates the position to be better for black, maybe he thought that practically is interesting for white. Maybe it's not that easy, that white can play it simply with the 2 rooks. But I don't think he was surprised. I mean, I think he knew all this, because if you play this line with white, you're supposed to know. And I think he knew, and he played all those moves quickly. So yeah, I don't know. I think he just thought that the position it's anyway interesting for white, that he might be worse objectively, but he maybe liked his chances or something with the 2 rooks. But yeah, again, for me, it's not so easy to understand why he
do you feel maybe it was a bit of a frustration that he drew all his games up to this point? He's not used to drawing so many games. Any of that?
It could be, yeah, it could be. But again, if you feel the need to just play and not make a draw, then you might choose a different line. Because if you choose this, it's clearly very concrete line, just move per move. Either you are better, or or you have to make a draw. So if you go for this line, then it seemed to me that the strategy was just to test Nepo if he plays the correct line, the correct moves. But yeah, just to go like this, it seems to me that the only justification is that he somehow thought that the position is still interesting for white after this queen takes f8 and stuff.
Lanier, we just want to say thank you so very much for taking time out of your day and joining us. It was a delight to have you on the show and get your insights. Very, very good luck in the future.
Thank you. Great to see you guys.
Thank you, Lanier. Great to have you on board. And of course, he's going to be joining the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb. And that airplane from Zagreb to India, it's going to have a couple grandmasters in it.
Yeah, you're going to have to look. If somebody goes down, who's the new number one? I wanted to say that the position that Richard and Jan have achieved is a fantastic indication of how the two rooks are suffering.
Oh, yes.
So the two rooks tied to one another, but they're not on an open file. In fact, these rooks are really, really clumsy. They're stuck together. They can hardly move. And in the meanwhile, as soon as black plays the move bishop g5, you can see it's white's king that is going to come under, a very, very serious assault. We'll just make a move on the board. We actually achieved this position actually earlier, and Christian was the first one to point out, God bless him, that, you could just take a pawn.
You could just take a pawn, but...
And ask white, what the heck are you doing?
But you could also even, I think, take the h3 pawn by force, right?
Can you?
I think you play bishop f4.
You can, yeah.
Oh, that's nasty.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4 as well.
Pick up the h3
You pick up the h pawn by force, and then you start rolling.
Yeah, well, what a majority that would be. Check. If you're trying to avoid or what have you, there's no way.
You don't even have rook g2. Because the rook on e1 is hanging. You do have rook g2 in that instance, but then you give me another check. This one is completely over.
Brutal. Yeah, I would take the a pawn. I like the fact that I have the bishop. Sorry.
Do I take the h pawn and the a pawn by force?
You do. You take on h3 with check,
and then you take on
a3.
Well. This is over. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
wow. Again, Lanier, well, I mean, he was, Fabi's better, but it's a hard slog. It's not easy.
That we were perhaps either exaggerating his advantage, or perhaps he missed a chance with the last couple of moves. Hard to say. The variations we were looking at with the move knight b4, knight b4 to me looks very logical. You want to get this active rook on d5 out of your face.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Right?
Right.
And I think this line is more or less forced. You take on d8 either before or after, queen g3 check.
Yeah, and here was my question. Should I take or should I drop back?
Should I stay or should I go?
Should I stay or should I go? Right. I was thinking if I drop back, I mean, I'm not developing your rook. I mean, I'm inviting you to develop my rook before...
How do we feel about our chances after developing rook h e8, for example? I assume you have to give some luft.
Yes, I was desperately, reaching for some kind of a luft. But yes, h2, h3.
And let's hop around a bit. Maybe actually, the move rook here maybe wasn't that good. But I wanted to play something like knight c2.
Yes.
Knight d4.
Yes.
Hoppity hop, attack some stuff.
But okay, your knight was here some time ago. If you had wanted a hippity hop, you could have gotten there.
I could have gotten there, but I did get rid of your rook on d5. It's now behind the knight.
Which is very nice for me because now the d5 square is the
available.
ideal square.
That's very true.
For my knight. I do understand, of course, the highly desirable knight d5 will be awkward for me to meet. But one day I will prep knight to d5, whether it's by moving my queen. But all right, I do like Fabi's chances. I think they're very good, in fact. And we did see the move queen b4 by Timur.
Interesting.
Queen d3, queen b4 on the board.
Well, it immediately puts a question, right? Queen takes b2 actually is a winning threat, so you need to defend from this somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop b3, I guess?
Bishop b3, logical move. I was also, I don't get that about myself, but I'm so provocative that sometimes, it's like the moment you make your threat, I go, I don't believe you, not one single bit. Go ahead, execute your threat. I'm going to play knight e4. If you go queen b2, ha, 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 I'm going to kill you. You shouldn't have done. And then I miss something, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you can show what you missed.
Knight b4.
No, knight b4 here, but I think earlier knight e5 was winning for black, unless I'm missing something.
Oh, probably. Missing a
Queen
couple of
b4.
things. So queen b4 has a dual purpose action, right?
And that's
serious.
That's pretty serious, right?
So my knight e4 would be embarrassed.
The rook on d8 is currently defended by the bishop on f6.
Yes, it is.
And you're pinned, so you cannot take on e5. It's also defended.
This is over.
Everything is wrong. Yeah. So
I think you have to go bishop b3, maybe.
Bishop b3 looks, as we would say, box or forced. And knight a5. You know, this bishop on f6 is actually pretty.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, all things considered. Let's call that an all-star bishop. It does defend d8. It does hit c3. Maybe knight a5 is the way. I'd like to take that bishop.
Definitely,
actually,
yeah.
right?
It's a good bishop.
If I could. Okay, maybe Lanier was right that we didn't look at this move queen b4.
I actually like this move queen b4 a lot.
Yeah, we're warming up to it, right?
I'm really warming up to this move. It finally creates a threat, and the moment that you put white on the back foot, the pawn doesn't matter that much just yet. It's something that's a very long-term pawn.
Yep.
It's not a pawn that's really crushing any of black's pieces.
Yep. I get it. I get it.
I just want to
Cristian, jump in,
display
please.
the sadness of White's position, the sadness of Richie Rapport's position.
That hasn't moved.
H3 bishop e7 was played, and now he had to play the move bishop to h2, followed by bishop to g1. It's just such a sad position. Queen to d2 is going to come. He's completely busted at this point. Queen to c2, pick up.
Queen anywhere, no?
Queen to c2 to pick up the pawn on c4. That's one way. Queen to d2, queen to d3. That's another way. This is just completely over. But it's just such a sad situation in which you simply don't have any moves, and you know what's coming. There's going to be a threat on the third rank. Your rook is going to get kicked off the third rank, and then it's just going to be game over, resignation time. So this is what we're seeing right now. Queen to d2, by the way, is on the board. Rook to e2 is what the computer is saying, but after queen to d4, you still have to move this rook. I'm still picking up the c4 pawn. It's just a sad
It's funny that you allow rook g3.
Right, but it's embarrassing. G2, ooh, C4 saying, winning with black in first place. Gosh, I mean,
in the Petrov.
Cruising in the Petrov.
It's in the Petrov that you know you got in your prep and you're forcing the draw.
Wow!
Wow, awesome! You're in first place, black against Rapport. You force the draw. Everything's going swimmingly until
Rapport refuses the draw.
Rapport's like, no. How about a full point?
Yeah. Much better.
Much better.
Isn't it? The queen is dominating. Nepo is just like, he's going to come to the press conference and he's going to say, I apologize, but everybody's giving me points. I mean, I feel like it's Christmas and I'm getting everything on my wish list.
In some ways, right? Because a couple of games that I can think of, they forced Nepo to do his business. Like here, Richard's like, show me your prep.
Okay.
Nepo says, here's my prep. And then Richard says, I don't believe it. Very strange stuff. Similarly with Alireza, Alireza brings his prep to Nepo, says, this is my sharp variation of the knight, or bang, 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 but doesn't understand the position.
Right.
Gets completely outplayed.
King b1. Very useful move.
And I looked back at that opening after the game was over, and I saw that King b1 is actually not in the top engine moves. And it might have discombobulated Alireza, but then that's where your understanding has to kick in, right?
Right.
Like understanding of the position. But Nepo clearly knew where the ball was rolling.
Well, and that's one of those cases where the engine can be a fiend, because I think a lot of players would say, okay, King b1 is not the engine's top choice, but as a human being, you oftentimes want to tuck your king away on the queen side when you're castled long. So a poor prep in that case. But everything has gone Nepo's way. We do have rook on d3 to e2. We're expecting the move queen to d3, hitting this one with check.
How do you not play
hitting
that move, right?
this one, and if Richie were to resign, it would not be a surprise. This position is simply gone.
How gone is it? Like bishop to
completely
e3? What do you do?
I was thinking about bishop e3, and you know what was funny? I was actually wondering if you're an actual Zugzwang after just moving my bishop away.
It's
Because if you move your bishop, you lose your h3 pawn. If you move your rook, I go queen e4 and then bishop c3.
Right?
If you move your
I mean, how bad is it? Well, it's so bad that I don't even want to take a pawn with check.
yeah, I think that's how bad. I mean, you could take on e4. I just don't
With
know why.
check.
With check, I just don't know if I want to.
yeah, I picked at the engine. It's minus 5.2.
Did you say Zugzwang? Our producer, Tom, was so excited the moment you told him a word that he's familiar with.
Yeah.
No, we said Zwischenzug. It's the language of chess.
But we still got those. And if you're not familiar with some of them, well, Luft, flight square, the check, and we got our.
I'm really surprised that Tom hasn't understood the term checkmate. The term checkmate. So I, as a sports fan, love the fact that there are touchdowns and home runs and goals in international sports. So here I am, this chess grandmaster. I travel the world. People ask me, what do you try to do in your life? And I say, give checkmate. That's such a lame thing. If I said, I score touchdowns, that I would be hailed. I give checkmate. Where does it come from? Where does the term checkmate come from? Well, from the game of Chaturanga. The game went to Persia, modern-day Iran. And in Iran, they have the king, who is a Shah. And when the Persians played chess with one another and they put the king, the Shah, under the attack, they would say, Shah, like, hey, dude, watch out, Shah, you're... And when the king was destroyed, it was Shah Mat. The king is dead. Shah Mat. And from the word Shah, we get check to the king, and Shah Mat became checkmate. So there's the history of the word checkmate, because I always felt robbed. Give me a touchdown. What the heck is a checkmate? And then I kind of appreciated Shah Mat.
Did you like it more?
I liked it more when I learned the root of the word, how it evolved.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
you never see a checkmate.
Tom makes a compelling point. When was the last time we saw an actual checkmate on the board?
It's been a while,
yeah.
right? Those grandmasters, they're so fast, they resign before they get checkmated. We do have bishop e3 on the board.
And we do have bishop f6, which...
Damn, that's really rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? It's just saying,
Richie has actually
go ahead,
2
make
minutes.
a move.
He has 2 minutes to make his last move.
It's not a pretty sight because there's no moves in the position.
Or
Bishop
he can
C3.
resign.
Or he can resign. That's also legal.
Bishop C3 is being threatened. You've mentioned, well, what's wrong with grabbing pawns? Queen E4 check is on Queen C4.
The only problem with grabbing pawns is that you almost have to choose. And as I was saying that, I realized, not really. You can pick all of them.
Well, one,
and the other.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's really bad.
What's happening in the other games, Christian? We kind of lost sight of the number one versus number two.
Not as much. So the one between Dingli Ren and Ali Reza, this one has fizzled out. A lot of things have been exchanged, and it does seem like it's headed towards the draw. Not much is happening in this one. No problem on the time for either player. Hikaru versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. A lot of things have changed also. After b4, bishop to a4 came on the board. Quite a precise move, making sure that these pawns are not going anywhere. Because if you do allow the move a4 for white, then you're probably going to get in big trouble. So you have to play the move bishop to a4, rook to d2, and now queen to c6, inviting the queen trade, which will ease some tension regarding your king's position. Of course, if we get the queens off the board, h5 or anything of that nature doesn't come with as much impact against the black king. So I like this move, queen to c6. If you try to avoid it, I don't actually see how you can do that, right? So you can go queen to b2. The problem is that Right now, at least I have control of the c file, and I can redirect my bishop to the square c4, a much better square. From c4, not only that I will be defending the pawn on d5, but also I'm controlling the knight quite well. Any sort of knight jumps, knight to d3, knight to e5, which once again, if white manages to get there, the game is pretty much over from a strategical point of view. So you have to stop white at all costs from going knight d3, knight d5. Bishop to b5 makes a lot of sense. Get the bishop to c4. It does seem like black managed to stabilize the position with the last few moves. This move b4, allowing bishop to a4 and queen to c6, was perhaps not the most precise way forward for white.
And what about queen c5?
Queen c5 is a move as well, yes.
For white. I don't, queen b2
Queen
struck me
c5,
as a little bit passive.
I agree, I completely agree. And now the same thing is most likely going to happen. I don't think you can take on a7. I know.
No, that's too dangerous.
Yeah.
That's way
You love
too
to take these
dangerous.
pawns, but this is probably going to spell trouble.
No. I'm
Rook
not signing.
F4 coming, yeah.
I don't like queen f3. I'm not letting
Rook e1, queen
rook
f3. You're
e1.
getting checkmated here.
No.
So.
But in that position, after queen c5, bishop b5, could I play a move like, I don't know, f3 or
f3, really?
or king g2
f3,
or
rook to e1.
rook to e1? We trade.
Take,
And then rook c1, right?
Oh, you got queen
Rook to
e8.
c1 is a nice one, yes.
Okay.
I also have rook f1, yeah.
Guys, let's
Yes.
jump to the Nepo game because it does seem
We
like he's just
think
simply
he's
about to win. This is pretty much over. He took on a7 on the 40th move, allowing queen h3, king g1, queen g3. The h-pawn is still coming. It's going to be joined by the bishop as well. I think this is just over.
I think I can also just pick up one of the rooks, right?
Yeah, I
With
think
bishop
this is just
c3.
over. So here,
Like king
You
h1.
mean
I assume
king-
king h1, right?
I was thinking king f1. but-
king f1, bishop c3.
I actually don't think it matters, right? I go bishop c3 anyway.
So
You
against
can
king
start with a
f1,
check. You can go bishop c3.
bishop c3,
Yeah, where you put the-
disrupting the coordination of the rooks. Where am I going?
So
with
bishop
my
c3,
rook?
maybe rook e3 might be a bit
No, rook
of an
e3, queen
issue.
f4, right? And just pick up e1.
That's convincing, absolutely convincing.
Bishop c3 makes a lot of sense as well.
And if I have to move my rook, then I'm walking into
Queen f3. And here you have to choose between giving me queen h1 or immediately giving me the rook on...
Hobson choice, and it's not
It's
a
over.
goodie.
Yeah, it's over,
I have to drop my bishop back. But no, this is terrible. This is absolutely, absolutely terrible. And I have to say, for Richard, you know, the 6 draws, yeah, it's pretty sad that, you know, I haven't been able to win a game. But on the other hand, I haven't lost. A loss for Richie, and that's what we're predicting, that ends his tournament. He's not his maiden experience.
We even thought that before today's round, he already had drawn his way out of the tournament, and a loss here just really seals the deal.
Exactly.
We think that this game, coupled with a potential win by Fabiano, will actually end the tournament for everybody else but the two of them.
Two favorites.
Unless Hikaru somehow pulls some miracle.
It's a win-it-all event, and if you're like 2.5 points away or like 2 points away from tying with the first place with only 7 games left, that's pretty much impossible at this level.
Right. And I'm looking at this position too, by the way. H3. I know your bishop C3.
He
That's
played
really,
it.
really good.
He didn't think too much about it. He just pushed the pawn.
H2 is coming.
Dang, that is.
I mean,
that's awesome. That is really a powerful move. And ooh.
Once again, it's just the sadness of this whole position for white. There's
Right.
nothing you can touch. You have to go bishop
just so dominated.
G1. Is that the only move right
It's the
now?
only
I
move. You have
think
to
so.
stop.
You've
you
got
have
to stop this H2.
And maybe
business.
now I play bishop C3 with stronger, with a stronger feel, right?
Yeah. With
it's so
evil intentions.
Jeez.
I mean, it's so bad.
And now you don't, after bishop c3, you don't even have
This
ideas of
rook
rook to e3
C1.
because of queen to g2 mate.
Mate. Yeah.
That's a visual.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
He
Yeah,
needs to
once
cut
again,
the
this is-
suffering. Just cut the suffering. Get out.
Yeah. This is the vulture scenario. If this game is played on the first, second, third board in a major open, like everybody collectively stands up, and then they come to your board, you're like, go away, everybody. As bishop to g1, it's not a move.
Cheeks are getting flush.
Exactly.
Run out of there.
Get out of here. Get out of here. And for Nepo, oh my gosh, it just, man, the birds are singing. It's a warm summer's day outside. It's all good for Nepo fans as he is just in cruise control.
Absolutely.
Hikaru, queen c6. And this is where Duda, who, by the way, is in the same shoes as Richard, -1, no wins.
-1, no wins out of the tournament.
Exactly. And he's looking at this game and he's thinking to himself, I've got to win. I've got to win. Is queen c5, we mentioned, how did our line go? I was trying to get f3. Queen c5, bishop b5, f3.
Rook e1.
Rook e1 check came.
Yeah, and then we stopped liking White's position.
We stopped liking White's position, and maybe that was unfair of us, or was it? King g2.
I mean, I could go queen e8.
And give up d5 check.
You give up a pawn with check, I understand, but you are...
The king is a little
iffy, right?
True.
I mean, just wish I had a good square foot. I put it on h8, whatever.
h8.
Yeah, for now.
Okay, I don't know if I'm afraid of queen e3 and or not. I just want to get out of the way of your bishop coming to c6. I want to go d5.
And I feel I already have immediately a draw.
Immediately a draw?
With rook g1.
Oh, man.
I think worst case scenario, a draw.
Oh, man.
Maybe it's better. Maybe it's more than a draw.
Guys, yeah, just like one of the evaluations
keeps climbing, right?
A resignation is imminent.
Let's go back.
Let's go back.
Bishop to g1 was indeed played, and not bishop to c3, but bishop to h4. Now, the threat is obvious.
Check.
Queen to f3 check, followed by bishop takes f2. If you put the rook in front of it, queen to g2, the game is over.
Clear.
What do you do if rook to f2 comes on the board?
H2.
Then
Queen d3
h2.
check.
No, h2.
h2. You have two
H2.
rooks that you cannot defend at the same time. If you take with a rook, queen takes e1. If you take with a bishop, queen takes f2.
Mate.
It's over.
I think you can feel the frustration of Richard just by looking at the moves and that he hasn't resigned.
Yes. That's a good point.
Yeah. This is so dead lost and been so dead lost that I think in a normal tournament on a normal day, he just kind of shakes off his head and said, okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah, but this is beating himself right now.
He's beating himself up
he's
right now.
thinking not about the current position in front of him. He's thinking, and we do have officially a result, and our congratulations to Nepo.
Currently, he is a point and a half.
We said at the start of the tournament, dude, you want to win this tournament, get +4.
+3, we've said.
That's at least a tie.
And another fun
But if you want, like...
Straight up.
Yeah,
straight up win, no questions
just
asked.
give me the first.
Guys, look at the time. Look at Nepo's time.
He has 2 hours.
He finished this game with more than 2 hours on his clock.
What? How does he do that? There's no increment.
40 moves, and he added another extra hour.
Oh, of course.
And he only spent...
It's past 40 already, of course.
He spent less than an hour.
He played this entire game in 60 minutes.
Wow.
Most of it was prep, but look at these magic numbers.
He's getting close. The magic number, of course, is what we think.
We thought before 9 would win the tournament. 8.5 clinches a tie, if not clear first. And he's got 5.5 with an entire half in front of him. He's going to need just to score 3 points out of the remaining 7 rounds, which is a terrible -1. to get to his magic number. And for Fabi's got to be the one who's going to give him that big fat 0.
It's the only one. And remember that they face each other in round 9. This is the current standings with Fabiano still playing, so the tournament's not yet over because otherwise,
Right.
I mean, it's just done. That's the current standings. Richard Rapport and Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, have already finished their game. Jan on a scintillating 5.5 points out of 7.
Outstanding.
I mean, it really is half a point out of Topalov 6. And at that, when Topalov did it, we were just saying, why are you bothering with the second half?
Right. It was what a shock result that was for Veselin as he went on to become world chess champion. I'm having this interesting feelings of deja vu. It was a U.S. championship where 2 players were tied for first. And Fabi scored 2.5 out of 3 in the remaining games, and he thought, well, somebody give me check for first. One, Sam Shanklin, went 3 out of 3 and said, no, I'll take clear first. Fabi's sitting there patting himself on the back, saying, I've had a great tournament.
I remember that Fabi...
Congratulations on your clear second.
Fabi scored +5 in that tournament. He thought, that should be good enough.
Right?
Not that year.
And let's jump to the social media and invite you to join our conversation.
All right, from YouTube user SMWG, I guess.
Right?
Do you think that Nepo potentially winning the tournament makes it more likely for Magnus to withdraw from the match? I'll put it succinctly, yes.
Yes.
If there was one person that I think Magnus says, I don't really have to play him again. It was such a crushing performance. This is where I give it up.
Yeah, and on the other hand, should Fabi win, he might say, like, okay, I won against you, but yeah, I did it in a tiebreak. You were a hell of a competitor.
You get a rematch.
I'll give you a rematch.
Right.
I can imagine that. But Nepo, well,
no.
I mean, I can...
It was such destruction.
Yeah. Magnus is then they're going to say, do I need to do this again? But on the other hand, what's wrong? $2 million match. Let's go.
Christian, join in on the fray.
No, absolutely. I do think that if Nepo wins it, there's just simply not going to be a huge incentive for Magnus to play this one, and nobody will question the fact that if they do play, Magnus will have a huge advantage and huge potential to win that match. Against Fabiano, there's some questions, right? There's some questions still remaining. He hasn't won a single classical game against him in their 2018 match. So there's still some unanswered questions, dilemmas.
Right.
Against Nepo, not so much. And that's where I think his idea of just quitting this match and giving it away, giving his title away, will come into play.
Love those questions from the social media. We're on a roll. We got another one.
Let's see.
Alejandro.
Let's take a look. This one is from YouTube user Kiblitzer's Chess. Why is E4 so much more popular than D4 in the candidates, and why is E4, E5 more popular than E4, C5? D4 and Sicilian player in shambles here. Well, that's an excellent question.
It sure is. And the vagaries of fashion.
Yeah, but I do think that we have seen more E4s, there's no doubt about that.
Right.
We do have a few Sicilians. We have seen
Number,
Richard specifically.
Fabi's game today.
Fabi's game today. I can think of a couple of D4 games. We have Duda today, we have Dingler, and I understand that we have had more E4s.
Right.
And currently there is this fashion sense of the Berlin/Italian permeating in the top levels of the chess field.
True.
But I don't feel, maybe I'm wrong, I need to look at the numbers, but I don't feel it's so lopsided, do you?
It seems to me that over the course of the last 10 years, E4, E5 became far more popular than E4, C5. If you go back into the 1990s, everybody played Sicilians, and E5 was... And I remember the ECO books, okay, the Encyclopedia of Chess Opening. So you have this 5-volume set, and they kept repeating. So like now I got like 15 volumes or something. And I remember the E4, E5 ECO code was thick.
It's its own thing.
Like, wow, there was so much that had been codified of E4, E5. E5 was the go-to defense if you go back in the World Championship matches from ages and ages ago, everybody thought you got to neutralize one e4 with e5, and that was where everybody went. And Karpov, for example, when he was black, always played for the Rui Lopez or the Petrov as well, the Russian defense, and that e4, e5. And I will also say that fashion plays an enormous role. I mean, it does. Berlin.
Take a look at the 2018 World Championship, right? In that one, it was a Sicilian that Magnus brought to the fray. So
the Sveshnikov.
The Sveshnikov, no problems there, he said, and no problems did he have in the match.
Right.
He got tested on this new cool knight d5 that we ended up preparing.
Right. A4s and B4s.
A4s and B4s, and
it
really
was
complex,
crazy.
and it was crazy and it was fun.
Right.
But Magnus himself, just out of fashion, perhaps based on who he was playing, returned to e4, e5 in the next match.
Exactly, which he did play with great success against Nepo. Also, in that match, what was intriguing about the match with Fabi is Magnus obviously had done a great deal of work in the Sveshnikov, and Fabi couldn't crack him. But Magnus continued to play the Sveshnikov and win game after game after game. And you suddenly thought to yourself, my God, Fabi did really well by drawing.
I remember a game that he played very shortly after the match. He played against Sergei Karyakin with the black pieces.
Yes.
The game finishes with Sergei having an extra pawn.
Right.
And a completely
checkmated king. It's true. It's true.
So,
I mean,
yeah, don't be afraid of playing your openings. You'll see more of them. It just happens sometimes, but you'll see more d4s. You'll see more Sicilians. I don't think they're currently as represented as you would have thought, but not that underrepresented either.
Christian, jump right in.
I think you guys covered it all also. It seems like E4 just is more engaging because the Berlin is beaten. At least in this tournament, it was beaten twice. So there's no Berlin to worry about. So that's
you put it that way.
That's a good starting point for the E4 lovers. Now, let's talk about this endgame a little bit, because this is the most consequential game of the round remaining. The one between Fabiano and Timur Radjabov. Because we have this position right now. This endgame was reached quite quickly. Bishop to D3. Knight to c6, and now we have a bishop coming to e4. Now we see the presence of the opposite color bishops. How easy and how big of an advantage does white have with the extra pawn on f5? Is it as big as we think it is, or does black have good chances to equalize and draw this game?
I'm still, it was funny because when we left it, we'd seen Fabi play the move bishop to d3 to c4, and the next thing I'm looking and thinking to myself, how did the bishop get to e4? And there's a little bit of a dance going on. It feels better, but it's not
easy.
Not easy. No,
right?
no, I'm with Lemire on this one.
Play for two results, but you do feel as black that if you play well enough, you should be able to draw this one.
Yeah, this rook on c8, very, very nicely positioned. There's no targets really to speak about as far in black's position is concerned.
Well, rook to d7 might be a problem next move, right? If you don't do anything, because knight e5 doesn't work. We see the bishop on e4 what his job is. Right?
Exactly. So maybe rook to
e8, perhaps?
E8, tickling the bishop, maybe, and angling for a bishop c3.
And now f3.
Right. And now
you have to defend the bishop on e4 somehow, because bishop takes e3 is a threat.
I agree.
And now maybe, do we defend the 7th rank, or do we go knight e5, try to redirect that knight to c4?
I kind of like knight e5.
I like
knight e5, knight c4.
I mean, this dark square
right?
bishop, again, it's a real hero. It's keeping black's position glued together. It feels good.
What white needs to do right now is stabilize the position somehow. How do we stabilize the position?
Well, you did well with the
f2,
f3. You stabilized the bishop.
Yeah,
but now knight c4 is coming. That's the problem. So how do you defend against a knight c4 without losing a pawn? Rook to b1, is that
you're going to have to subscribe to the St. Louis Chess Club service, Christian. And then our operators are standing by. It's $1.99 a minute. And we will answer your questions. I don't know. I don't know how you're going to get an advantage against knight c4. That's a nasty point.
I think that Radjabov has chances. We are going to take a short break.
Okay.
Wait, what is this? This is not live. What's going on?
It was a good dance. We got one right.
It happens once every broadcast.
Exactly. We get one right.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be looking out for these games. We are arriving in time pressure for some of these players, as, for example, Fabiano is only on move 24.
And we're going to give the laurels to Nepo. I mean, it's just been a two-horse show, one-horse show.
Maybe. We'll see you on the other side of a break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are in round 7 of the candidates in Madrid, and you can see one man is very happy about these results.
No question about it, as Jan has won the game, 3 games pending, but Richie loses his first game of the tournament in really horrible style. Richie was white, played some preparation that Jan had all the answers for, and it should have been a perpetual check. But no, Richie forced the action, Alejandro, and regrets it.
And we were talking about this to Linier Dominguez,
who joined us on air.
Super Grandmaster, and we were all confused, and he was no exception. He knew, Linier, that this was a draw. He had already played it before. He had analyzed the variation.
He had a good, Jan had his preparation, and it's one of those things that Linier said, hey, look, I play this line, and if you don't know the line, you lose. If you know the line, it's a draw, and I get that. So you test Nepo. Nepo passed the test, and then Richie, for reasons we just cannot fathom, forced the game to continue, and, well, he lost. Badly,
and in whatever confusion that he heard himself in, Nepo takes full advantage.
He certainly does.
And you saw the standings.
Yep.
And it's really up to Fabi to determine whether this tournament keeps having some intrigue.
or not. And speaking of Fabi's game, we do have this position with Timur. When we left it, we actually left it at this point. Rook e8, tickling the bishop on e4, fortifying the bishop with the move f2, f3. Here we sort of said, well, do you play knight e5 with the idea of knight c4, or do you just cover the seventh rank, with the move rook e7? Timur chose the latter, and after rook d1, h7, h6, again, nothing really has changed. The extra pawn for white is firmly in his pocket, but black is basically saying, hey, look.
A lot of things have changed.
Oh, well, please.
A lot of things have changed because Timur actually missed a bit. And unfortunately for him right now is in tremendous danger.
Oh.
So in this position, he played the move rook to e7. This is the bit that he missed. He was supposed to go knight to e5, the line that we discussed. Get the knight as soon as possible to c4. Put some pressure on the pawn structure on the queen side, specifically this stabilizing pawn on b2, because without the pawn on b2, the knight on c3 is going to be very feeble. So now, after knight to e5, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like white has to play something like rook to b1 or rook to e1, but this allows black to gain quite a nice initiative on the queen side. Knight to c4, rook to d7, I always defend that with rook to e7. And not only that my knight gets in a better position, but also the bishop gets in a much better position right now, forcing the king almost to go to h1 if you don't want to allow any sort of checks. It does feel like black is getting some sort of counter chances, right? And this is exactly what he wants. Unfortunately for him, he played the move rook to e7, and this allowed white to go rook d1, and knight to e5 at this point is no longer possible, because if you do go knight to e5, I have this extra option, rook to d8, creating some serious danger in your position, not only because we exchanged this pair of rooks, but also because I'm vacating the d5 square and my knight is ready to jump there. Knight to d5 is going to come, huge difference compared to what we could have had with the move knight to e5. This is exactly what we're seeing right now. h6 he had to play, and now just simply king to f2. Slowly but surely, I'm going to improve all of my pieces and get an attack going with my pawns. Try to destabilize the position, g4, king g3, h4, king f4, g5. That's the plan in the position. It doesn't seem like black has a lot of things to do, but wait. So right now, it does seem like Fabiano is in prime position to potentially keep pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Well, thank you for clarifying. It hadn't been intuitively obvious to me that those last few moves were so much in white's favor, but they clearly are.
They clearly are.
If this knight is not getting to the c4 square and causing issues, then the problem is white really does stabilize, and one day he will be able to use his kingside majority. So a big advantage, actually.
Absolutely. And speaking of clarification, I think that we are going to clarify one of the games very quickly, as Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura have liquidated into an endgame.
They've been blitzing.
And this looks like a dead draw to me. I think you were going to exchange some pawns and 3 versus 3.
We left it somewhere around these parts, queen c5, and there was a trade of rooks. Right here is actually a big issue. He ended up capturing with the b pawn. Capturing with the d pawn, you're eyeballing knight takes d5. I understand that with my king on g2, bishop on c6 is not play on one go. He took bishop, and right about here, I thought that actually Hikaru, because Hikaru is taking the base pawn on d4, was for choice, but we were discussing it, and you were pointing out that rook e7 should just be a draw. And they went right down that alleyway of liquidating, and we're up to date with the players now.
And that means the closest competitor outside of Fabiano Caruana is 2 points away from Jan.
Exactly.
No matter what happens.
Hikaru,
no matter what happens, it's going to be Hikaru. And he's going to be 2 points away with 7 games to go.
50%. That's
and,
it.
By the way, 50% he's clear third.
Yes.
Yeah, I would never have guessed that either.
Right.
That's shocking to me, but it just goes to show that so many points have been given up to the top two. Sorry, Christian.
The top two are stealing all the points.
Yeah,
yes,
that's exactly
riding over them.
Yeah. And have you ever seen those Easter egg hunt kind of cartoons where like 2 kids have their basket full and like 6 kids are crying like we don't have any Easter eggs in our basket? That's what this looks like, as 2 players are just running away with the tournament. And rook takes c6, rook takes a3. Again, this massive kind of liquidation.
And it doesn't seem like Ding Liren versus Ali Reza is going anywhere either.
Let's check in on that one.
It's like 2 people can win in Madrid, and that's it.
Right. Nobody else.
That's it. The tournament is almost over for everybody else.
Wow. And we're in a 4 versus 4, rook and knight versus rook and knight. These 2 players who are having so much difficulties against the field suddenly put together the most solid game against one another when both of them
need a win. So
desperately need a win. And they play super solid chess.
And how is this going to impact the performance of everybody else? Because this is a 14-round event, very long, very gruesome event, right?
Right.
You have to keep your preparation going and sharp every single day.
Yeah.
If you know that you have no chance of catching up with the leaders, do you still prepare 4, 5, 6 hours the day before? Do you still ask your seconds to spend that amount of time? What's the strategy right now?
I think you do. And I think that some players, you will actually see an increase in their quality of play. And if I had to think of one of them...
Because they're relieved.
They're relieved.
Yeah.
Who won the second half of the Candidates 2021?
Ding.
Ding.
Yes, he had such a bad start. He actually had a decent finish.
He had a very good finish. He was the only one, I think, on a +2 score in the last 7.
Nepo.
Beating Nepo to finish the tournament, right?
Right.
Why? Because it didn't matter anymore.
Right. He was out of it.
He was out.
And he could just play easily without the fear and scare of losing.
Hikaru has officially drawn his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We did expect the vacuum cleaner to come, and
that's what happened.
That's what happened. All the pawns were vacuumed. So that was the end of the game. Spells disaster for Jan-Krzysztof Duda's chances of winning this tournament. Hikaru's, I mean, when you're in third, you don't think that you're far away, but you are.
Yeah, 2 points.
2 points away.
2 points
away. I mean, that is a lot. But on the other hand, Hikaru, well, I mean, again, hindsight is 20/20, but Hikaru did have a chance against Nepo. If he had taken advantage of the opportunity that he had coming out of the opening, he could have...
It would be a different tournament.
It would have been wide open. But a draw, nonetheless, for Hikaru keeps him at 50%. And let's just take another look at our standings with 2 games in the history books, Alejandro.
That's right. With this draw between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura, you can see that Hikaru is now clearly in 3rd place. That's not going to change unless Ding Liren somehow manages a miracle from that drawn endgame. And it's just too many points. The tournament is long, yes. It's 14 rounds, yes. But we already played half of it.
And nobody's making points except for the top 2 guys. victories.
It really would be a total collapse for one of the field to win this, right?
Yeah.
It's not only that. It's not about Nepo losing 2 games, but also whoever catches him has to win a lot of games.
Right.
That's the problem, and wins don't come easily in this tournament, unless you're Jan or Fabio.
Right.
But guys, something changed in the position.
Okay.
King to f2 was played, rook c7. And now, instead of rook to d3, he played the move rook to d2. And he allowed bishop takes c3 followed by knight to e5. How do we think about this trade, and how do we think about black's chances to potentially equalize the position?
You know,
because now it's visually, at least to my eyes, it looks better for black than it used to.
The split pawns gives them something to look forward to.
On the other hand, I'm not worried anymore about the opposite color bishops.
True. But wait a minute, this bishop on e4 versus the knight.
But f6? Wait,
whoa, f7, f6, that's a little
moves
bit
are coming fast because the players are actually in some sort of a weird time trouble situation. 6 minutes for Timur Radjabov, 7 minutes and 30 seconds for Fabiano, but still 11 moves to go. So they do have some moves to go. They're trying to speed things up. But I don't think they're doing that with precision. F6.
I have decent eyesight, but I have no understanding. Why did it jump from 0.5?
That's a very good question.
To plus 2.2.
That is a very, very good question.
I didn't realize that. I was just I was trying to calculate, the position after knight c4 and knight g4.
It seems like knight g4 actually was a good move.
And putting the knight on f6.
Get the knight to f6.
Right.
Create some tension against the bishop on e4. After the move f6, it seems like this bishop on e4 is going to live there forever. And that's the problem.
Never have knight f6 again.
There was
no more knight f6.
No more knight f6, but put the pawn on f6 for just a moment. And the other thing that I really didn't like about the move f6 is I get to play king g6 one day.
That's very true, right?
Like, what?
Yeah. Why are you giving the weakness?
Exactly. And not that f3, f4 in the current situation is a threat.
Any trade of the rooks right now seems to be detrimental to black's position because of this idea of f4 and get the king quick to g6.
G6, right.
Right. Yeah. So Fabi's chances just took a huge boost with the move f7, f6.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I didn't expect it to be that bad, but you guys are making very compelling points on why the move f6 is a strong inaccuracy.
Yeah, it's an easy point to miss. But this captures on c3, splitting the pawns, and if Timur had brought his knight back to f6, as Cristian was saying, making tension against the bishop, then it's kind of easy for black. Black's moves of rook c5 and rook on e7 to c7, rather easy to play.
Yeah, the counterplay kind of plays itself. The pawns are split, you attack the pawns that are weak.
Exactly.
And it's this bishop on e4 that it keeps white's position together, right? It cuts out the rooks in many ways. It forces the rook to passivity because of the pawn on b7.
Right.
Once you destabilize the bishop, it becomes easier for the rooks.
Exactly. The rooks on e1 especially, its vistas are open. But after f6, king g3, king a7, we reckon that white can get a free hand, maybe squeezing his king up to h5, rook to d4. Okay, that's an indication that I might be trying to get my pawn to c5.
He's putting some pressure on him.
It's also a good move, right? The rook sits very pretty on d4.
True that, but okay, I'm not going to be watching you just build up. Rook c5, and that's been played quickly. And
he
again,
has to play quickly, right?
Yeah, he has only 4 minutes left for 9 moves still.
That's a lot of moves.
Yeah. But Fabio also down on time. He's 6 minutes and 30 seconds at the moment.
So both players feeling the pressure, the ticking clock. Rook c5 on the board. Go ahead, Alejandro.
When do we start? When do we start saying, I don't care about my pawns on that side, I'm just going to go try to queen mine.
Right.
Do I go king h4?
Let's do it. Let's have a look-see. King h4. Now, again...
Played, by the way.
I mean, f4 is coming at some point.
King h4.
And rook e7 played, and I think the question is, what if you just go
Keep
King
going
H-
up, yeah?
At the moment, it seems a little bit weird
Dicey,
that
but-
we're,
No tricks.
no tricks. And on White's agenda,
Can
you
I go
could-
G6? Are there
The thing
no
about
tricks?
G6 is that I'm not actually forced to take this pawn.
You can take on H6.
I can take on H6, and I think my
So I
king
take
is
on-
pretty safe.
F5, you take back, I would assume.
Right?
Yeah, and it looks a bit scary.
But don't I have knight F7? Wait a minute.
Knight F7, King G6.
Knight
Oh,
H8?
Ooh.
And
Christian. With the,
I've been
It's
doing
not
my
often-
puzzle rush, guys.
But I don't
and
get.
it's
Oh,
not
rook
often
F7.
that the knight on H8 supports. Oh, the tactics. See, chess is a young man's game. I got to tell you. Okay, rook C7, king H5.
Okay, but you guys scared me a little bit, right?
Right.
King H5 on the board. So Fabi sees more than us. Let's try to understand.
King H5 on the board.
If G6, why couldn't I take this pawn first of all? You guys like.
Well, we weren't trying to trick you.
I
We
have rook D5.
Rook D5 is the problem. That G
That's
pawn
just
is
game over,
really
right? I have a G pawn on G6.
I didn't see rook. Rook there.
Well,
Hold on.
you
What's
can
going?
take a full rook with knight D3, though, right? So go back one move, go knight to D3 instead of knight to F3.
Wow.
But
Knight
still,
to D3,
perhaps
but
that G
now
pawn is just too strong.
I take. Now you're right. That's a whole rook, but this pawn has got an escort, a royal escort.
I might even consider trading the rooks. Can I do that instead of taking directly on H6? Go rook D5.
I
Just to
much
simplify
prefer that.
Simplify
I
the
like that
position.
move. Yep.
When you have a passed pawn, you want to get rid of the defenders.
That's just dead loss.
And by the way, B5 is on the board. So he's
B5.
trying to create his own counter chances on the queen side. King B6 probably is going to be followed. But how do we break right now? Do we go F4?
Well, let's.
Is it finally time to go F4?
That's the standard thing. You got to get rid of this knight so we can plant the king.
And if you say when, I would think this is the time.
So
F4 played.
F4 was played. Now, knight to D7. What
I
do
think you
do?
have to go knight D7 so that on King G6 you have
Knight F8.
knight F8.
check.
And just kicking me back.
Kicking me back. But if
Well-
I attack the knight,
Exactly. Why don't I start with rook to D1?
yeah, rook D1 is where I would start.
And the knight has.
No, but then rook
No, but
D8, I think
and
you
you're
have some
getting-
problems.
And you're getting mated.
Yeah, I was going to play rook C8, but yeah, I understand. I understand.
The knight is
Yeah,
just
that-
actually running out of squares.
Yeah, you
That's
have
the
to go
problem,
to B6, but then, I mean, you're not holding the king side together.
Okay, if I go in the other direction, I am allowing you to cozy up to my G pawn. King G6.
And I don't know where your knight is going. It's a
I
pretty, it's a very
know.
pretty knight.
But it's in the way.
It's in the way of my rooks, right? You want to play B4 and take advantage of the pin. You want to take on C3 directly, and the knight.
And I can
Okay.
even start with rook D1. Try to go rook D7, right?
Whether you play King G6 or Rook D1, well, Rook D1 might actually encourage.
Knight E3, I think.
Ah, knight B2 and knight A4. Okay. that's
I was
interesting.
trying to take this
Take
guy with the
something, yeah.
tempo.
But still, rook D2, knight A4, rook D7, followed by king. It's still not easy for black.
No.
I think just the move Knight D7 is
How much
wrong.
time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes
2
left
minutes.
only for Timur right now, with a very difficult position to go.
Okay, this is a huge moment in our standings. I mean, Fabi, and he's played
Knight
Knight
D7,
D7. Move we kind of rejected.
I'm not too
Because of
happy
rook
for
D1.
him with this move. Yeah, rook D1, knight B6 perhaps he's trying
Yes.
to play.
Yeah,
I get
and
that.
going back to our point of
Please.
simplifying the position, here I thought you play rook D3 just so that I get a couple of rooks off the board.
So Rook D3, Rook takes,
I think I'll be happy to take, and then
King, and just
King.
let's look. Is it a race or not? I
that
mean,
doesn't look
Let's
like
go
it, right?
G4.
Why G4? Take this pawn, rook D8.
I want to go G4, H4,
the
G5.
training. I'm so proud. And you're right. Because the bishop is going to do a great job at stopping black's
But what about knight C8?
majority.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's
Sorry.
keep going. Knight C8.
Knight C8.
I think
was
it's the
too
only
proud.
move, right, to stop you from rook G8.
I didn't see that move. I know. Neither did I.
No, but then knight E7, I
then
think.
your king is cut. This is
No,
this is not clear, right?
This is not.
No, this
not
is,
good.
But I don't think it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel.
Boldly stating the obvious.
Yeah.
We have something better to do. We do have, by the way,
Rook D1 is on the board.
Rook D1 on the
Rook
board.
D1
yeah.
on the board.
Knight,
and we are
knight
expecting
B6.
knight
we don't,
B6.
there's not really any other moves. I mean,
Don't
knight
go to
F8 is
F8.
so sad.
Yeah, just
It is
going
really
to F8 doesn't
so
make any
sad.
sense.
Yeah. So knight B6 looks,
On
and
the
he's
board.
done
On the board.
it. Now,
How many moves to go?
We still have
5 moves to
look
go
at-
for. Rook to D3 was played. They're
look
following
at
our
Fabi
analysis.
going. I mean, you know your guy.
I've spent some time with my dude.
Yeah.
Knight to A4 on the board.
By the way, spending time with top flight grandmasters, whether it be Vichy and Magnus and this 2,800 crowd, what stands out in your mind that makes Fabi a 2,800 and Lanier, fantastic grandmaster, a mere mortal 2,750?
His ability to get himself out of trouble through calculation. That there are so many games that he saves from bad positions where he just calculates out a draw. Example, the game that he drew against Levon Aronian in
The American Cup? Here?
Sorry, he drew against, was it Aronian or Dominguez?
Yes, against Aronian.
Aronian,
I
right,
think
in the
that's one
Italian.
you wanted
Yes.
to point out.
Which was a crazy game, but Fabi's busted really for most of the game.
Right.
And he at some point calculates out a weird draw. And it happens on the board. And you're like,
Confused.
okay, confused, but he was right. It was a draw.
Calculation.
Well, we're getting the race, guys.
Okay, we
Knight takes A2, followed by Rook to D7, most likely will come on the board. And who's faster?
It's not even
knight
close,
takes
right?
A2, rook D7.
I think Rook D7, followed by King takes G7, King takes
Let-
whichever
let-
pawn
let-
you allow me to take.
Let's imagine we get here and it's push 'em, baby, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it.
All
Push 'em,
right.
baby.
I'll
King
take.
takes G7. Go.
Push him. Take on F6. Take that as well.
Take that one as well. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
All right, that's a lot of pawns.
Maybe he's not.
I'm getting scared.
All I did was push the ones that were closest to my clock.
So you take on D7, on C7, and you go Bishop D5, but then Knight C3 comes on the board.
Right? And I mean, I feel like this
It's a
suddenly
game.
starts
It's
to
a game,
become
guys.
real problem-like. You have to find some really precise moves for
Down
both
to
sides.
his last, couple of moves right now.
Right.
And down to his last 50 seconds.
And by the way, Timur did not go
Knight
with
C3
his.
was played.
I think this is a very useful move. Don't get me wrong. I think that this is a move that you often will see return because the knight on C3 will kind of stop the bishop from dealing with the pawns, and then you can decide which pawn is going to be the rabbit. Is
By
it
the
going
way,
to be the B or the A? Sorry.
do you take with the rook or with the king on G7?
I wasn't sure actually. It feels. I don't.
Do you take with the
I don't
rook?
instinctively see the difference.
Well, F5 is no, it's not. Let me
Perhaps there's no
let me
difference.
self-correct.
He's taking on G7. Radjabov
with the
plays
king.
B4, and that's move 40.
Wow. And boy, this is a moment you get up from the board and you kind of think to yourself,
It's time to start.
yeah, like, okay, this is the rabbit.
This
How
is
are you
straight
gonna
up
stop it?
calculation. It's straight up calculation at this point, and we know who's really good at calculation. Computers. Christian. What's it say?
Well, no, come on. Let's try to solve this one ourselves.
I'm trying to have a break
Because
here.
I'm a lazy guy.
But I'm seeing
he's
an easy
making
way
me
out.
work.
Unbelievable.
I'm seeing an easy way out, guys.
What?
So you take on C7. Let's keep looking on your board. perhaps.
Okay, king takes
Take on
G7 on the board, B5,
B4. Take on C7.
Okay. Take on C6.
Take on F6.
Okay. Let's go.
B3.
And now Rook D8.
Rook D8.
Yes, don't I catch it very easily? Rook A8, Rook B8. Do you have any defense against that?
Well,
I
I
have
have to
knight
drop
D5.
back to stop the check. I
But
see.
now I will always have Bishop E4 later on. in the game.
And I will chase your bishop.
You'll chase my bishop, right? It's not
And
so
I will
easy.
So let's
make a
start.
draw.
Make a
Let's
draw
start
like
with bishop to e4.
Now?
Yes.
I will chase your bishop. Your bishop can go to d3.
How do you?
Sorry, I'm pausing. If I play b2, you play rook d2.
Rook d2. Yes, that's the plan.
You're scaring me out of that kind of easily. I still have knight c3 there. b2, rook d2, knight c3, and then rook b7.
b2, rook d2, knight c3, and rook to b7.
I assume the bishop has to stay
Yeah,
on the diagonal.
I assume so.
I
too.
also don't know why they didn't take the bishop, like bishop d3 and promote.
Step by
Step by step.
It's all a part of the master plan.
Yeah, maybe not that easy.
Yeah, maybe not that
Maybe
easy.
not
And to be fair, even at the end of that variation, even if you capture the bishop,
All right.
you might be lost.
So as
That's
you guys,
a lot of pawns.
As you guys were mentioning, probably it's time to look at what the engine is recommending.
No,
Understanding,
no.
the understanding.
Now suddenly he's ready to bail out and say, okay,
Plus,
I just
4.
got enlightened.
no way.
King takes f6,
Right?
d3, and now just simply rook to d2.
oh, when you put it like that. Am I not on time?
Chess is
A5?
simple sometimes,
A5?
right? a5,
Right?
and now we get the race.
A4?
Correct.
Dang.
We get the race.
This is scary. A3?
Yeah.
We're both going to get queens most likely.
No.
B2? I queen with check.
You queen
That's
check, but
okay.
I'm mating you and you're not mating me.
That's okay. I'll go.
Yeah, you
I'll
run out of
cover with
tracks.
f5 most likely.
Yeah. And you're just
You
dominated.
actually get checkmated.
Wow.
Because the rook on c7 is not moving.
Yeah, it's in a pin.
And this pawn is crucial. If I don't have this pawn, I'm the one getting mated. Most
Right?
likely.
That's a beautiful variation.
Well,
Why are you getting mated? I can take on
King
h6, right?
h6.
You can indeed. But imagine, no.
I like the hyperbole. I like that. I mean, keep us on our edge of our seats.
Right?
Yeah.
Without f5, I would have to play king h6,
Forget
which
about
would
it.
win the game.
Forget about it. Guys, you gotta play ball. You know?
That's why. Hey, I love it. I mean, Christian, no man, gosh. I mean, I got 5 stars for you. I mean, I like the move rook d3 to d2 because the crazy part is that's like a strangely hidden move. I mean, you're looking at moving your king and capturing the rook, and as Christian was showing us, getting your rook to
behind.
But this move, rook d2, really just says you're stopped.
You're stopped. And that's the thing about this move, right? The beauty about it, that it causes black to lose so many tempi, because now the only way to push the pawn involves pushing the other one, which is still the 6th rank.
Yeah, way up the board. Okay, that was a heck of a variation, but now having said that, we've got b4, king takes f6.
But what else can black do? Or white, for that matter.
Well, I'm thinking, okay, so this is the current position. Let me just get the current. This is the current position with white to play. We're expecting king f6. And if let's see this other race.
Okay.
a5. No, this is not even as much fun. I'm not queening with check. This is no race at all.
No, you're just lost.
This is just lost. And
Well, you're not actually winning any tempis, because b3 was forcing me to go rook to d2.
Rook d2,
so
right,
those
exactly.
Tempis
Exactly.
cancel each other. Now you
That's
just
true.
push the pawn and I push my pawn.
so, yeah, no, b3, rook to d2.
And the problem is that you can also never take on d7, because that allows me to get the rook behind on the b file.
Yeah, that is killer.
So you cannot change the character of the position. The only thing you can do is push the
Frozen.
pawn.
I feel like, yeah, that's in a very strange way. You're right. The rooks are frozen. And
You can't do anything. Yasser, I hope he doesn't disappoint me, because I'm about to toot his horn, but Fabi, when you were asking me, what does he do so well?
He calculates very
This
well.
is what he does well.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to sit down. He's going to spend 20 minutes on whatever he needs to look at.
I'm
It's
not
move 40.
Right.
I think he already saw it.
I don't think he's
Well,
he's
he'll
anything.
confirm it.
I think he calculated this all from afar.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why
he'll
he
do-
went for it so quickly.
Well,
I think
never
he just
mind.
confirmed
quickly,
his
that's
calculation.
King takes f6, played within 6 minutes. It was a 6-minute thing. He doesn't play that quickly unless
Unless he's really confident.
he's
for
very
sure.
confident. I think he thinks he's just won.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah, he might be right.
The knight is just dominated by the bishop.
By the bishop, yeah.
So there's no moves that you could consider with the knight. And I am going king g6, followed by f6, followed by f7, followed by f8 queen, and there's nothing you can do
There's
about
not
it.
that many choices, honestly.
That's the thing.
No,
it's very
B3
well.
was
very
Once you understand
Cleared.
the position, then it becomes easy.
One more look, guys. Just a second. So I'll go a5.
Yes.
You'll go king g6. Now I'll trade rooks.
Okay.
Okay.
Take.
Okay, so like in this case, I don't have to put my king on b6 where I just
Sure.
get killed. I can go king a6.
Okay. So
And I'll meet a move like rook b7 with knight b5, and ha ha ha.
so let's go rook d2.
So you will go back,
I'm
rook
gonna
d2.
do
So
the
I've
same thing.
resolved. And a5.
You're just still lost at the end, right?
f6.
Oh man, just
f7.
okay, okay.
Ooh, I like this move. That's a big difference, actually. You get to stop my pawn. And the two passers on the 6th rank.
They're about ready to do their little jig.
Rumble, yeah.
Yeah,
Dance. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's not hurry with what we did. I feel I had better options. King to a6.
King A6.
Let's start it
This
there.
is where we should start, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So if I go rook to b7, what do you play?
I was thinking I was dropping the knight back to interfere with your ability to play rook takes b3 or b2.
Okay, that makes sense. So what if I go f6 now?
f6. Okay, well, this is a check.
That's okay. Bishop e4.
Your rook is hanging.
That's okay.
Show some fear. I demand that you show fear.
It's not my pieces, yes.
Okay.
not my pieces.
So the desirable b1 equals queen. Bishop takes, king takes. He's saying, I'm going to get my rook back. Do we trust him?
Yeah, I don't see how you defend.
Okay. We trust you.
Okay. Let's keep going then.
Wait.
So now what
Wait,
if we attack the bishop?
Why are we trusting?
So keep going.
He's a very
Let's-
trustworthy person.
No, make the queen. I want to see this first.
You make the queen.
Let's
Yeah.
make the queen first.
Okay, make the queen. By the way,
Gotta
we
think.
always look at forcing variations. That anything that begins with check, we look at
F7.
first.
All right,
keep
F7.
going. Anything that
I'll
begins
use
with
my
captures.
rook. Rook C8.
King g7. Let's keep going.
King G7. And now I want to go knight D4.
And now I go f5.
Just a second. Knight. Pause here, just for a moment, because we can get a construction where the knight on c3, where his bishop cannot capture our pawn.
So you want to? Oh, A4.
I'm just thinking that a4 and knight c3, but
But I think you're too far.
But
Yes.
we had this idea
And f5.
of knight e6, and is
That kills your knight.
that feels like it's the end of the road for us here. Just let's go back here for just a moment. If we start with a4,
Let's go f8.
f8 equals queen, smack, smack.
And I understand. Now you bishop c2, bishop b3. This has to be lost.
Has to be lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too many pawns.
Well, the funny part is if we go knight e2 right now, f5 would walk in front of knight d3.
Yeah. But you still have a check.
Oh, it's check. Guys, this is, this is really, really impressive calculation. If he goes down this path and produces a victory.
And by the way, rook takes d7 is indeed the best move according to the engine. I'm just peeking at it right now.
And
What did he say?
What did we say?
D7 is the best.
Rook takes d7. So the trade of the rooks that we discussed is good.
After
It's good for black.
b3.
Now I'm wondering whether a4 is just that easy, straightforward variation, and it is. a3, f7, b2,
got made it,
f8. There's nothing better. b1, and then f5 just finishes the game. So
Okay.
we're up to this point. b3 is
got
on the
that
board.
right.
King g6. Never mind. Rook to d2 first.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
We have to stop the b pawn.
A5.
a5, king g6.
Okay,
And now
rook
we say
takes.
take, and king a6.
Right.
Now the best move is rook to d8. Oh man, that's
What?
Well, it's the
To
same
give a
idea from
check.
before, right?
Right?
It's the same idea from before. You don't have a way to cover.
Wow. Okay.
So this forces almost the rook to go here, and now I can just simply trade off the rooks and go, is that? Wait a minute, I'm getting confused here. So b2, f's, no.
No.
You allow the queen to get on the board with a check, but it's actually completely losing.
You're kidding me.
This position is winning for white.
Because if you move your rook, I have rook b8 check,
Rook
and
b8
I
check.
capture the queen on b1. That's amazing.
That's kind of.
I mean, I'm calling the arbiter around.
Wow.
I want a one check on.
Nobody's playing this. What is the secondary way of winning? There has to be a
Let's
secondary.
take a look. Let's take a look. So
we can get here pretty much by force, right?
Right.
Up to rook d8.
but rook to d8 does seem to allow this variation. So
What's the
what
second?
was our idea?
Rook b7.
I think we
to
tried
b7
rook b2
first, right?
or
Rook
yeah,
b7
rook
is-
b7, knight b5.
Yeah,
b7 is
above.
a draw.
Yeah. That's what we
rook
thought
to
because
b5.
of knight b5. Maybe rook b5 is even better
Even a better choice.
Knight b5 completely winning.
because of some of the same stuff. Yeah, rook b8.
Yes.
Okay.
Crazy.
So rook to b5 now, this is a draw.
Okay.
Crazy.
We'll
Now,
believe
does
that.
rook to d2 work? Nope. And if you don't go rook to d2 or rook to b7, then you have to go rook d8, or you lose the advantage.
Even.
So rook d8, allowing black to promote with check, is the only way to win the game.
It seems like it.
Welcome to the 23rd century. I mean, that's remarkable. And we have lots of people who want to join the conversation. Alejandro.
Join us.
Do the honors.
We're on social media. We're on YouTube. We are on Twitch. We're on Twitter. And this one is from Twitch. How do players fund their preparation? Do they usually pay for seconds out of pocket, or are they sponsored? And that is a great question.
And the correct answer is both.
A little bit up here, a little bit up there. Yeah?
Some people are indeed sponsored. Magnus Carlsen, I think Veselin Topolov, and Vishy Anand were three people that, most especially when I think about the history, had sponsorships. Gary did too, but they are sponsored and the sponsors pay. But most of the players are actually paying their paying their seconds.
From their winnings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Richard is doing that.
From their own earnings, yeah.
From their own earnings.
Now,
yeah.
it might be, and Christian, jump in, that Richard has changed federations to Romania. Did he get some sponsors from Romania?
I don't think that switch has been finalized, so
Okay.
I cannot talk too much about it. But I do know that there was a substantial offer from Superbet Foundation.
I see.
The company sponsoring actually the Grand Chess Tour as well. So they've been very helpful, but it does seem like that could potentially help Ricci tremendously. Because at the top, from the top 10, I don't think there's anybody else that doesn't have a sponsor. And Ricci was the last one.
I know. I'm pretty aware that Sergey.
He has plenty of sponsors.
Yeah,
But
he's-
does Nepo?
Oh, yes.
Nepo also.
Nepo had, I think, a big contract with, well, I don't know exactly the specifics, but I know he was sponsored by Chess.com going into the World Championship match. So he was their
that's
brand
right, yeah.
ambassador. Now I know that he's sporting some logos on his jacket, even at the candidates.
Right.
There's definitely some sponsors.
And there are some people
Okay.
who they're sponsored by their federation or their country.
Exactly. I mean, I know that Chessable also sponsors the Indian Grandmaster, Hari Krishna. Chessable sponsors him. But you're actually right, absolutely right. For example, when I played in my candidates, and a big, grateful thanks to my federation, the United States Chess Federation, and they did support me and gave me a stipend to actually do some preparation, and it meant everything. It meant my ability to study versus not.
Right.
And it was that simple.
Traditionally, but not anymore. For example, Aronian, when he was
Levon?
playing for Armenia, for a
Of
very,
course.
very long time, he had Armenian seconds.
Exactly. More social media. Here it comes.
From a Twitch user, Couple Chess. The important question that must still be answered, does Alejandro still have that hat from his
FIDE? Yes.
All right. That is a really funny photo.
By the way, I think we're going to put that hat up for auction so that we can sponsor our whole Scholastics chess program here in the greater St. Louis area. I'm sure millions are going to be raised.
I really hate
as soon as we put this, and this is the photo coming up.
I don't know if the production team has it. It's a very pixelated photo, and I know exactly where it's from.
It looks almost art-like.
Well, it was. I don't know why it's still there because FIDE has specifically taken pictures of me.
Okay.
To update my FIDE profile.
Right.
In multiple occasions, it's not been once, in multiple occasions, a FIDE officer has flagged me during a tournament and be like, we need to update your FIDE photo because in this photo I'm 15.
Wow.
It was 20 years ago. It's still there.
It's still there.
And
they've fallen behind.
The other reason I hate this photo is that it looks like I have a mullet.
Yeah, it does.
It's just very pixelated. That's actually somebody behind me. It's somebody's shoulder.
What?
Yeah, this is not part of my hair. Like, if you go to FIDE and look me up,
right?
Yasser's looking at the picture right now.
Yeah.
It looks like I have a mullet.
Right.
I don't have a mullet.
No.
It was just somebody in the background.
Some random guy.
Some random guy,
yeah. This is wrong on so many levels.
So many levels, yeah, so many levels.
That is pretty funny. But no, the one that I really like was the story of Alejandro. He's wearing the beret in the Aeroflot tournament.
That's
in
right,
Moscow.
Aeroflot.
And he was one of the last players to finish a particular round. And Viktor Lvovich, the Viktor Korchnoi, the guy who played for 2 world championships, maybe 3, if you count 1974, came and watched Alejandro's game. And Alejandro's like just amazed that this legend of chess is studying his games and trying to learn. And Alejandro take it from there.
He very politely waited for me to finish my game, and then he proceeded to yell at me.
Instead of congratulations, young man, great understanding and great knowledge of the Benko Gambit, instead you got...
He hated my hat. He hated my hat. He asked me if I saw anybody else in the tournament with a hat on.
Do you look around? Do you see anybody with a hat? Are you idiot?
Pretty much.
Oh, I loved it. But yeah, put that hat up for auction. We'll get the whole St. Louis Scholastic scene sponsored. You'll be a hero.
$2, yeah.
You'll be a hero. Trust me. Christian, back over to you for a second.
I found some other ways.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that.
I found some other ways.
Why are we putting the king on g6?
That is a very good question. That is a very good question. Probably the much more practical approach is to actually put the king on e6.
So that you don't queen with check?
Yes. King to a6, for
Makes
example.
sense.
f6, take. And now you can actually take even with the king and keep the rook on the second rank. No more b2.
Sense.
If you don't play the move rook to f5, I will cover that square with the move g4, and then you're not going to be able to cash the pawn anymore. So for example, if you go a4, I go g4. Not only that you don't cash the pawn, but even if you do cash the pawn, I get the second one. I go g5, g6, and there's going to be a race, but I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be the first one.
Okay.
I believe you.
This is the big moment right now. King to e6 or king to g6. Now is the time to stop and think. I think king to e6 without an engine by your side, obviously it's a much easier approach because you also have this extra option of taking with the king on d7 and keeping connection with the square b2. Very, very important. And this is where we are right now. This is what Fabiano is calculating. King to g6, I get it. It's the best move. But you have to see that rook d8 move. That's not easy.
No.
The whole variation is not easy. You see a queen landing with check. You don't see a queen on your board. You feel a bit awkward. uncomfortable, right?
For me, the move king e6 is a very, very awkward move. I'm always looking for kind of a shelter for my king, and I feel like I've left my chin right out there.
But it's
Why
not.
aren't you playing king g7?
King
If you don't want to
G7.
get the queen, if you don't want to have the pawn promoted with...
Well, because you lose on the spot.
You take with check.
I take with check, of course.
Check and b1.
And b1.
So you have to be careful. The 7th rank is mined right now.
Right.
That makes perfect
Well,
sense.
you could go. I actually wanted to go to e7.
Let's go to e7. Yeah, that works. You're leaving this pawn unproved. Later on, obviously, you cannot take it because of rook takes e7.
Check.
Yeah.
So if I do take
Well, if I take, I
here,
take with the rook, and I'm up a tempo on a couple of the variations that we looked at.
And now you go
Because I
here.
can go rook b7 directly, right? And I
And
felt that this endgame with the queen should be winning anyway. And here we had this rook d8 idea.
once again, rook to d8 idea, rook to a8,
And
rook to
check,
d8.
and check.
Very nice.
That's a beautiful, seriously, that's a nice
Big moment.
hidden idea,
It
that
is a
rook
big moment.
d8.
Big moment. It does seem like all of them are winning. King e6, king g6, king e7. But the easiest to calculate, I think, is either king to e7 or king to e6. Going to g6 is going to be very difficult.
I agree. I mean, seeing that entire line is baffling.
Truly.
Allowing the queen with check, that's insane.
I mean, that's a very, very complex, wonderful ending, and it's almost unfair that the number 1 and number 2 seeds are playing a nice ending that we've almost had to ignore in view of the fact that the other game is just outstanding.
It's not consequential. I mean,
And
It also is not very interesting of an endgame.
And worse, it looks like it's pretty even,
drawn, right?
pretty drawn at that. Wow, I would have never guessed this. Not, from the start of the tournament, I would have looked at this round 7, and say number 1 versus number 2. That game could determine who's in first place after the first half. Oh. Wow. But because of all of the results that have happened in the first 6, now 7 rounds, let's take a look at the live ratings and how things have shuffled. This is where we were before the start of the tournament,
No,
I believe?
this is the current one. This is including...
These are the current results.
Yeah, this includes the win that Nepo just had.
Wow.
That's how fast our production team works.
Man, they are Johnny on the spot. But Fabi's still clinging to the number 3 seed.
so if he wins today,
Clinging.
he will be within very slim margins to Ding,
Of Ding
right?
Liren.
But he's not going to surpass it.
No, I think he gets 4 and change for beating Radjabov, because I think Raja is like 30 points behind.
And Ding is actually not losing any rating.
And Ding should not lose any rating for drawing Alireza.
That is a good point.
So as we expect the games to end, if Fabi finds correct continuation, it would be a very tight race for second, and
In the
Alireza
world.
is not the one we're talking about.
There you have it. Wow. Okay. I'm still coming to grips with this ultra sharp ending. It's very easy to sit here, turn on a computer engine, and go, oh, white has +3. It's a completely different
It's actually
animal
+5.
to sit here and calculate it yourself. You're seeing these pawns, trundle up the board unimpeded. And if you're not scared, something's wrong. I mean, your heart should be like, unless you're a great calculator.
And Fabi is. He really is. If he spots a winning line, he will just go with it with absolute confidence, and he's really good at these things.
Heat-seeking missile. Go
Heat-seeking
right there.
missile, yeah.
Right there, going right after it. A5 on the board. We reckon king e6, king e7, king e6, and king g6 all win.
In different ways, too.
But in very different ways. And one of them, I'm still mesmerized by this line. Recall it for me, where I get to queen with check, and
You take on d7 here.
Okay.
Then you take king a6 so that you don't get checked on the b file.
Okay.
Then rook to d8.
Then it was rook d8.
Rook
You
to
go
d8, and then I had to block the b file.
You block the b file with the rook. Rook
Right.
b5. You go f6.
And you threaten a queen.
You make a queen yourself.
The guy ignores you.
Not only that, you get the rook on b5 covering the b file, but also that rook is no longer having a spot on the 7th rank. so that after king to g7, there's no rook to c7 anymore to block my pawn from promotion. And by the way, rook to b7 right now, you're not even going to take, because that allows the queen to drop back into the game, but you're actually going to give a check first.
I actually don't see the issue. You take on b7, you take on b7. Oh, we have queen g2. Sorry, my bad.
Yes.
Queen g2 is an issue.
Queen G2. But this one is...
No, this
is fantastic. I am telling you.
What a domination. It's kind of out of a study book.
It's study. No, that's what I'm saying. If my opponent beats me like this, that's where I say, excuse me, Mr. Arbiter, could you bring a wand over here for just a moment?
By the way, king e6 is on the board.
Yes,
King
yes,
e6.
That is what we expected, the more human approach, right?
Pavy. I like that. King e6. Not to allow the queen with check. And Christian, back to you. We figured out this win, and just remind us of the one we like best.
No, king to e6 was the right move. This is what we liked, and I think after take, first of all, you can just simply take with a check, right? So if you try to sidestep that by, let's say, playing king to a6 first, now f6 take, and now king takes on d7.
Liked.
This was the variation that we were discussing. Now, you have a couple of options. One of them is to go rook to f5, but now comes the beautiful aspect of this position and beautiful sequence, king to e6, rook to f4, and now king to e5.
No.
There's no more squares for the rook on the f file.
Domination.
So this is quite beautiful. You have to take, and then you have to go a4.
How easy is this?
So let's see.
Is that the only move, by the way?
Probably
the one
not.
you just...
Probably not. I mean, I don't have an option to get more than one variation. But I would. My guess is that it's not. Nevertheless, like, what if you just go here and try to catch it like that? Probably a3, a2. No, rook to d8 makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Well, yeah. And
it kind of blocks both of your pawns.
It blocks both pawns from a position.
It's
you
kind
just
of
don't have a move.
freezes
yeah, it freezes them.
Yeah, for the time being.
Here I think you can go rook b8 and even.
Yeah, there's
you're not moving the pawns.
No.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
They're frozen.
They're frozen. Yeah.
But again, when you see those pawns,
he sees rook to d8 for sure.
Yeah,
that's one move that he can see.
There are those heart palpitations just to make sure that they don't get any further.
King e6 on the board. We're going to wait for Timur Radjabov to make what I expect is a long thing, because he has moves to consider and he wants to at least try to find a way out of his problems. We know that he doesn't have it, but he doesn't know that. And these are the current standings. Everything to play for Fabiano Caruana.
With 2 games still in play.
2 games still in play. Alireza and Ding Liren and Fabi against Timur Radjabov. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back on the finishing touches of today's wild, wild round.
And in the early 70s, when I started playing chess, 2 players had an outsized influence on my chess career. Victor Spooples, Uncle Vic, and James Harley McCormick. Jim was really like a street fighter. He was a brawler, both on and off at the chessboard. And I believe it was a Washington Open that Jim had come to, and he hadn't yet entered the tournament. And as he was looking around, he suddenly realized, oh my goodness, a lot of the top players were simply missing. And so he saw an opportunity to take an easy first place, a $1,500 first place, if you will. He waited until the very last moment and then rushed the organizer and said, I'd like to enter the tournament. The organizer said very reasonably, sorry, Jim, the pairings are closed, the registration is closed, and besides, we have an even number of players. If we let you in the event, somebody would receive a forfeit, and we don't want to do that. So Jim was, really anxious to get in the tournament because the first prize was a gimme, easy. So he needed to find somebody who would play in the tournament. He looked around and he saw a random guy sitting down. He said, excuse me, do you play chess? Yes, said the fellow. Would you like to play in the tournament, said Jim. And he said, well, I can't afford it. Jim, thought about this for a moment and said, okay, I'll pay your entry fee. Great. So the tournament organizer asked, our unknown mystery person, Were they members of the Northwest Chess Association? No, it's an extra $10 membership. Were they members of the United States Chess Federation? No, that's an extra $30 membership, all of which, of course, was being paid by Jim McCormick. So finally they settled down. Jim had paid his dues, his opponent's dues, his entry fee, his opponent's entry fee. The man turned out to be a chess master from Canada who defeated Jim in the first round and went on to win the tournament. Stuff of legends.
Welcome back, everybody. It is round 7 of the candidates, and what a decisive round it is for the event, as Jan Nepomniachtchi has destroyed Richard Rapport and with the black pieces, and that means that Nepo is sitting pretty on 5.5 out of 7 rounds. These highlighted rounds are the ones that are finished. We still have 2 games pending. Hikaru Nakamura did draw his game against Jan Krzysztof Duda, which means that he remains at 50%, and surprisingly, that's good enough for a clear third.
Remarkable. But the big news is that we think that Fabi's going to win to keep pace with Nepo, who's otherwise just simply running away with the event. And in this position, it's a race. The F-pawn is going, but so is the B-pawn. And one of the nice ways, and we've seen this often in our analysis, is White's rook can get behind the pawns thanks to the maneuver rook d8 with the idea of rook a8 check and rook b8. And we think that that is the best way for Fabi to go about his business of winning the game.
But he's already played the move f6, which is another move that we considered to be winning while we were on break. We were discussing this with Christian.
Okay, so
and
after f6?
He was very convincing.
Was he?
Yeah, he said
That's
f6.
rare.
I know. f6, b2.
Okay.
f7, you promote, I promote.
Exactly.
And I was scared. I was scared.
Like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, black is promoting first.
My king is kind of in the middle of nowhere.
There's checks everywhere.
There's
check,
checks everywhere.
check.
But
You
there are
only
not
have a
that
couple of
many,
checks,
actually. If you go queen e1, for example, just to put
Okay.
one of the checks,
That's one.
king f7. And that's the end of that story. And you will...
Whoa. Rook f5?
King, I don't know why I said king f7.
Yeah,
you know what I meant.
Yes, king f6 to stop,
To
rook
stop,
f5.
right.
There is no rook c6.
There is no knight d5. There is no knight e4.
Right.
So you're just dead. Because I'm
That's-
threatening queen a8, I'm threatening queen c5. Your king will get mated.
So queen e1 is a lousy check.
It's a lousy check, but then I saw, okay, queen g6, what about this one?
Exactly.
And that one's also easy to calculate. On the worst case scenario, and I'm not sure that I have a better move, but in the worst case scenario, I have queen f6.
You simply block the check.
I simply block the check.
Any other further checks might allow check.
Yes, exactly. Check, and it's mate.
Right.
So this also puts the kibosh on that one.
And finally, this one
Is the nicest one.
you just drop your rook in the way, and that's the end of story. So even though black is allowed to queen first, the resulting position is fantastic for white. So, and on the board we do have f6. He did not go for the rook d8 maneuver.
He did not, and there's not a lot of choices here for black. I mean, if you don't go
if we
b2,
go b2, you go f7. If I try to stop you, well, that makes it really easy, right? You just check me.
Yeah, thank you for the rook.
Oh dear.
You don't
oh
even-
dear.
you don't even-
Not only the
promote.
rook, but
Yeah,
when
you
the queen,
promote
I have
rook
rook
b7.
b7 also.
Yeah.
So
It
that's
gets
even
worse. So Christian, take us through the lines. We do have the position f6 on the board. Are there any tricks that Timur could conjure?
No. By the way, rook d8 apparently was more compelling, but now we get this position.
Yep.
Queen to g6. Now I was wondering why not king to e7. Yeah, king e7 is also winning. Queen to f6, we get into this endgame, and now at least I have this a pawn still going down the board. It could get ugly, right? So I don't want, by the way, objectively this is still winning. Nevertheless, it just feels that after queen g6, king to e7 is just more compelling. Keep the queens on the board, and that's going to allow me to get closer to your king and potentially threaten checkmate.
Wow.
So how do you do it right now? King to b5 seems to be the only way to try to escape. Otherwise, queen to a8 is coming.
Well, queen
I have
a8
a lot
forces
of,
me to go king
threats in the
b5. I
position.
wouldn't be so scared of that, right?
If you go here, I think king d8 just finishes you.
Yeah, I agree, because c5 is hanging.
Yes. So king to b5.
Okay.
And the question is, how easy?
I like this engine's move G2, G4.
Get out of
Get out of here.
Get
Come
out.
on.
Yeah, come on.
Maybe it's not that
Ridiculous.
easy.
I mean, people are trying to get checkmated and you're just pushing past pawns?
Perhaps this is still a game. All right, let's see.
Wow.
Let's see queen to
I think
f6.
that's why I wanted to go.
Let's try to understand
I
this
love this
position.
move, rook d8. Why don't you just get the
Right,
rook
and I put my
behind
rook
the...
here.
Okay. Fine.
You don't want to exchange the rooks because your bishop is more or less dominated by the knight right now.
Right. It's like a mutual domination type of
Yes.
position.
Well, let me get rid of that knight. The knight bothers me.
So you go rook c8, right?
Yeah, get rid of that knight. That knight's on a fabulous square.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the
and
endgame
I
after
think
a3
if
is
you
just
go
lost.
here, do I even have
Right?
bishop
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
e2? Is this enough? a3? Ah, king b7. Check this move out. Yeah.
what
yeah.
does that do?
Okay, it gets a bit
King
complicated.
b7 what? King b7 rook c1? I don't get it.
Yeah, rook to c1 and then knight to d4. My knight escapes, right?
Well, I wasn't trying to trap the knight so much as I was trying to push the knight away to b5. And in this position right here, I was hoping that...
Well, if you go a3, I would assume you want to take, right?
Well, no, with the
rook
bishop
c1
on
first
e2.
and then take.
Yeah,
Right, right.
that has to be winning.
Sorry, with the bishop on f3, can I just take... Yeah, knight b5, trade the rooks.
Sure,
Put the bishop on d5, and doesn't my f-pawn...
Winning also. Yeah.
But I want to do it in the easiest possible
This is winning
way.
also.
Right.
Yeah. No, this is probably the practical approach.
Right.
That's what we were thinking.
Yeah.
That you trade the queens, right?
It seems pretty easy to
We'll
my
trade
eyes.
rooks.
Trade rooks, trade everybody,
And then my bishop will
somehow
sacrifice
maneuver.
itself.
It'll somehow maneuver itself to the correct diagonal.
Exactly.
It looks pretty easy, yes. And I do think that we're most likely going to see this position after queen to g6, queen f6, and the trade of the queens.
Okay.
In which it doesn't seem like black gets enough counterplay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And by the way, what's happening in the other one? Game between Ding. Okay, nothing is happening. Nothing has changed. It does seem like White has a bit more space and perhaps a bit more activity of his pieces.
It's actually a little
but the
sharp.
knight stays on e6, blockading everything. I don't think this one is going anywhere.
Right.
Really?
I don't think so, yeah. I mean, I can go this move, right?
Well, it's black to move.
It's black to move, yes.
That explains
your
a-
basics.
That explains
Morning,
a lot.
Alejandro.
Whose turn?
When you put it that way, right?
That's pretty funny. I remember this was a wonderful game from the New York Open, and Joel Benjamin was playing a very tough game against the Estonian Grandmaster Jan Elvist. And boy, Joel really burning some clock, 15 minutes, thinking, and finally Elvis makes a move. And Joel looks at Jan and says, "Jan, I think it's my move." "Oh," says Jan, "so sorry." He takes his move back, and let's continue the game. It was like Joel was tasered after that. He couldn't play anymore. It's like, wait a minute, I'm the one thinking, my clock is ticking. Jan decides it was a good moment to get in a good shot. And this is where our afternoon stands thus far.
And these are the completed games as Richard Rapport finishes the day with 3 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi finishes the day with 5.5. And
wow,
this is how you win a tournament.
This is how you win the first half of the tournament for sure.
Look at that destruction.
And again, +4 for us was a magic number. That said to us, I win the tournament with such a score. We just didn't realize it was just going to be such a high-scoring race between two players. And his magic number...
I think we can update that magic number to say...
Yeah, it might be 9 and 10. I mean, yeah,
9 or 9.5.
Might need 9.
Yeah, you might, right? It really does come down. I mean, I don't think we can hype it more, but it really will come down to round 9.
That's the date of destiny. There's no question about it. That's when Fabi, with the white pieces, will get a chance to play against his rival, Nepo. And should there be a winner in that game, almost undoubtedly, that will be the challenger.
Okay, guys, what is Timur thinking about?
What is Timur thinking about?
I'm
trying
to understand, because B2 seems to be the only move, right?
After F6.
Oh, you mean Well, yeah. What else can you play here, right?
No, I was about to make a suggestion for Rook B8.
He's thinking for the last 9 minutes,
thing can
by
I
the
do?
way.
Well, I can play beside B2.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think you can refute Rook B5 in like 5 seconds. Rook B5, F7, Rook B8, Rook B7 resigns.
Is Rook C4 an alternative? Is that it?
You got
C4?
no dispute from me. Pardon me, Rook C4? Will that change anything significant?
I guess that's the question he's trying to answer. So B2.
You mean in the positions where we queen, the
Yes.
Rook will be better placed on C4?
I'm just
Maybe.
guessing at this point.
Okay, maybe let's just take a look. B2 has anything significantly changed?
So I have still the check on E1 seems to be kind
no
of the
more
only
checks
one
on
right now.
G6.
No more check on G6. So queen to E1 seems to be the only check.
And now it feels like I have a choice between F6 and F7.
You do.
Before,
and that
I
finishes
didn't
the
have
checks.
a choice.
Yeah, that finishes the checks.
Okay, before we go,
Rook C4 doesn't help.
Before we go even too deep in this line, what is the point of Rook C4 F7? Like
Rook C4 F7?
F7, Rook.
I wanted to take the pawn.
Yeah, but thank you for getting my Rook to D8. I wanted it there anyway.
Right.
Party pooper.
Yeah, that's also completely winning.
I mean,
Shattering.
that's the easier version, right?
Truly. Yeah, I'm not. I'm always. Whenever you have this active rook
the
that
rook
is
behind the
freezing
pawns, right? It freezes the pawns.
So then what is he thinking about? Because he's been thinking for the last 10 minutes.
10-minute think here.
10 minutes. I mean, B2 seems like the only legal move in the position.
B2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, you will have to calculate all those checks, but at least calculate it 2 moves from here. Yeah. When you have the queens
Be
on
practical.
the board.
Yeah.
Take
Put
the practical route.
Yeah, put the queens on the board, and now start calculating how do I make the checks. For me, what was remarkable was that one line you were showing, Christian. This move, King B5, was
No,
not
G4.
intuitively obvious, but getting on your sneakers, once you see the move Queen A8 check, you start to say, okay, if I can get on my sneakers and start running in advance, maybe I can get ahead of the worst.
And by the way, that's not such an easy position, right?
I wouldn't guarantee that White's winning this.
Well, objectively, I think
You wouldn't?
he is.
The
but
White is winning? Like, would you 100% say White is winning this position without an engine?
Without an engine, no.
I mean, my king's on
not
E7.
easy.
I don't know.
My king's on scratch. I've got a feeling the A pawn's not going anywhere. Whereas, like, I can force the trade of queens, right?
So what's
Almost
the
at
point
will.
of this G4
But
check
that's the thing, right?
and
If I'm going to trade the queens,
I
do
would
it from
do
the
it
beginning, right?
From the yes.
Yeah.
But I also
I would
have
meet
Rook
Queen
F5 at
G6.
the end, so that doesn't actually work. Perhaps this is why you play G4 first. So let's show that line.
Oh, you right?
Let's show the line after Rook to B7.
Yeah. Rook
King
B-
to C4, right?
Okay.
By the way, B2 is on the board. Queen F7.
Right.
And it doesn't work because you just take and Rook F5.
Correct.
So perhaps this is the hidden idea of G4.
Ah, you take on H2 too. Okay.
The hidden idea of G4 that in this position, you don't go checking and forcing the trade of queens. Rather, you play G4 first so that you go into that variation. There's no Rook F5 check. And by the way, B2, F7 on the board. And it seems to me that Fabi is the one playing
He's ready.
with the greater speed.
Just calculating it all. Okay, there's not a
Snapping
lot of
it out.
choices again.
Again, agreed. Wow. Okay, so this is the current position. We've been anticipating for some time this position, and then we think this is the best check. And the practical player in me has Queen F6. Christian has pointed out that King E7, keeping the queens on the board, is
Also winning.
winning. I must admit that I see this, and I go, "Oh, I got this.
I got this, right?
I got
I
it."
think that's the practical choice.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
And
Yeah, the A pawn is just not strong enough.
by the way, I mean, again, prematurely imagining that Fabi was to win this game. To be cruel, Timur will have lost yet again in a position, a really good game. I mean, give Fabi credit. I mean, Hikaru beat Timur by grinding him down, and it was an unbelievable game.
Yeah, that was very good.
Right, that was really, really, really bad. I mean, Timur fails to see Bishop H2
against Richard.
I mean, there's good luck. Hello, Nepo. And there's terrible luck. I mean, is Timur getting all the sins of Nepo?
He hasn't helped himself, right?
Right.
Even in today's game, when you really think about it, he never equalized.
He was on the verge. He was close.
He was on the verge. But from the opening, which was his proposal to play an A6 Sicilian,
the O'Kelly,
he was always suffering.
True.
We were talking about a 2-result game from how early in the game.
But yet, even having said that, this is the moment where I think he could have really made Fabi's life very, very difficult
with the move Rook C5,
or even Knight G4 check.
Oh, also yes.
King G3, Knight F6, followed by Rook C5. It was his move. Right here, it was the move F7, F6 that opened up the gateway for White's king in very short order. I mean, Fabi jumped at his chance of just driving his king all the way to G6.
Not afraid of the complications that ended up happening because we did get a race. But
exactly. But here it goes. The king
Fabi had it under control.
Yeah, captured all of the kingside pawns, and the players have essentially raced to, oops, that's going too far, have raced to this position with B2, F7 currently on the board. So it was that move F6.
Guys, what is Timur thinking about?
This one in particular is kind of funny, right? Like I don't actually.
What is he thinking about?
See another
There's
move.
only one move in the position. Rook to C8 doesn't work. Rook to F5, I don't think it works.
No.
Rook D5 doesn't work for, like,
Rook F5. I think
a bazillion reasons, right?
A bazillion.
But
so Rook F5,
Rook F5. I think the S here is Rook D8. I still don't see how
Rook
this
to
helps.
D8. Yeah, that's the easiest. That's by far the easiest.
That's
we keep going back to the same tactic, right?
Right? Yeah, Rook F5. You go here, and then any queens is going to be met by check, followed by check, and captures. That's a very nice skewer of the newly minted queen.
And that's game.
Wow, and that is game.
So you have to put a queen on the board right now. Just play B1.
Yeah, and this is what we're expecting.
You don't want to promote into anything else but the queen.
I think we kind of gave it a little short shift, but we did get the question from our social media that should Nepo win the event, would this really reduce the odds of Magnus accepting and playing? And I think we both said yes, just simply yes. But on the other hand, Nepo is playing just really, really, really well. And we've always admired Magnus from the point of view that he accepts challenges, whether it be Fischer Random, Blitz, Rapid Chess, and a decisive victory by Nepo might induce Magnus to think, you know what, I should play that guy.
I hear you. The thing is that I don't think that Magnus sees this as backing out of a challenge. I'm sure that he is precisely backing out because it is a challenge, and in this case, it's a challenge that's taking too much from him. And if he had to prove that he's better than Nepo, then I'd say, yeah, that he'll take that, he'll make the sacrifice for it, but he already did that. And it's very likely, and I hope that he changes his mind, because of course I would like to see Magnus defend his title as many times as it takes until somebody actually takes it from him.
Correct.
But it is a big ask, and considering the entire field, and the words that he said, which one of these players could he be referring to? I think the #1 candidate is Nepo.
Yeah. Jump in, Christian. Do you see a Nepo victory in this tournament as making it more likely that Magnus would not defend his title?
Yes. I think if Fabiano wins, there's a big likelihood that we're going to see the match between himself and Magnus. If Nepo wins, I don't know. I just don't feel it. And I don't think Magnus feels it either. I think he just wants a new challenge. He sees Fabiano, at least to my eyes, as a challenge. I don't think after the last match that he sees Nepo as such.
Wow, just one other thought. I mean, obviously, Nepo's Russian. Because of the situation these days, would there be nations that the match couldn't be held in because of sanctioned reasons? There are issues. It's a little confusing.
Yeah. I mean, we won't be seeing Nepo or the Russian team in the Olympiad.
For example,
It's kind of a big deal.
Well, I mean, in my whole chess career, the Russian/Soviet teams were always pre-tournament favorites. They were the #1 seeds, I want to say, that the Russian team. This, I believe, is going to be the first Olympiad in Olympic history, stretching back for decades, that the American team is the #1 seed.
Many decades.
Many decades. We do have Queen G6 check on the board. We think King E7 is a computer engine-driven win. We think Queen F6 is a more kind of a human approach, but both will be winning, and one probably has a +3 or +4, when the other probably has something higher.
And I was just looking through the variations, and actually there's quite some funny ones here. So Queen to F6, take, and we go to A4. Rook to D8 is what we were looking at, but also there's this move, King to G6.
Okay.
A3, Rook to D2, A2, and actually give up the rook.
It's too far
And this
away.
is still completely winning. After F5, there's no way you can stop that pawn.
Wow, the knight on A2 is a long way.
It's a long way from home, especially because D3 is a mined square. Once you get the knight to D3, I go bishop E2.
Right.
And that kills it. So for example, if you try to go like this, F7, knight E5, and black is fine, right?
Right.
But bishop E2 just finishes the game.
Ouch.
Very nice.
Is black fine after F7? I guess so, right? It should be.
Black should probably be fine after knight
Knight
E5,
check suddenly
I think
problematic
you run out of pawns, I think.
Rook
this is fine.
E5 or something could make it difficult.
Even H5.
Not only that, but I think
H4. I think you're on time.
Not to go there, not to allow the knight to sacrifice.
So let's see. This is probably one of the last few critical moments if white decides to go queen to F6.
Right.
If the queens stay on the board, then the position becomes quite complicated, I have to say. The more I look at it and the more you have to find these ideas of G4, it's not easy.
Right.
It's not easy with a ticking clock. Queen to F6 does seem to be the practical choice that Fabiano needs to make right now. Calculate all of those lines, perhaps even calculate the line that I just showed you, and go for it.
Exactly.
Simplify the position, get into a technically winning position, and this is exactly what he's seeking right now, and I think he will find it.
Yeah, no, Queen F6 to my eyes, I don't know about you, Alejandro, that seems just such a practical decision.
It would be difficult for me to really consider the move King E7, but hey, good news for Fabi fans, both legal moves are winning.
Are winning indeed. Now to, well, I have to share something with our audience. I mean, we're at the first half. After today, I mean, we'll go into the second half, but, well, our dear friend Christian is going to go attend a wedding. Not his own, but he's going to attend a wedding, and we're going to have a new member on staff. Christian, we're going to miss you, my friend.
I'm going to miss you too, guys, but, you know, I'll see you soon enough. We're going to rekindle our bromance at the beginning of July for the juniors, seniors, and the junior girls tournament.
So many events coming up this summer here in St. Louis, and those 3 events, always a great deal of fun. Nice to call the action. And then you've got Zagreb.
And then Zagreb.
Oh, look at this.
Take a look
Grand
at this
Chess
list of
Tours.
events, and
Wow.
Cristian will be coming back for the U.S. juniors and seniors and juniors girls, July 7th to the 16th here in St. Louis, Missouri. And he will also be joining us in the GCT commentary. We're back with the Grand Chess Tour. Super United in Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb. And who is going to Zagreb? I'm going to Zagreb.
Are you going to Zagreb?
I'm going to Zagreb this time.
You're
Christian
done.
will be with you in the studio. And a certain...
Because you're on your way to India.
I am on my way to India. It's just kind of...
Helping the Olympic teams.
I'm specifically with the women. I will
Okay.
be the coach for the women's team. But I think they were talking about Magnus Carlsen will be playing in Zagreb. That's the one that matters. And he will also be here for the Singfield Cup. He won't be playing our St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but he will be playing in the Singfield Cup, which we moved to September this year because of the Olympiad.
Right, to accommodate the organizers in Chennai, India. Yeah, we start with Christian and finish up with Magnus.
Sounds like a good day.
I want to keep Christian. I don't want to trade. Cough, cough, cough.
Are you going to do the dance? Yes, sir.
Cough, cough, cough. No. I mean, we will definitely be missing you, Christian.
But you guys
It's
will
a
be
lot of
getting
fun.
Dorsa, so that should be an interesting
exactly.
adventure.
That will be your Dorsa will be replacing, and Dorsa's your student.
Not anymore. She actually graduated from St. Louis University. It's his student now.
She's coming to Mizzou. Yes, she's coming to Mizzou.
There she is, as she will be joining us in studio tomorrow.
That's right, and she will be here replacing Christian.
3-time gold medalist. That was why she got her scholarship to the St. Louis University, huh?
She definitely gave her contribution.
Fantastico. Well, welcome, Dorsa, of course. And again, we'll be missing you, Christian. But the first half, Christian, I got to tell you, I mean, it's been such a strange tournament. So many of my predictions, forget about Hikaru for just a moment, but I mean, seriously, so many of my predictions were just dead wrong. I just thought that Ding Liren was a wonderful choice. You actually chose him. I mean, a wonderful choice. I didn't see anything that happened.
Every guest that we've had, Sam Shankland, Lanier,
today,
they said it pretty explicitly. I thought this was Ding's tournament. I thought this was the candidate where Ding finally would show his stuff.
Exactly.
But yet again, it almost feels like it's a Levon type of curse that when you get to the candidates, Levon doesn't perform.
Right.
And Ding. Three candidates where he's not part of the conversation.
Right. Shocking. Yeah. And again, how difficult it is to win a game in the candidates. 5 players have failed to win a single game in the first half. And then you have Nepo, who's winning games like left, right, easy.
Making it easy, look easy.
And
spending less than an hour.
Spending less than an hour.
Winning with black, spending less than an hour.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution.
It's like winning in an open tournament or something.
Right? So it is a
shocking,
confusing tournament for us. And
how are we doing on predictions, guys, actually? Let's maybe have a look
really?
at that.
Nobody picked Nepo.
Nobody picked Nepo.
That's all I remember from the predictions.
True, but
I mean, nothing else to
say about the predictions.
Nobody predicted
Definitely do not need that graphic.
Producer, you gotta give us our predictions. There we go. You're doing well. I have to say, Yasser, you're keeping close. Alejandro, not so much.
I don't know about that keeping close.
Yeah.
I mean, a 2-point gap.
What were they giving Hikaru percentage-wise going into today? 2%. And Nepo 1.
And I think Dorsa will be picking Nepo. From what
It's in the truck. Picking Nepo doesn't count, Dorsa. I'm so sorry.
Not how it works.
So sorry.
All right.
Oh boy.
Guys, we're still, after Queen to G6, nothing has happened.
Okay.
And what's the clock times?
23 minutes actually for Fabiano, 27 for Timur. So despite the fact that he burned all that time with B2 and B1, it seemed useless time expenditure. Right now, he's still ahead on time. Fabiano will need to be very precise, and the clock is ticking down. We do get another additional 15 minutes after 60 moves, and that's,
Right, that's
30
their
moves
third
away
and
from
final.
here. Nevertheless, it's going to come down to the last few seconds, I have a feeling.
The last few seconds would be, that
Wait
would
a
not be
minute,
a Fabi fan favorite, I think.
Wait a minute. I think we're all kind of put this one as done and dusted, and you're kind of making a suggestion that there's
It's
still
not
work.
that easy, guys.
What?
I mean,
Why?
look, with the engine, it's very easy, right? You see Queen F6, you see that you actually sacrifice the rook, and that's easy, right?
Well,
But if you don't
rook's-
have the engine by your side, what are the lines that you're shuffling around with?
Well, no, I like Queen F6.
I thought we settled on takes A4, rook D8 as being the human
Exactly.
approach.
I wanted
Allowing
to
rook
trade the
come to
rooks.
A5, is that such an easy approach?
Hold
and
on,
rook to
I wanted to play
C8,
rook
I understand, but
And
all
then
of
I
these
wanted
moves,
to kick the knight, and then I wanted to trade the rooks.
That was...
Oh, and by the way, if I go A3, what's
yeah,
that?
we
Well,
thought
this
this
is
is
easy.
easy, right? This is just dead lost.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, yeah.
This I get 3 connected pass pawns.
It's not even a question.
Right.
Yeah.
And the F pawn goes
that's
down the board.
all she
Yes.
wrote.
Right, yeah.
This is easy. I agree with you.
All
guys.
right. So Queen F6 takes. I mean,
By the way, taking is not the only move, right? I can also give a check here.
he has, but I thought you can go either rook
Rook
E7
E7
or
But
King
rook to
D6.
E7. I don't have rook to C6 again. Wait a minute. So take. We exchange the queens, actually.
This is funny.
A4, F5.
Oh, you got 2 queens again?
No.
No, don't do this.
No, this is
A couple
drawn.
more queens on the board.
Yeah, this is a,
No, this is drawn.
I can even pick
The-
up H2
Wait
if
a
I feel
minute.
like it.
This
Yeah.
is a draw. Right?
Yeah, I check on E5 and take on H2.
This is a draw.
All
That's right.
So we messed this up already.
Bravo.
Bravo.
So rook to E7 is already a bad move.
Oh, really?
Yes, queen to E8, king to D6 seems to be the only
Yeah,
move.
no, we had this. You said King D6, I pick up a tempo.
That was like an hour ago. I already forgot it.
And now you can actually force
Yes,
the
but
trade
I
of the
remember
queens.
you saying King to D6 is
a tempo on the rook. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, let's just refresh the board. By the way, we invite everybody watching, and thank you very much for watching and sharing your thoughts. But you're invited to join the conversation by asking us any questions you might have about the players. We've been discussing Magnus's comments about maybe not defending his title in 2023, and as we understand it, should that happen, the top 2 finishers of the candidates would be invited to play for the vacant crown.
That is how the regulations do work.
Right.
I mean, there is some talk about it. The moment that Magnus put it out there, and the moment yesterday that it became clear that it's a 2-horse race, people
Right.
are starting to wonder, does it, how is the candidates going to end? And does it really matter if they finish
Second or
first? Because
right.
if they're going to play each other anyway,
Right.
that's what the World Championship match would be. If Magnus declines to play, it'll be these 2.
And we have some questions from the social media. Let's have a look-see.
From introducer Parth, who are Nepo's seconds? All of his prep is coming to food.
Exactly. Whoever his seconds are, I mean, let's hire those guys. Those guys have been amazing. Do we know Nepo seconds?
I don't think that we know.
From Dubai, we do.
Yes.
Do we?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I was there.
So I know a couple of seconds that he has for this tournament. One of them is Vityukov, who I've seen a photo of alongside Nepo, and the other one is Khairulin Ildar. So at least 2 seconds with him right now at the candidates, but I think the prep that he's using mostly is the one that he already has from the World Chess Championship.
Before, right.
Yes, especially with the Petrov. What we've seen today was a residual preparation from the World Chess Championship.
Wasn't
because
the European champion Polotkin?
I haven't seen him actually with
long
Nepal.
time second.
But he was definitely there for the World Championship. The World Championship was Potkin. We had Leko was also there.
Leko.
And then Tomaszewski.
And Tomaszewski.
Yeah, and I think I'm missing one. I think Janowski. Long time coach of Nepo.
Okay.
I think Evgeny Janowski.
Four coaches. That's
plus a computer specialist.
Quite impressive.
Yeah, it was a very big team.
That's a team.
And then once in a while, Sergei Karyakin went to say hi in Dubai. I don't know. I don't actually know if they were working together, but he was at least moral support.
Wow. Okay. Pretty impressive team that you put together. But those are the seconds we think have been working with Nepo, and absolutely right that it has gone swimmingly well. I once had a U.S. championship. Big shout out to a longtime second friend of mine, John Donaldson.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Queen F6 played by Fabi. Once had a U.S. championship where it was just one of those tournaments where everything went swimmingly well, and I remember doing some nice preparation work with John for Dmitry Gurevich. And it was like, normally I'm like the last person to catch somebody in some prep, and Dmitry walked right down the fairway, and there was just no recovering. And it was like the shortest, easiest victory game I've had in my career, and it just burst the sails. Like once that happened, everything happened, and I won a U.S. championship in the swimming way, as we're seeing Nepo today. Queen F6, sorry.
Queen F6, but we do have a result. I'm being told that Ali Reza and Ding Liren have drawn their game. It was a game in which nothing had happened for a very long time, and nothing ended up happening. Two players in desperate need for a win. Honestly, even with a win,
it marginally helps.
Marginally helps at this situation when the leaders are just winning every game. What a disappointment. What a disappointment.
Drawing themselves completely out of the event. Wow.
I mean, if they have a 1% chance, I'd be shocked.
At this point.
Well, Ali Reza is 3 points behind Nepo, and
with 7 rounds to go.
I think Ding 2.5. So that's just insurmountable.
I mean, I thought it was remarkable in round 6 when Nepo won and Fabi won and nobody else did. Like it was 2-2, and it was sort of like all of they're collecting all the riches, all the Easter eggs. They're getting every one, and I thought, wow, in round 6 that was really good. I had no idea they're going to repeat it day after day, like a Groundhog Day. But it's true. Nepo has won his game already. With the one remaining game, we do believe that after the move Queen F6, Fabi's going to get another win as well.
That's what we think, and it's not what anybody expected. Really, everybody thought this was going to be a tight tournament, that all the candidates were worthy.
Really close.
There were a couple of people that you could say they weren't crowd favorites. Nobody was giving Timur Radjabov a lot. We can see why a lot of chances in the event. But everybody else, you think they have a...
I mean, Richie wasn't the big overworld, but people could have said a dark horse.
Right. But
this
is not... This is strange.
This is
very strange.
It's shocking, surprising. I don't know. We run out of words. And here is where we stand. With one game remaining, we do expect Fabi to score and get to 5 out of 7. And if you had said to Fabiano, Fabi, first half, you get 5 out of 7, he said, how far in first place am I? I mean, everybody else trailing at 50%.
And you have some of those tournaments once in a while, right, where you play really well.
Yeah.
But there's somebody else that just
is killing it.
I remember I was working as a second to Tatev Abrahamian here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We had the U.S. Women's Championship in 2019. We had a great tournament, 8.5 out of 11.
Just a second. Let's figure that out. 8.5 out of 11, so it's 8.5, 3.5, plus 5, baby! That's an easy first.
It's an easy first. Jennifer Yu ends up the tournament 10 out of 11, plus 9. What can you do?
There is a guy, and he hates you. I mean, wow, 10 out of 11. I remember that tournament.
Yeah.
Jennifer just, everything broke for her perfect.
Yep.
Wow, even a game she was losing, was it Annie against Annie? Somehow she
Someone
turned the
turns it
table
around, right, yeah.
And wow.
And I think she lost the last one, didn't she?
No. She ended with 2 draws. She actually ended up winning the last game against Anna Satonska, I want to say.
Dang.
The black pieces.
Dang, that's a huge first. I remember I played in Tata Steel. At the time it was called Hooghovens. And I scored 10.5 out of 13.
What?
10.5 out of 13.
Hooghovens?
Yeah.
Really?
Beat Korchnoi, beat Timon, beat everybody. It was great.
Pretty good.
Walter Brown scored 10.5 out of 13. It's unbelievable. It was like, what? It was like, what? I mean, I thought I won first, galloping away. I mean, we both crossed the finish line with the same score. It was a crazy event, and somehow we brought out the best in one another. Great rival, Walter Sean Brown, 6-time U.S. champion. We miss him. Queen F6, and what's the clock time?
22 minutes for Timur, so he still has plenty of time to think.
So I would assume Queen to E8 definitely has to be considered, right? Queen to E8 right now, King to D6. But then,
well, there's not that much else, right? It's Queen F6 or
you
Queen
see
E8.
Rook to E7, and you can calculate that easily, and you understand that you're probably going to be okay with black. But then King to D6, and there's a big question to answer. How do you defend this rook?
Exactly.
If you move it anywhere around, I have a feeling you give me another move, I'll checkmate you.
Right, exactly.
If you go, for example, here, perhaps even King to C7 just.
Ooh, nasty discovered check.
That's a nice discovery check, and if you go here, actually, I have Queen to D4, another diagonal check, and I just inch closer to you, Rook to D6, that's game over. So you cannot do that.
The attacking king.
Exactly, the attacking king. So what do? You go King to B5, right?
Defending the rook.
But this just allows me to simplify the position. And simplify it by force. It's not very difficult to calculate this. Rook to B7, King A4 cannot be played because of King takes C5, so you have to go to C4. But after Queen to E6, you can see that this is a position without the queens, but a much worse version because my rook gets behind the pawn.
Already behind the pawn, and I am already controlling F5.
So at this point, it does seem like the only move that you can play with a clear conscience is Queen takes F6. And then A4, and start pushing the pawn and hope for the best.
Right.
It's the only thing you can do at this point.
Exactly.
Now, Rook to D8, this was the move that we mentioned. How about King to A5? How is this race going to proceed? So F5, I go A3, you give me a check. Do you give me a check?
Yeah, I'll give you a check.
Sure,
why not?
You'll give me a check. I go King. Actually, maybe that check wasn't that precise. Because this allows me to get the Rook to A5 quickly. So if you go King to G6, Rook to A5, or Knight to A4.
Yeah, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to give you this.
It's a race.
Right
now, it's a race.
I feel like I let it slip.
Yeah. So Rook D8, we were looking at King A5.
Okay, I liked your and I like King G6.
So I keep pushing.
Yeah, but this one, I feel I'm up a tempo in a variation you already showed us.
Oh, and you can just
take on A2.
I just take on A2 and I go
This
F6.
is a much better version. Yeah,
this is a lot easier.
Simpler, much simpler than.
So this one was easy, but how easy is it to go all the way from here instead of Rook to D8, Rook to D2?
So
A3, F5, and this variation. How easy is this?
The other one is a lot easier, right?
Yeah, this is the one where you showed as Knight C1,
Knight
6.
The knight cannot get back.
Right, it can't get
in time.
Yeah.
Because this D3 square is mine.
Correct.
And that's kind of the only way you can get to E5 from which you can protect against the promotion. Knight to B4, Knight D5, this diagonal, you cannot place the knight anywhere on this diagonal. So unfortunately, Knight C1, Knight D3 doesn't work because of Bishop to E2. We know that.
What you have shown us, yes.
So how can you...
The funny line...
It's not easy. So H4, F7. But then I can go here, in fact.
Why? Just go king g7.
I don't think you need fancy play.
Are you in time, though? So.
In time of what?
Your
Well,
king has to come all the way back
you're gaining
to
some
H4.
time like this, right?
Your
Because
king has to come
with
back.
bishop to g4.
Guys, doesn't matter. Queen e8 played.
Queen e8 is on the board. Wow, allowing king d6.
king to d6.
I think
What's
about it
his
from
plan
Timur's
after?
point of view.
Please.
Perhaps he sees queen f6 as hopeless.
If fair enough, I would think.
I would
of it
think it's
pretty
hopeless. And he
close
th-
to hopeless.
But what's
He
the
says,
follow-up?
let me throw in one last trick.
Okay, that if you blunder the move rook e7,
I escape.
I escape to a drawn queen ending after I trade everything, and I promote a pawn and you promote a pawn, something that we saw from afar.
But this is Fabiano Caruana you're talking about.
Exactly.
Man.
Everybody queens and black is happy.
Yeah, try something.
So
But queen
it's
to f6,
kind of one
I
of
think, was
those
the best
things
try.
where you've got two choices. You can block with your queen, but then I've got a perpetual.
Well,
You can block
repetition
with the
at least,
rook. Yeah, you can block with the rook,
But that
and then I'm
draws.
going to make a draw. Or my opponent finds the move king b6 and I'm lost.
And then I resign.
And then I lost. And then I resign.
And that's the question. Do we have any better moves as black after king to d6?
Yeah, that's a question.
Outside
right?
of
Do we
king
have-
b5, which allows the queen trade?
Well, I have to defend the rook somehow.
So
That's
what
kind of
about
a
rook
threat.
c4? How is... rook c4 just king d5? No, king
king
d5
d5
is
is illegal.
illegal. So what do we do?
But it would have been a
It
strong
would have been
move.
a really strong move. First of all, there was something like that happened, and I still don't know the whole thing. It was a Blitz tournament, Blitz World Championship, where Magnus's opponent hung his king.
It was something
Then Magnus
different.
made another move, and the opponent said that's illegal because my king's in check. Magnus like, what?
That was,
the guy was
inactive.
trying to win a game because he made an illegal move and said that Magnus can't make that move because it was illegal too.
Well, let's
was
say
kinda
that
funny.
let's say that it led to FIDE changing some regulations.
That was pretty ridiculous. But I'm with you 100%, Christian. I like your idea. King d5, discover check to black's king.
But I think this one is easy, right? You go rook a7. There's no way you take that because it's mate. Queen g7, queen b7 is just mate, right?
Let's just show it, but you're absolutely right, of course. Queen b7 mate, thanks to the bishop.
So let's go to b5.
But then I go queen e5. I don't have to calculate anything.
Then you go queen e5.
Yeah, that's it.
And that makes it really easy,
Easy, right?
because suddenly my pawn is even one square.
So let's go to b6 then.
What?
We'll just
Rook check, king to
and then
b6.
go to b6.
Somehow I forgot this was legal.
Good
Still-
morning, St. Louis.
It's still legal.
Don't forget,
So you can give
we're
me
getting
another
up-
check, and I go back to a6. How is that?
This is getting confused.
No, I like rook b7. Somehow I like the fact that the moment I can move my king, it's
Let's keep
mate.
going.
Oh, you mean something like this? Now I'm with you. Okay. Oh, that's illegal.
That's the thing. I don't have a legal move with the king. The king's stalemated. Good morning, St. Louis.
Oh,
It
that's
is.
great.
What hour of commentary is it?
Wow. So I was trying to make the illegal move, king c7. Any move with a king would be most excellent at
The
this
problem
moment.
is that the king doesn't
have a legal move.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
At the end, keep going. Yeah, rook b7, king a6.
Yes, and
Now
yes.
we have queen e6. No, but
Exactly
then
this moment?
we lose the f4 pawn. No, I don't want that. Never mind. Queen to e6, you just trade and then take on f4.
That's crazy. Just
Why
a
is-
second.
why is this so hard? I don't get it. You're
Rook
almost
C4.
mated.
This is funny. Can I make room for my king somehow? Let's say I go here, so that I can make a discover check.
I must be missing something. What is your answer to?
Queen rook d4. I had this.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this one? Check.
With king c5?
Check.
Oh, king c7.
Check.
Check. Yeah.
That's
That's
kind
King
of
c5 or
unusual.
king c7, yeah.
You could take the rook and
Yeah.
then go rook d4 check, though.
You're not gonna. My question was gonna be,
Jeez.
how to go? What did you say?
The problem with my desired rook d8 so that I could go king c7 check is you could take the rook.
And how do we feel about that endgame? The bishop's pretty dominated.
Then the bishop.
I don't want to do this.
The game kind of flares anew.
I'm scared. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Maybe you don't want to do this suddenly
That
because.
pawn is pretty fast.
I mean, I go f5 also.
Right,
It's
but
just
then that's
another
a,
race. Yeah.
But that's
Should be winning at the end, but it's not going to be.
No.
Okay, Bale is out. Bale is out. Come on, Christian. 11 moves, 12 minutes.
Christian.
So
Come
rook
on.
to a7 is a good start. King to b6. Rook to b7 is a good follow-up.
And then?
And now rook to b3.
Get out. Really? So any checks will be answered by check? Check,
Yeah.
check?
Check, check.
Check, check, yes. So if you check me here, king d5 just wins.
Check, check.
It doesn't even finish the line, yeah? There's so much geometry in the position. You have knight d4 at the end, but
Yeah,
this,
but this one is
just,
pretty easy, right?
Well, this
just,
one, yeah, you
I
could
would have
also
never gone
go
to
over-
d7, but whatever.
Right. But I'll get to give up the bishop in this case. I'll get to
So-
give up the bishop for the a pawn,
So the move right now would be rook takes f4.
obviously.
What? And that is not hanging because...
It is hanging. It is hanging, yes. And you have to go knight b5 and rook
Take
takes
it.
b5, the game is over. Yeah, the game is over. So
Wow.
rook to b3, in fact, just finishes the game.
Well,
But
big
that's
moment.
an awkward move. It's not.
Right.
It's
kinda-
not
it's pretty
the
awkward, right?
the slam.
By the way,
really
King
like.
d6 played.
King d6 played.
Probably on his
on the
way.
board.
But how long did it take him to find that awkward move?
It took him 7 minutes. He's down to 11 minutes with 20 seconds. But remember that he does get more time at move 60. He is 11 moves away.
That's 1 minute per move with no increments. That's not comfy. And what about Timur?
Timur is down to 18.
For also 11 moves. 18.
12 for him, but yes.
12 for him. King b6, rook c4. And you're telling me the best move after rook c4 are
Is
those
rook
rook
to b3.
checks?
Yes.
And
Rook to
b3.
a7, rook to b7, followed by rook to b3. And I guess this is why he spends so much time on this move king to d6, because it's not as obvious.
Can I, if I play rook c4, right? Let me try this again.
Please.
I know we're tired. I know the engine wants to play rook a7, rook b7, rook b3, and nobody's going to ever play that.
Right.
Can I go for something a little more direct? Can I just go rook e7 and say, where's your queen going?
Rook c5, rook c4, right now with the checks or without the checks?
Without, I guess it doesn't matter, right? It's the same position.
Okay.
No, it matters a lot.
What?
Because I have rook c6 with the check.
No. I don't want to drag your king to b6. It doesn't
Exactly.
make any sense. Go rook
Exactly.
e7 right away.
Instantly, right now.
Well, if you go rook a7 followed by rook e7, then I have rook c6 at the end, and that allows me to equalize, right?
Well, I understand that, but why am I putting your king on
No, king b6.
king b6? Because otherwise queen e5.
King
Clear.
b6.
King b6, and in this case,
Now we have rook c6.
oops, gotcha. Got it. And that is why Alejandro would like to play the move rook e7
Immediately.
immediately. You got to build yourself up to really get that immediately in
I'll try. I feel like I have a check next move.
Okay, so I'll give you a check
On?
No, but checking on b8, king d7.
That has to be lights out, no?
Wait, never mind. I have king b5.
Queen e5! Yes!
What?
I just want to trade the queens, man.
Oh, you mean in the analysis? I thought he made the move.
No.
But how easy is that?
How easy is what?
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
keep
King to
going- let's
b8.
keep going
Queen to
with what?
b8.
What?
This is not over.
Queen
to
b8.
Queen b8.
That's okay. You can exchange the queens, but my king is on b4 now.
Good for you.
Okay, go king d7.
I do.
King to b5.
Okay, first of all, let's make sure we're not blundering like checkmate or anything here, right? No, looks like rook e5 is kind of messy. Okay, let's trade the queens.
Trade the queens. Take on e5.
Yeah, with the queen, hopefully. Yasser with the queen.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying. I was trying to drag the king.
No, why am I thinking with the rook? Take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn. I apologize. With the rook on e7, you want to take with the pawn?
Yeah, actually, no. It's a little awkward, right?
Right?
You're right. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Let's just let's get this guy.
Okay.
Let's get this guy going.
You get that guy going. I'll get my guy going. A4.
Yes, you do.
F6.
F6 or rook e1. I just kind of want to get my rook over here.
I don't think that
the knight's dominated.
I don't think it matters for this
Okay,
one. For this
F6,
one tempo.
F6.
I think it's fine. F6.
Okay. A3.
Now
let's
go. Rook e1. You go a2. I'll go rook a1.
Right. I'm not going to allow you to play knight a2 and knight b1. So I'll just put that down. Just pre-move.
Pre-move.
That is a good point.
And I do believe that f7 and either king e8 or king e7 is going to escort the pawn home.
And of course, the resulting games are dead lost.
This looks good, guys.
Yeah, all right.
This looks good.
And again, it's simple.
That's what we're trying to find for Fabi, right? Because this idea of rook a7, rook b7, rook b5.
By the way, Timur.
And by the way,
rook c4, the most annoying,
move.
The most
honorary move there is in the position for white to face. He found it.
By the way, guys, we did go through with that variation with queen to e5, and it was actually extremely precise.
Really?
So rook to e7, by the engine, that endgame is as winning as we made it look like.
Oh.
Good.
Yeah, we're not completely dead. we
may be tired,
but we still see something.
Our fingers may be bleeding.
I mean, you did try to take on e5 with a king. So.
Can we get rid of this guy? Is it possible?
He's not welcome tomorrow.
Out the door.
We have a social media question. Thank you, everybody that's helping out here on our broadcast. It's late. From Twitch user Blitz Chess King.
Are there any plans for a Yasser biography? Nope.
Good. Next question.
We're done. I did have the chess tools, and I really enjoyed that one. That was a book about all my games with the world champions, and then I was thinking of a compendium volume, chess duels with challengers and champions, because I have played from all over the world, the national champions of the world and the challengers, and some great stories. But no, I mean, these days, books, they're out the door. Everybody's doing videos and software trainings, and I can't even puzzle rushes. Books. Folks don't read books.
What is this book thing you
mentioned? Yeah, what is this book thing? As a coach, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Podcasts.
By the way, guys, we have another move that we did not consider at all played by Fabi, so let's take a look.
Whoa, and he played it rather quickly.
He kind of has to, right? 9 minutes for the remaining moves. Rook c7 played.
Great move.
One of those
looks extremely logical.
I am ready to trade. Oh, that's so nice, because you can't
trade, yeah.
You can't go backwards. I've got mate, and if you try to step up, we don't trade queens anymore. Yeah. I just pick up the queen. Now, in the meanwhile, the move rook c7 is an invitation to you check me somehow and let me make a check. For example, not that this is a good move, but just as an example of what Fabi is hoping for. Anytime he can move his king, he gets to do so with check. So rook c7, good move, you say, Christian?
Great move, yes.
Great move.
From a practical perspective, I think this is a great move.
And what is the answer to knight e4? Do I just take the knight?
I have to.
You have to, right? Because
you have to take the knight.
That's how chess works, right? Yeah, that's check, but
check. This is that will hurt your feelings.
Check. So you have to take it.
I have to take it.
And I take with the queen.
But then check, king d7.
Check.
I go up. I have no moves. Yeah, king b5.
And now I think I can even go
do we trade the queens?
5. I think even trading queens is winning.
I think queen e5 is winning.
Because at the end of it, e8 is with a check. So if you do take on c7, and take on c7 and a4, e8 comes with a check.
Oh, that is nasty. Yes. The table bases agree with you wholeheartedly that that would indeed be the game. Rook
So
c7.
how
I
is
like
this
this
end game? After rook c7, king b5.
Rook c7, no knight e4, but king to b5.
No, this is trivial. I go queen e5.
Queen e5, you take.
It's the same thing. I'm promoting with check.
And then I go...
No, Yasser with the queen. Take on e5 with the queen.
I'm trying to get him off.
Rook to d4.
Oh, rook d4. I forgot about this.
Rook to David 4 check.
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
King somewhere.
So king has to at least go in front of the pawn momentarily.
Yeah, but the other bad news, you win a tempo, but I win a tempo.
That's the tempo, yeah. That's an important tempo, actually.
Ouch.
I don't know how important it is, but...
So king to
it's
b4.
useful.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
What if I give you just one check to see where you go?
Just one look.
To c5, right?
It feels
And now king to f5. That knight is so dominated by the bishop. That's very unfortunate for black. Yeah, this looks winning. This actually looks quite easy.
Okay. So the more we're looking at it, with all due respects to rook e7, which is a fine move, rook c7 is maybe
It's a
even
good
little
practical move.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is very
simpler.
practical. I like rook c7. Not that much to calculate.
No. In fact, at this stage in the game, the less you have to calculate, the better it is, because as the game, you're worn out of energy, and the more prone you are to making mistakes. So if you can see a simple...
any way to get out of this trade for black?
Yeah, again, I was looking at this rook d4 check, trying
But
to
then
lay a
king
trap.
c5.
Queen takes, knight b5, but you just go king c5 check, and that's a killer. Yeah.
And by the way, even taking on d4,
Yeah,
I think
it almost wins, right? Rook d4, queen takes d4, knight b5, king c5.
No, it wins.
But you have queen f8.
Say what? Say
queen
that again.
f8.
Rook d4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen d4.
Knight b5.
Knight
King
b5
c5.
check.
c5.
This is what we call a family fork, by the way.
Yeah, but you can only take one at a time.
And I rip.
And then bishop
b7, bishop c6.
And I pick up your queen for...
Not for free.
Not for free,
Not for
actually.
free. But you pick up the queen, and I think that should be winning.
Yeah, because I pick up the knight at the end.
Yeah, no, it's not.
You have
no,
96.
You don't.
You have 96 at the end of it.
Oh.
This is crazy.
But you could start with rook to b7 in that case.
What?
Just start with... No. After king to b8, you can go rook b7 first, get the rook off the c7 square and 96 idea, and then pick up the queen, and then you pick up the knight.
Very nice. The problem with this line is queen f8. I don't know why we're spending so much time with this.
Yeah,
but the problem with this line, I thought, was queen takes d4.
Oh, sorry.
Knight b5.
Yes.
And then kind of unfortunately, after king c5, I think black has queen f8, and I think it actually wins because it controls...
That's...
Although...
That's nasty.
Because
That's
the knight on
nasty.
d4 controls e2.
And you would love to...
Yes.
Yes.
You would love to go king c6 followed by bishop e2. But unfortunately, it's just a check.
It's just
Oh, my goodness. Okay, we're feeling a little loopy over here. I wonder how Fabi is feeling, because these guys, I mean, we've seen their kind of a reception room where they do have snacks. They can look at their games on the monitors, but the energy levels, man, you've got to be in great physical stamina as you go into, 6 hours of play already? What are we at? Even longer, aren't we?
What time is it? 1:42. No, we're approaching 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
You feel it. And, oops, for some reason we don't have the, let me refresh my board, I apologize. C7, got it.
And still 10 moves to go, with only 8 minutes for Timur and 9 minutes and 30 seconds for Fabiano. After this move, rook to c7, though, it does seem like Fabiano's moves are quite straightforward.
Right.
If you go king b5, I exchange the queens. Queen to
b5. Any queen trade,
and that's going to be devastating for black.
Extremely happy. Makes it very easy for us to calculate that our pawn is making a queen. And
you
when
move the knight, you give me the d5 square, check, check. You move the rooks anywhere else, you give me the c5 square, that's a check, devastating.
As well.
You move the queen anywhere else, king to d7 or king to e7, that's another check.
Devastating.
So there's just simply no options at this point.
Right.
For black. You have to accept the trade of not only the rooks, but the queens as well.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be game over.
You ran out of road. There's no more road ahead.
Yeah.
That's it. Rook c7.
Well,
wow. And for Fabi, you know, Fabi also has this, I want to say, practicality. When he's doing very, very well, it's not like things go completely to his head and he thinks, oh, I can take all kinds of risks. He's a very level-headed player, isn't he? When even when the successes are mounting, as we're seeing right now. If he wins this game.
He really is. He is a cool-headed player. When things are going well, it doesn't get to his head. When things go badly, it kind of does. And you see that you see that in blitz tournaments where he is prone to losing in a row.
Yeah.
But in classical chess, he usually recovers quite well. And very importantly, you don't have this. You don't suffer from wins. I think a lot of people do. That you suffer from a win where you get too much confidence, you believe a little bit too much on yourself, you're willing to take risks that you normally wouldn't.
Right.
But that's not Fabi.
No. Let me just adjust my board for a second. As we, again, we're reaching the end of the second time control.
Down to his last 5 minutes with 10 moves to go. Timur needs to hurry.
As soon as the players reach move 60, they will get that additional 15 minutes with the 30-second increments. But until they reach move 60, there is no increments. The only time on their clocks that they have is what they have currently. No increments coming up until move 60 plus. Rook c7, and we love this move. We haven't found a solution. Full stop.
Well, there probably isn't one.
Because there isn't one.
It's a good reason not to find something.
That's always been my problem.
So let's keep going. King to b5.
King to b5.
Queen, you get queen e5.
Right, that's been our go-to move.
We trade.
We sure do.
By the way, king b5 is on the board.
Okay.
So you take with the pawn.
And a moment ago, you
I
tried
said rook to
rook
d4. The problem is that gives you another tempo because of the knight on c3 hanging. I don't like that.
Okay.
If I take on c7, you just simply cannot stop my pawn. The knight is dominated, and also the pawn promotes with check.
Right.
So that's a big problem.
That's a very big problem.
Yeah, I just simply don't see it. I don't see it.
And if you take with the king on e5?
What?
Huh?
No, rook takes c7.
King.
He's testing you, Yasser.
Woo! That took a while, guys. Come on.
He's testing you. Alejandro, you're coming to the board.
When are you escorted out? Security. Security. Queen. He hasn't played queen e5. Sorry, once again. How much time does Fabi have?
Fabi has 8 minutes, I want to say.
That's
8 minutes and 17 seconds right now, but queen to e5 should come up.
But that really reduces the material on the board, makes it, even though there's 9 moves, once the queens are off the board, the ability of these players to calculate
it will really,
near instantly.
Yeah,
it can't be overstated. That would be easy. So the fact that he's taking a moment, could it mean that there are other ways of maybe skinning the cat? Not that I would be looking for them, but...
Especially in this position, I just wouldn't look at anything else.
Right.
So let's take it one more step at a time.
Right.
Queen to e5. We exchange. You take on e5. Rook to d4. Let's keep going into that same variation.
King e6. Okay.
Okay. So
king e6.
Queen e5.
No. Queen e5.
Stop. Okay.
Stop it.
And rook. This is terrible. And rook to d4.
Look, Tom is about to take her places. I can make illegal moves too.
You know, I have a threshold. 6 illegal moves or more, then I'm out.
Queen e5 is on the board, guys.
Queen e5 on the,
on the board. Thank you, Fabi.
Takes.
Wow.
And
Takes on
We're
the
actually
board
going
now.
straight into that one. So rook to d4, king to e6, I would assume.
Yes.
yeah, and I think you have to, because if you don't play rook d4, you have the problems of e6 as well. But at some point, you can also consider just going bishop c6 and disrupting your coordination on the queen side. I'll get my rook behind the pawn. You're not going to get anything behind my pawn.
No,
So
exactly.
if I started with a4, what do you play?
I play bishop c6.
Do you go e6?
No, I play bishop c6 there.
Bishop c6.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's the easiest.
That's what he's suggesting.
That's what the doctors
Christian.
order.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
So what if I go
that looks pretty
king to
straightforward.
b6 now?
I'll give you a
Hakasito.
I'll give you a check.
And
Yeah,
I'll go to a6.
rook b8, and this is what I wanted. I get my rook behind the pawn.
Yeah.
You're not promoting anything.
So I go a3,
Very nice.
E6.
e6.
a2.
I give up my rook, and you don't even get to give up
Well,
yours.
just a second. First of all,
That's just over.
right.
Wait, how is it over?
Check. We move
Oh, it's you take with
move the bishop.
You have to move the bishop. now,
bishop
yeah.
d5. Question.
But where do you put the bishop? Because now I have rook a4, right?
Bishop d5 I like.
Bishop d5 you like?
Unless I'm blundering.
Rook d4?
I'm blundering rook d4, and I'm blundering takes and rook c5.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know.
like it anymore.
We're blundering a lot.
We're
here.
blundering too much.
Okay. And again,
It really falls
if
apart
we're-
after the 5th hour. Huh?
Yeah, if we're tired,
But
you imagine
guys,
what these guys
why
are
bishop
feeling.
c6? Just push the pawn, right? Push
Maybe
the
you're
baby.
right. Maybe you should just push.
Push the pawn.
A4, push the pawn.
Keep the king on b5 so that you promote with check, and just push the pawn.
I have a really good idea. With the king on b5, we should promote our pawn with check.
Good job.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Okay, I've got to figure it out, Christian.
All right.
Nice. We're expecting e6.
No, we're expecting f takes e5 on the board, so we're still waiting for Timur to play something.
Down to his last
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
with 8 moves to go.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he has to play rook d4, right? E6, otherwise e6 is too easy.
Exactly. e6 is just...
This game will be over before the next time control.
I think he took on c7.
Wait.
What?
No,
Rook
no, no.
c6?
That's
No, he took on
not
c7. He
correct.
took on c7.
There's no way that's correct.
No, he took on c7 and rook takes, king takes c7 already on the board.
Right, because we saw it was sort of like sometimes with the DGT boards, what happens is the players played rook on c4, capture c7, capture c7, but he moves through the c6 square, and sometimes the DGT board picks up the move rook c6. It's kind of like a shadow, right? As it continues its journey.
So
Anyway,
the only
rook
move
takes
right now is to
C7,
go
king takes
what?
c7.
King c5, right?
But where's
King
where's he going?
c5. They want to go knight b5 followed by knight d6. Do you allow me to do that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well, good job.
Congratulations.
I stop
And
your
then,
pawn.
I stop your pawn.
I stop
of
your
course,
pawn,
I
yeah.
stop my pawn, and then I freeze everybody, and I never. let
You're
you-
actually going to put me in a Zuzan.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the choices. I can just promote my
Tom
pawn.
will be so excited.
I know, right?
A genuine Zugzwang. Wow.
We're going to get the Zuzan, guys.
Yeah, baby. Fantastic.
Never has
Tom
he been so
can't wait.
excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this
So
is
let's show
trivial.
that, actually. So
Bishop
d1, king d5,
king
let's say.
E7,
king e5.
here,
And now
then-
you don't even promote.
Then the idea is that we
Which,
just
by the way, if you are asking, that must be winning.
totally.
Oh, it's completely winning.
Totally. I mean, I would probably play g4 myself and then put my pawn on h3
getting
just to
fancy
make
now.
sure
You're getting
that
fancy, Yasser.
when I do promote, that you're never going to give me an h pawn and I'll have the wrong color h pawn.
This is over, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is over. I think resignation is imminent in this one.
Right. And again, I don't want to say anything bad about Timur, but it just seems to me like at times he's played really well. And when, he's missed those moments, he's never recovered. It's like he just doesn't get a chance.
Magnus Carlsen gave him a 0% chance of winning when the tournament started, and
A 0. That was...
it felt harsh.
right?
But Timur's not disproving it.
Unfortunately for him, no. That is
Yeah.
true. And we do have, again, these moves are on the board, knight b5 check,
King d7.
king d7, and I think once Timur gets to these parts, he's gonna
Yeah.
He's going to recognize that even a successful knight takes e8 will not work.
Yeah, he's actually played
a4.
a4 first. I don't think it makes any difference.
Oh, excuse me. a4 on the board. I apologize.
It just makes the Zugzwang easier to achieve, I think.
Yeah, knight d6 and...
Bishop d1 followed by bishop b3.
Here you have knight e4, but I assume that I can...
But knight e4 I can go king e6.
I think king e6, right?
This is...
You don't want to let this guy sacrifice itself.
What you were saying about g4 and...
okay, just sacrifice. Just go e8, come on.
Just go e8, come on, that is greed. Come on.
Enough is enough. Just go e8.
We got you. We got you. We hear you. A few easy ways of winning. We do have e7 currently on the board.
Yeah, and after knight
E7
d6, the only thing you can't do is promote right away.
Just don't go e8.
You're just going to go e8.
My God.
He goes e8 and...
Wouldn't that be, I mean, the horror of allowing that after a2, you don't even get to stop the pawn. I mean, careers could be ruined.
That doesn't happen at the scholastic level. Yes,
Has it? Oh.
It's over.
I think it's over.
And by the way, I think with the king on
resigned.
d5, that means that white...
It's officially
Just
over. Fabiano Caruana has defeated Timur Radjabov and keeps the chase alive. Thankfully for commentators, because otherwise, well, we're going to talk for 7 rounds.
I'm telling you, these two players have been the successes of the tournament.
Absolutely.
They're collecting all the victories.
Take a look at the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana with 5.5 and 5 points are head, shoulders, torso,
Knees and
legs,
toes.
everything ahead of the competition. As Hikaru Nakamura is the only person on 3rd place with 3.5. The rest of the players are on -1 or worse, and that's it for them.
That says it all. It's confirmed. Coming into the round, we thought 90% chance that one of these two players will win the event. We're going to bump that up to 95% as tomorrow we have these round 8 pairings. The second half of this double round robin will continue. Alejandro.
It's an important game. Let's see if we have a spoiler in one of the games. Richard Rapport will be playing white against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and Firouzja will play Radjabov, but they're not very relevant games. The important ones will be Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against Ding Lirenken, the Chinese player who doesn't have any pressure on him now.
Could snap back with a victory.
Snap back. Hikaru Nakamura with white.
Would like to return the favor of the first half, where Hikaru was ground down by Fabi, that catapulted Fabi into the lead. And finally, Firouzja versus Timur. Have a nice game.
Yeah, enjoy. Sure, it'll be great.
Christian, bring it home for us.
Well, guys, what a day of chess, but this tournament is a story of 2 players. That is Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana going head-to-head into the second half of the event. They're just cannot stop winning. I have to say, Fabiano really inspires me, the way he plays, the way he keeps pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan today, let's be honest, he was gifted a point by a young Richie Rapport, but what a way to take it home that was with the black pieces in a Petrov. It's just incredible. These players are bringing it, and the action tomorrow cannot be more exciting, and I will be watching it from my couch. Probably I will join you at around 9 o'clock in the morning.
We need a guest. We need a guest. Could you make it 7:30 a.m.?
No. At 9 o'clock, I will Skype you guys in from my couch. I will give you my insights about the games.
Incredible, huh?
We'll take it from there, guys.
All right.
All right, Christian. We will miss you. We will definitely miss you.
Yes.
So we'll have Dorsa tomorrow.
Indeed, we will. And once
there
again,
we go. We have Dorsa's prediction as well.
Look at that, Nepo.
That's cheating.
You
That
think?
is like straight up.
You think?
I want my lawyer. right now, right here. What is this?
Where's our professional chess association union representatives? I mean, they bring her in
us like
halfway,
this,
and look at this, Dorsa already. But the good news is, the commentators who get the answers right, the production team all reaches deep into their pockets to give the winning prize. Very nice. We love our production team around here.
We definitely do. Join us tomorrow, round 8. Can somebody spoil the party for the leaders? That's going to be the question for the rest of the tournament, except for round 9. It's going to be a fateful one between Nepo with Black against Favi, but we still have to pass through round 8 to get there. Join us tomorrow, Sunday, in what's going to be a great day of chess.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.